Dear Naruto Lemon fans, I'm thrilled to invite all of you to my Boosty channel, where you can enjoy exclusive Naruto Lemon scenes in a comfortable and supportive community. Choose from various subscription tiers, from Mini Lemon to God Lemon, and gain access to unique content tailored just for our fans. Plus, subscribers to over Naruto Lemon and God Lemon will receive special mentions in my videos. Support my channel and dive deeper into the world of Naruto today. Dare. Boom. The sounds of explosions filled the entire battlefield, dust enveloped everything around and covered everything that was on the field. With a deafening roar, the dust settled, and the current inhabitants appeared before us. A boy with golden blonde hair, 3 whisker-like markings on each cheek, yellow eyes with cross-shaped pupils, and a yellow chakra cloak with 6 black magatama on the front and back. A Rinnegan is painted on the top of the 9 magatama on his back. 9 black orbs float behind him, from which he has fashioned 2 rods. This youth is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the son of Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, and the son of Kushina Uzumaki, the Red Death. His body is currently covered in fox head chakra, which gathers positive and negative chakra to create a dark red spear in his mouth. Once the spear is ready, the avatar closes its mouth and fires the spear like a cannon. The spear was about to hit its target, but suddenly it disappeared out of nowhere, as if it had never existed. The target was a fair-skinned woman with long white hair, a single eye with a red sclera and iris, a wavy pattern extending across the eyeball, and a maximum of 9 tomo on her forehead. She also had lavender pupil-less eyes and 2 large horns, giving her the appearance of a rabbit. She also wore a white kimono with red patterns on her dress. Despite her beauty, she is actually a very ancient being, having existed during the time of the 6 paths. Moreover, she was the one who gave birth to 2 children, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the sage of the 6 paths, and Hamura Otsutsuki, the sage of the 6 paths' younger brother. The person I was talking about is Kaguya Otsutsuki, the mother of all chakras. But in her time, she inspired fear in all nations. People gave her many titles, but among them all, she is best known as the Rabbit Goddess. When she became the ruler of the entire world, she performed a ritual in which the chosen people had to sacrifice their souls to the Shinju so that he would protect them from all evil. Apparently she was a goddess and everyone believed it, but they didn't know that their bodies would turn into a creature known as White Zetsu. One day, Hagoromo and Hamura decided to check out the Shinju, as the place seemed very suspicious to them, and what they found there shocked them to the core. Around the Shinju's branches were many people, wrapped in cocoons. One of the cocoons contained a young woman whom Hagoromo loved deeply, but could not confess his feelings because he had been chosen to sacrifice his life for the Shinju. Seeing her in such a state, Hagoromo could not hold back his tears and mourned his beloved. After a brief moment of mourning, he angrily opened his eyes, and something unexpected happened. His once lavender eyes were now red, with a single black pupil in the center. Moreover, another magatama appeared in each eye. But that wasn't the end of it. The magatama in his eye began to rotate around the center, and gradually another magatama appeared around the pupil. But it didn't end there. The magatama continued to spin and evolve. The 2 magatama spun faster and faster, and then another one appeared around the pupil, resulting in 3 magatama spinning around the center. After this, the magatamas stopped rotating and remained standing around the center. Hagoromo was furious, so furious that he couldn't even suppress his killing intent, causing Hamura to sweat in fear. Looking at Hamura, Hagoromo swore that if looks could kill, he would die 100 times over without even blinking. After the ritual's true motives became known, Hagoromo and Hamura asked Kaguya to cease the Shinju soul sacrifice ritual. But Kaguya ignored their request and simply told them never to bring it up again. After this, Hagoromo decided not to bring up the matter and focus on training to gain more strength and be able to match Kaguya in the upcoming battle. While Hagoromo was training, Hamura decided to stay with Kaguya and try to spend as much time with Hagoromo as possible. After his senjutsu training, Hagoromo decided to return home as quickly as possible to avoid suspicion. But luck was not on Hagoromo's side, as he had to fight his brother, who was under Kaguya's control. After Hagoromo dealt a fatal blow to Hamura's chest, he closed his eyes and cried. He then opened his eyes and his once red eyes turned purple. The three magatama slowly began to spin, and then the magatama on his eyes slowly stretched out and formed a wave-like pattern that spread across his eyeball. When Hagoromo's eyes finally completed their evolution, Hagoromo quickly lowered Hamura to the ground and used a special seal to heal him. After they healed Hamura, they both fought Kaguya and Jubi for several days. After several days of intense fighting, Hagoromo and Hamura finally defeated Kaguya, trapping her on the moon and sealing the 10 tails within herself. But before his death, he used his Rinnegan special ability, the creation of all things, to split the Jubi into 9 different entities. Thus was born the Sage of the Six Paths. Centuries later, Kaguya was resurrected during a war known as the Fourth Great Ninja War. The war began when a man in an orange mask appeared at the Kage summit. He asked, or rather demanded, that the Kage hand over to him 2 creatures created from the Jubi, the Hachibi and the Kyubi. But when the Kage refused to hand over the bijou, this man declared war on the 5 great nations. During the war, Madara Uchiha, one of the founders of the Hidden Leaf Village, was reincarnated to fight against the allied shinobi forces. If anyone wants to describe what destruction and annihilation are, then Madara Uchiha is the perfect example. When Madara entered the war, there was only utter destruction and annihilation that would put even all the bijou to shame. No one could stop this beast known as Madara. Between the wars, the 10 tails was resurrected by sealing all the tailed beasts within the Geto Mazo. Well, not all of them, just some of the chakra from the Hachibi and the Kyubi. And after that, the fake Madara, now known as Obito Uchiha, an old friend of Kakashi, became the Jinchuriki of the Jubi. Thanks to Naruto and Sasuke, all the bijou were freed, and everyone thanked Naruto for freeing them from Obito. But their freedom was short-lived, as the real Madara was resurrected and once again imprisoned all the bijou in the Geto Mazo. After this, he became the next Jinchuriki of the Jubi. If he was a beast before, don't even think that he is now. When Madara was reincarnated, he killed Sasuke for getting in his way and Naruto, extracting half of the Kyubi from him, with the other half of the Kyubi currently sealed inside his reincarnated father using the Edo Tensei technique. Between life and death, Naruto and Sasuke traveled to an unknown subconscious, where they met the legendary Sage of the Six Paths and the creator of ninjutsu. After Hagoromo taught Naruto and Sasuke some history lessons and told them that they were the reincarnations of his 2 sons, he gave Naruto the Yang power of the Six Paths and Sasuke the Yin power of the Six Paths. He also helped Sasuke awaken the single Rinnegan in his left eye and Naruto awaken the power of the Sage of Six Paths, which he calls the Sage of Six Paths mode. After this, they awakened from their temporary sleep and went to Madara to stop him once and for all. While Naruto and Sasuke were dozing, Madara fought Might Guy, opening his 8 inner gates. Before the opening of the 8th gate, Might Guy Madara simply blew everyone to smithereens. But when Guy opened his 8th gate, Madara was momentarily at a disadvantage. However, after surpassing Madara in speed and landing numerous blows on him, Guy's life force began to fade faster and he was on the verge of exhaustion. Madara spat out some blood from his mouth and proudly declared that out of all the shinobi he had fought in his life, Guy was the strongest of them all. Guy didn't care, he focused his chakra and released it all at once, causing the chakra to burst out of his body and take the form of a dragon. Then the Guy suddenly disappeared and appeared right in front of Madara in the blink of an eye, kicking him hard in the chest and engulfing him in his dragon. But after all this, Madara still survived. Albeit barely. And the other one lies there, almost dead. Just as Madara was about to finish Guy off with a true homing ball, Naruto flew up and kicked the ball away from Guy. After Naruto used the power of the Six Paths Yang to heal Guy, he attacked Madara, punching him straight in the stomach, but his strike was blocked when Madara used the Shakugan staff. Even though he blocked the strike, he was still hit by the kinetic force created by Naruto's punch. And he didn't stop there. Using his newfound power, he created a lava-style Raisin Shuriken and was about to throw it at Madara, but quickly jumped away from Naruto, hoping to dodge the attack, but failed when Naruto jumped right in front of him. Seeing Naruto following right behind him, he used his limbo to at least slow him down, but he sensed it from miles away and quickly dodged the limbo while throwing a shuriken that cut through not only Madara but also the Shinju. Madara absorbed the Shinju and was healed at the same time. At this time, Sasuke appeared next to Naruto and fought Madara. During a break between battles, Madara used the infinite Tsukuyomi and trapped all the shinobi except Team 7 and those who used Edo Tensei. At that moment, Madara thought he had won, but everything went wrong when Black Zetsu betrayed him and resurrected the mother of all chakra, the rabbit goddess. When Naruto and Sasuke saw her, they couldn't believe that someone like her existed. And so they fought against Kaguya, with Kaguya moving from dimension to dimension and using other attacks to keep them at bay since in order to seal her, they both needed to touch her. And from that moment on the battle continued. The battle continued. Kaguya Otsutsuki, the rabbit goddess, absorbed the energy blast known as the tailed beast bomb as if it were nothing. Naruto gritted his teeth in frustration. No matter what they did, she either absorbed the attack or reflected it with her own. Sasuke Uchiha, the last survivor of the Uchiha clan, is currently standing next to Naruto, showing off his purple Susanoo armor. Naruto. Listen, you need to throw as many shuriken as you can at once. We need to somehow defeat her and find the right moment to seal her. Naruto nodded, quickly putting 2 fingers together to make a cross sign, and summoned 9 shadow clones, each of which created a Raisin Shuriken encoded with the tailed beast's chakra, making them the deadliest technique in existence. After creating 9 Raisin Shuriken from each beast's chakra, all of the Narutos threw the Raisin Shuriken with a battle cry. Take this! Super-tailed Raisin Shuriken. All 9 Raisin Shuriken flew towards Kaguya at high speed, taking her completely by surprise. The shurikens emitted such powerful energy that when she came under their influence, she was unable to absorb all the energy and was thrown back by the blast dome. When the smoke cleared, Kaguya's body had been damaged so severely that it had become unstable and had almost turned into a 10-tailed rabbit. While Kaguya was trying to control her unstable body, Naruto and Sasuke saw the opportunity and quickly rushed towards her to perform the seal. She soon came to her senses, but suddenly felt 2 pairs of hands on her chest, one on the left, one on the right. Naruto and Sasuke were very confused. 1 second they were about to touch the thigh of the almost rabbit-like beast, and the next they were already touching something round, something warm, something soft. Both of them had their brains turned off for a moment, they had absolutely no idea what was happening. To get a sense of the situation, Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other for a moment, then silently exchanged nods. Then they experimentally squeezed something, and suddenly heard something that was forever imprinted in their memory. Money, they heard money from the rabbit goddess. Naruto and Sasuke's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when they heard the harassment and sounds of pleasure. No one moved an inch after that scene. They stood frozen like candy, as if winter had suddenly overtaken them and frozen them in place. Only a minute had passed, but for them it felt like a millennium. After this scene, oddly enough, Naruto was the first to come to his senses and leaned forward to shake Sasuke out of his stupor. TK. At first, Sasuke didn't understand anything, but after a few thrusts, he finally looked at Naruto with wide eyes, still lost in his fantasies. Naruto just sighed. If things weren't so serious, he would have laughed and ridiculed him. But now wasn't the time, and he knew it. So he raised his hand and slapped him so hard that his palm left a mark on his right cheek, completely shaking him out of his stupor. When he finally realized what had happened, he glared at Naruto for hitting him so hard. Hey, loser! Why did you do that? Naruto sighed again and glared back at him. Bastard! Have you forgotten what we were going to do before, Databeo? He muttered the last sentence, blushing deeply and pointing his finger at her chest. Sasuke, his eyes wide, slowly followed his finger and saw something that many perverts would die for. Sasuke's eyes nearly bulged out of his head when he saw her breathing, panting and moaning in pleasure. Hearing her moan, he quickly looked away and turned as red as a tomato. Shut up, I haven't forgotten about it. I was just shocked, that's all. Naruto snored when he heard his excuse, and Sasuke just snorted. Then they quickly shook their heads and blushed as they stared at Kaguya. Granny Rabbit. This is the end. Naruto said with a smirk, still blushing. Now disappear from the face of the earth, Sasuke said with a stoic expression, blushing slightly. 6 paths to planetary devastation, they both said in unison. Before Kaguya could even process what had happened, she was sent flying into the sky, only to be thrown between huge boulders and rocks. She began to attract everything around her like a magnet, as if she were the center of gravity itself. Moreover, her chakra also began to deplete rapidly. After a few seconds, Kaguya finally realized what had happened and blushed in embarrassment. I lost to 2 perverts, and it was very humiliating. No. I won't accept this. Then she looked at them with a withering gaze and the utmost hatred possible. Indra. Ashura, you both won the battle, but you did not win the war, she said so loudly that she could be heard even over the clatter of stones. Naruto's eyes widened, but then he looked at her with narrowed eyes. What do you mean we didn't win the war? Kaguya chuckled, then winced in pain as all 9-tailed beasts were violently torn from her body and crashed onto the ground where Naruto and Sasuke stood. Even through the pain, she still grinned evilly at him before her Rinne Sharingan erupted into a powerful flame. Remember, Ashura, one who defeats a god cannot remain an individual. You are powerful, even more powerful than Indra. But you are not strong enough to stop the coming destruction of your world. She spoke her final words before her entire body, covered in boulders and stones, slowly took the shape of the moon. Naruto and Sasuke simply looked at the newly appeared moon, lost in many thoughts. Naruto stared at the moon, his eyes wide, wondering, destruction. What is she even talking about? He asked, speaking specifically to himself. While Naruto was pondering this, Sasuke stared at the moon with unbelievable fury. No, calling it fury would be an understatement. He was furious, like an active volcano that had just erupted and was ready to destroy everything in its path. And now Naruto was standing right in front of him. This fool, this idiot is stronger than me? I can't believe it. No. I will prove that I am the strongest. That I am the one and only strongest shinobi in the world. Before Naruto and Sasuke could continue their thoughts, they and the other beasts suddenly disappeared from the dimension, shrouded in clouds of smoke. Original dimensions. Pow! Everyone blinked and began to look at each other with anticipation and confusion. Welcome everyone. Suddenly everyone heard someone's voice behind them and looked at Hagoromo in surprise. Super Giant. But how? Before Naruto could ask, Hagoromo stopped him by raising his hand and saying just 2 words. Reverse summoning. Naruto's eyes widened slightly and he nodded understandingly. He was about to ask more questions, but was suddenly interrupted by a high-pitched voice that made all the tailed beasts cringe in disgust. Sasuke-kun. You're back. To Sasuke's annoyance, a pink-haired kunoichi. No, not a kunoichi, the howler monkey screamed shrilly, hugging Sasuke from behind. Sasuke growled in irritation. Sakura. Get off me this instant. Sasuke yelled, but the howler monkey, now named Sakura, ignored him and continued to hug him tighter, causing his skin to turn blue. Naruto, who was watching all of this, burst out laughing, ha 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 ha. While Naruto laughed, the tailed beast looked at the last Uchiha with pity. Before anyone could do anything, they heard Kakashi's voice and stopped what they were doing. Am I the only one imagining it? Or is the moon really getting bigger and bigger? Hearing Kakashi's words, everyone except Sasuke widened their eyes and quickly looked at the moon. When Kurama looked at the moon, he was horrified to realize what was happening. Hagoromo also guessed and understood what was happening. Luna. Everyone stared at Kurama with wide eyes. They had never seen Kurama so scared and afraid. What's going on, Kurama? What happened? Naruto asked, his tone a little worried. Kurama didn't say anything and just looked at the moon with a frightened expression on his face. The moon isn't getting bigger, it's getting closer, Hagoromo replied. Everyone stared at Hagoromo as if he had grown a second head. I don't mean to offend anyone, Sage, but what do you mean when you say the moon is approaching? Kakashi asked in a respectful tone. Before Hagoromo could explain anything, Sasuke cut him off. It's Kaguya. Now everyone looks at Sasuke, who simply ignores it and continues his reasoning. When Naruto and I finally managed to seal Kaguya, in a really awkward situation. Naruto and Sasuke both blushed, which no one noticed except Kakashi, who looked at them suspiciously. Sasuke quickly shook his head and continued, trying not to recall the scene and fighting the blush on his face. When we finally used the seal on Kaguya, before she was completely sealed, I saw her channel a massive amount of chakra into the eye on her forehead, and utter a few words. He said the last part with fury. Everyone raised an eyebrow at his voice, and Naruto's eyes widened as he realized what was happening. So, this is the kind of destruction she was talking about. Now everyone, including Kurama, looked at Naruto in confusion. Seeing the confusion of everyone except Sasuke, Naruto added details. Grandma Rabbit's last words were, "He who defeats a god cannot remain a person." She also said that I am strong, but not strong enough to stop the coming destruction of our world. When she said, the destruction of our world, I think she meant exactly that. He then pointed his finger at the moon. Hagoromo now understood what had happened. I see. So Mother used her spacetime continuum technique to push the moon toward our planet. Her plan was to destroy the world by colliding the moon with the Earth, causing a massive explosion far greater than the ten-tailed beast's bomb, and leading to numerous natural disasters that would gradually destroy the world. When everyone except Naruto, Sasuke, and Kurama heard the explanation, they widened their eyes and looked in horror at the approaching moon that was about to destroy their world. Naruto looked at Hagoromo with despair. Super Giga, is there really no way to stop the moon? Super Gigi, is there really no way to stop the moon? Naruto asked Hagoromo, the sage of the six paths, in desperation. Hagoromo shook his head and was about to answer, but suddenly a purple arrow made of chakra flew towards Naruto at great speed, almost catching him off guard. Noticing a purple arrow out of the corner of his eye, Naruto immediately turned his head to the side and let the arrow fly past, cutting off only a strand of hair. When he saw the arrow for the first time, he immediately understood who was to blame for all this. Naruto looked at Sasuke, who had activated the second stage of Susanoo. Sasuke. Are you doing? Naruto shouted, narrowing his eyes. Sasuke's eyes were hidden by his bangs, and he betrayed no emotion. At first, he was silent, but suddenly his shoulder began to shake. Gradually, more and more violently, his shoulder began to shake before he raised his head and burst into an evil laugh. Ha 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 ha. Naruto growled in irritation. Is so funny, bastard. Before he could react, Sasuke created a purple energy blade and swung it at Sakura, who had been hugging him tightly just a moment ago, but quickly jumped back when he saw his Susanoo flare up. With one sharp movement, Sakura's head instantly separated from her shoulder and fell to the ground with a dull thud. Her body followed suit, collapsing just as dramatically and with a dull thud. Silence reigned until Kakashi broke it. Sakura. He quickly rushed to her dead body and knelt down, looking at it with wide eyes and trembling hands. Sasuke snorted and looked at Naruto with a menacing grin, though his eyes were still obscured by his hair. He looked more like a true demon, a monster. Finally, that annoying, is gone. He then pointed his Susanoo blade at Naruto with a menacing grin. Now that is out of the way, we can finally tally up the scores and see who's the strongest. Naruto said nothing. He froze, not moving a muscle. His eyes were so wide they threatened to pop out of his sockets if he didn't stop. He stood motionless, not moving an inch, and continued to stare at the smirking Sasuke. After a few seconds, Naruto's head slowly lowered, his yellow bangs covering his eyes. Suddenly, a clap of thunder sounded behind Naruto, briefly engulfing him in a flash of light that then died away, revealing a blazing Naruto. Sasuke's smile widened when he saw Naruto glaring at him. He quickly produced a third-stage Susanoo, a perfect Susanoo, taking the form of a colossal, armored warrior, towering several stories high. It has a humanoid form, a muscular build, and a majestic posture. Susanoo's color scheme typically consists of dark shades of purple, giving it a mysterious and ominous aura. Now in possession of a fully formed perfect Susanoo, he immediately charged towards Naruto, wielding the twin blades in both hands, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to slice him in half. As he approached, he swung his arm sharply and delivered a diagonal downward strike. When the massive blade finally touched its target, rocks and dirt flew up, creating a huge crater beneath the blade. Sasuke thought he had managed to cut him in half, but unfortunately, he was very wrong. When the dust finally settled, he saw Naruto standing right under his blade, not even flinching. Sasuke was puzzled by how Naruto stopped his blade. Then he narrowed his eyes, and then suddenly widened when he saw Naruto stop his blade. With Naruto seeing the blade aimed at his left shoulder and reaching his right hip, he quickly raised his left hand and with incredible strength grabbed the massive blade, the strength of which could put the strength of one blonde Hokage to shame. But the kinetic energy of the blade created a huge crater around him, forcing his feet to press a centimeter into the ground while he gripped the blade tightly. Naruto slowly looked up and glared at Sasuke's shocked face. Then he did something that shook Sasuke to the core. He gripped the blade even tighter, and cracks began to appear on the blade. But that wasn't what shocked Sasuke. What shocked him was the fact that Naruto had completely shattered the energy blade into millions of tiny particles. When the blade shattered, it also caused an explosion that sent Sasuke flying back a few steps. But before he could comprehend anything, a golden light burst from the dust cloud and disappeared in a golden flash. Then, suddenly, the same golden flash appeared right in front of Susanoo's stomach and struck him so hard that Susanoo was propelled straight toward the mountains, leaving a yellow trail behind him, and crashed into one of them, creating a huge crater. A golden flash, surrounded by golden chakra, appeared right at the top of the half-destroyed Susanoo. Slowly, the golden chakra dissipated, revealing Naruto, with the power of the Sage of Six Paths and his tailed beast mode activated. Behind him hovered 9 orbs, seeking the truth. Sasuke was shocked, so shocked that he couldn't mutter a word and just stared at the blonde boy with wide eyes and a slightly open mouth. His gaze then slowly moved to Susanoo's torso, and his eyes widened even more when he saw that the right side of the torso was destroyed. He slowly looked at Naruto and glared at him. Incredible! What incredible power! He glanced at his torso again, then back at Naruto. Not only did he block my blade with one hand, but his kick was so powerful it penetrated Susanoo's defense. I need to be careful, or I might lose this battle. He slowly rose, pouring even more chakra into himself to restore Susanoo's damaged defenses. Bones appeared, covered in muscle and skin, and then armor plate, completely restoring his defenses. Naruto saw Sasuke slowly getting up and about to transform into a tailed beast, but suddenly a scream made Naruto stop for a moment and he looked over his shoulder to see who had called him. Naruto! Wait, came multiple shouts from behind, and everyone rushed towards Naruto. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the sight of all the tailed beasts and stood next to him, glaring at Sasuke's skull. Guys! What are you doing here? You can't interfere. This is our battle, and we need to settle the score. Then he looked back at Sasuke. So you should leave and stay out of this. Before Naruto could transform, Matatabi stopped him again. Listen, Naruto-kun, we're here to help you in this battle. Naruto looked at Matatabi with shock. What? No, you don't have to. Remember, this isn't your fight. This is mine. Before he could finish his sentence, Shikaku interrupted him. Nonsense. This isn't just your battle, it's ours too. After all, you're one of us, and we'll never abandon our brothers and sisters. Everyone stared at him with wide eyes and gaping mouths. Shikaku noticed the stares and looked at them with a raised, sand-like eyebrow. What? Why are you all looking at me like that? Goku replied, I didn't know you could say something so. Wonderful, he said, scratching his head with one of his tails. Shikaku swallowed nervously. Seriously, is this really that unusual? Everyone nodded in unison. Seeing that everyone nodded, he shouted irritably, Hey! I can be kind sometimes when I want to, you know? For a moment everyone was silent, and then they burst into laughter. While everyone is laughing, Naruto is still trying to process what Shikaku said. Brother, he said quietly, but everyone heard. Everyone stopped laughing and looked at Naruto. You already consider me your brother? He asked, his tone shocked and tears in his eyes. Yes, we do, Isobu replied with conviction. Whoever carries out the old man's will always be considered a member of our family. This time, it was Kurama who spoke. The other tailed beasts answered in unison, yes. After these words, Naruto couldn't hold back any longer and quickly looked away to hide his tears. He slowly wiped them away with the back of his sleeve and smiled happily. Before Naruto could say anything, Sasuke interrupted him with a laugh. Ha 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 ha. Oh, how cute. I never thought you tailed beasts were so affectionate towards your siblings. The monsters just looked at him angrily, and he ignored them. Then he looked at them and grinned evilly. But you know what? I don't care. Then he frowned and glared at them. You're all standing in my way. This battle is between him and me, not between you tailed beasts. So get out of my sight and don't interfere with our fight. Kurama grew angry and growled at him, You're the one standing in our way. The moon is approaching our world, and we need to find a way to stop it, otherwise it will collide with it and destroy everything in this world, and everything will disappear from the face of the earth. Sasuke just raised his head and laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. God, how stupid can you be? Then he pressed his lips into a thin line. Like I said. I don't care. Now move away, or... Sasuke interrupted Kurama. Or what, Uchiha bastard? He lunged at Sasuke with impressive speed, preparing to attack with his tailed beast. Before he could get any closer, Sasuke chuckled slightly and his Rinnegan flared with a powerful light. Suddenly, Kurama stopped and the bomb with the tailed beasts disappeared, leaving behind black and red particles. Not only Kurama, but the other tailed beasts also stopped and simply stared into space. Naruto was about to stop Kurama, but stopped when he noticed his behavior. Out of curiosity, Naruto walked closer to Kurama and saw two glowing Rinnegan on each eye. His eyes widened and he looked around, seeing the same thing happening to the others. Seeing what had happened, he screamed. Guys! Guys! Naruto cried out as he saw the other tailed beasts also caught in the genjutsu. A mocking smirk appeared on Sasuke's face. Or maybe I can use them to my advantage. Naruto heard him and his eyes widened, realizing what his former best friend was planning. Sasuke formed a snake sign with his hands and shouted, planetary devastation. Suddenly, all the tailed beasts slowly rose into the sky, and each of them began to attract everything around them, creating 9 asteroids, each containing a separate tailed beast. Naruto didn't say anything and just looked at the floating asteroids that contained all the tailed beasts. Then he slowly looked up at Sasuke and gave him a withering look. Sasuke just grinned and soared into the sky. Seeing this, Naruto braced himself. He quickly activated Kurama's avatar mode, which resembles a giant golden fox with 9 tails flowing behind its back. Sasuke saw his avatar mode and prepared himself, holding Chidori in the left hand of his Susanoo. Naruto saw Chidori and quickly loaded a tailed beast bomb between the avatar's jaws. Seeing each other's attacks, both let out a battle cry and rushed at each other. Sasuke attacked Naruto with Chidori, while Naruto jumped towards Sasuke with tailed beast bomb. Gradually their attacks got closer and closer, and then... boom! The 2 attacks collided with each other, causing a powerful explosion that simultaneously engulfed them. When the explosion finally stopped, 2 nearly destroyed avatars appeared on the screen, hovering opposite each other. There was a moment of silence. But then the silence was broken by the battle cries of Naruto and Sasuke as they charged at each other again. Sasuke readied his energy blade, and Naruto extended both hands to block it. Sasuke attempted a vertical strike, but Naruto stopped him by grabbing his opponent with both hands. He then released the blade, ducked down and delivered a Chidori strike to the opponent's chest. Even though Naruto's arms were raised up, he still managed to stop the attack by knocking the opponent's arm away with one of his tails. As the Chidori pierced his right side, he quickly threw the blade aside and, turning, delivered an elbow strike to the jaw. The elbow struck Susanoo's left jaw, sending him flying to the ground. But Naruto didn't stop there and attacked Sasuke from the air. Sasuke collapsed to the ground, the left jaw of his Susanoo shattered. Seeing Naruto diving towards him, he unleashed a barrage of fireballs to damage and slow him down. But unfortunately, Naruto quickly dodged all the fireballs and pinned Sasuke to the ground. He stood with his back to the ground, and Naruto stood above him, loading a tailed beast bomb into his mouth. For a moment, they looked into each other's eyes, and a multitude of memories came flooding back. They saw memories of their childhoods and their own suffering. Sasuke, castrated by the villagers for being the brother of Itachi, the brother of the criminal who had destroyed his own clan. They despised him for Itachi's actions and nicknamed him the traitor's kinsman. And then there was Naruto, who was castrated by the villagers for being the Jinchuriki of Kurama, the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. They despised him for Kurama's attack on the village on his birthday. They also gave him a nickname, the reincarnation of the demon fox. When their memories ended, Naruto looked at Sasuke with a sad, yet sympathetic expression. Sad because it wasn't just him but Sasuke who had to go through all these hardships. Sympathy because he empathized with him, as they both had difficult childhoods. Although Sasuke didn't show any emotion, inside he felt sadness, sympathy, guilt, and joy all at once. He felt sadness and sympathy for the same reasons. He felt guilt because, had circumstances been different, they could have become more than just best friends. They could have become brothers. Not brothers by blood and name, but brothers in hardship and pain. And he was happy because Naruto was the only one who didn't give up. Everyone had turned their backs on him, but Naruto was the only one who didn't give up. He was the only one who wanted him to come back and strengthen their bond. And he was the only one who wanted them to be like brothers. But it was too late. He quickly suppressed these feelings and awakened his dark side. He chuckled. Seeing his smirk, Naruto became wary, but suddenly a lightning dragon struck him, biting the avatar on the neck. Sasuke whispered, "Kirin." He then used the Heavenly Hands technique to switch places with the floating stone. Naruto was temporarily paralyzed. He couldn't move a muscle. When the dragon saw any resistance from him, it bit harder and exploded, creating a blindingly bright pillar of blue light, surrounded by lightning. When the pillar of light dissipated, a paralyzed Naruto appeared before us, looking slightly towards Sasuke's Susanoo. Sasuke showed no emotion and kept a straight face. Sasuke. Please. We can still stop this. If we work together, we can. Before he could finish his sentence, Sasuke interrupted him. Naruto, remember, when we were kids? Naruto hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. Yeah, I know. He smiled sadly, remembering all those childhood memories. Sasuke closes his eyes for a second and then opens them again. Then why? Why do you want to save this world? This world has shown us its worst sides. It's all because of this world that we've suffered. If you still remember all the pain that villager caused us, all the pain the world caused us, then why do you still want to save him? Naruto didn't answer right away and closed his eyes. After a few moments, he opened them again and stared straight at Sasuke with conviction. Sasuke. I know the pain and darkness we've both faced. The world has shown us its worst sides, but that's not all. Sasuke wanted to intervene, but stopped, deciding to at least listen to him. Beyond the darkness, I saw kindness in this world, willpower that can overcome any obstacle, and bonds of friendship that can change destiny. Sasuke listens with close attention. Sasuke. I want to save the world because I believe in the potential of every person to become better, to grow, and to find happiness. Yes, we suffered, but without that suffering, we wouldn't be who we are today. Now Sasuke's eyes are covered by his bangs. Moreover, it is our choices that can shape a future worth living for everyone. I refuse to give up on this hope and will fight to protect it, fight to protect everyone's future, fight to protect the next generation, and fight to protect future kings, the children of future generations. Hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a little envious of Naruto's unwavering conviction. Although he felt envy, that didn't mean he would believe these words, no matter how noble they sounded. He would adhere to his philosophy and put it into practice. Sasuke sighed in disappointment. Then he shook his head and looked into Naruto's sky-blue eyes with disappointment. Naruto, you're naive, you're naive. That kind of thinking will always lead you to failure. This world won't understand the meaning of pain until someone shows it. This world needs saving. Then he gazed dreamily at the moon, which was very close. This moon will be the beginning of salvation. And you won't be able to stop it. He then held one hand's stamp on Naruto and looked at him intently. You won't stop this, and I'll make sure of it. After these words, all the asteroids containing the monsters flew towards Sasuke and surrounded him in a circle, holding him in the center. Then suddenly, all the asteroids started emitting blue energy and flew towards Sasuke's Susanoo like a flowing stream of water, and were soon swallowed up by it. Naruto couldn't quite figure out what he was doing, but he suddenly felt Sasuke's power increase dramatically and reach a whole new level. Naruto didn't understand what was happening, but he knew one thing: he needed to stop holding back. He quickly created 5 shadow clones covered in Kurama's chakra avatar. When Sasuke finally absorbed all the energy, his Susanoo suddenly released it and enveloped him in a blue pillar of light. Due to kinetic force, the asteroids repelled each other and flew apart in different directions. As the asteroids repulsed and the blue column of energy dissipated, a completely new Susanoo appeared before us, with blue lightning crackling around it. His entire body is composed of pure blue chakra. This blue body is currently covered in purple armor, with only his hands and face visible. He only has a small amount of armor on his arms and wrists. In other words, Susanoo is something completely incredible. Naruto's mouth dropped slightly as he saw Susanoo's new form. Subconscious. Kurama didn't want to admit it, but he was very impressed. That's a big problem. He's every bit as impressive as the 6 Paths old man, he thought before looking at Naruto. But this brat is even more impressive than both the Uchiha and the 6 Paths old man. If only he'd stop holding back. The real world. Naruto stopped staring and put on a serious expression. Sasuke extended his hands forward and created a lightning staff. Then he grinned and charged at Naruto with a battle cry. "Everyone, get ready!" Naruto barked at his clones. All the clones nodded and got ready. Sasuke used his heavenly hands technique and instantly switched places with one of the clones. He found himself between the clones and the original and began swinging his lightning staff furiously. Sensing a slight change in space, everyone quickly moved from place to place and dodged the brutal blow of his staff. Everyone moved, except for one clone, who didn't have time to dodge, got hit by the swing and flew to the ground, creating a large crater. Before the clone could even get his bearings, a lightning bolt struck the avatar's mouth, effectively destroying it. Seeing the lightning-like arrow, they quickly looked at Sasuke, who was holding a bow made of lightning. The original didn't rush, instead he sent his clones to figure out how to stop Sasuke. The remaining clones rushed towards Sasuke and attacked from different sides, but nothing could cause the slightest damage to Susanoo. The clones returned and each one prepared a bomb in the shape of a beast's tail in their mouth. Seeing this, Sasuke snored with pleasure. Using his lightning bow, he created 3 lightning arrows and fired them at the clones. The clones simultaneously fired the beast bombs. But unfortunately, the arrow pierced the beast bombs and hit all the clones at once, instantly destroying them. Now only the original remains. Sasuke looked at the original and smirked. "I knew you were weak from the start. Constantly relying on your shadow clones. These copies are just a symbol of your weakness." Naruto didn't say anything and just looked at him. Then Sasuke chuckled. "Let me show you what true strength is." He then extended the bow forward and concentrated a large amount of chakra into one point, namely the middle of the bow. As the concentrated chakra expanded further, it created a giant bolt of lightning. When Naruto saw the giant arrow, he felt an immense power radiating from it. The arrow itself shot lightning, as if lightning itself had taken the form of a giant arrow. Sasuke's smile widened when he saw Naruto's shocked expression. "Look, Naruto, this is true power. Now look at Indra's arrow." Naruto couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. "So you won't stop until you kill me, huh?" he muttered under his breath. Then he closed his eyes and opened them again. "Okay, then I will also answer with all my strength." Sasuke didn't understand what he meant, but soon realized that something was wrong. When Naruto opened his eyes, he signaled his shadow clone to disperse. The same shadow clone with whom Sasuke had once swapped places. When the clone disappeared, it transferred all the natural energy it had accumulated to Naruto. For a moment, nothing happened. Seeing this, Sasuke began to laugh madly. He was about to say something, but suddenly Naruto erupted in golden flames and was engulfed in a golden pillar of light. When the golden light faded, Naruto appeared in a new avatar form. The avatar resembles a humanoid fox in samurai armor, with 3 heads and 3 arms. All 9 tails fluttered behind him. When the transformation was complete, Sasuke stared in amazement at his new avatar form. Naruto, without wasting any time, swung his hands upward, creating 2 different Rasen Shuriken. One resembles a purple spear, and the other a yellow spear with blades spinning around it at incredible speed. It seems as if these blades are trying to cut through the very fabric of space. When Kurama saw Naruto's new avatar form, his jaw dropped in surprise. Take that. To call it impressive is an understatement. It's simply incredible. It feels like this entire body is composed of nature itself. What incredible mastery of manipulating natural energy. He lifted his jaw and smiled proudly. Look, he doesn't even use my chakra to maintain this form. It's like a pure manifestation of his chakra and nature. As if he and nature are one and the same. Sasuke couldn't believe his eyes. Naruto, who had initially struggled to cope with him, now demonstrated a new transformation, perhaps even stronger than his own. Sasuke gritted his teeth in frustration. So much power, I doubt even Kaguya can do it. His control over nature is ridiculous. No. I won't lose to this fool. I'll prove it, he thought angrily before releasing an arrow, which flew at lightning speed toward Naruto. Seeing the arrow, Naruto quickly threw the shurikens with a battle cry, "Take this, ultra-large raisin shuriken." 2 shurikens now fly towards the arrow at high speed. Gradually the shurikens and arrows came closer and closer, and then clap! The shuriken and arrow collided with each other, causing a powerful explosion that simultaneously engulfed both fighters. The explosion created a powerful hurricane that in everything around. After a few moments, the storm finally died down, and 2 avatars appeared before us, still hovering in the sky. The humanoid fox avatar stands perfectly, which cannot be said about the Susanoo. Susanoo barely holds its shape. Almost half of its side is destroyed. Suddenly, Susanoo began to disappear, and before Sasuke could fall, he slowly descended to the ground using his Susanoo wings. When Naruto saw Sasuke's Susanoo slowly disappearing, he decided to also return to his new Kurama avatar form and decided to float in the air to look at the asteroids where all the tailed beasts were located. Once he had pinpointed their location, he quickly created 9 raisin shuriken and threw them at the asteroids, freeing all the tailed beasts from their prison. When the tailed beast was freed, the Rinnegan disappeared from its eyes and the beast woke up. Once on the ground, they quickly rushed to the floating Naruto to help. But as they got closer, they saw the defeated Uchiha, trapped in the Uchiha's backside, breathing heavily on the ground, and looked at Naruto with pride and joy. His son gently pressed a pillow to his back as a sign of gratitude for a good job, which almost took his breath away. Matatabi also gave him a pad, but a much softer one than the one his son had. Kurama only greeted him with a proud smile and raised his fist. Before everyone could continue celebrating, Shikaku glared at Sasuke. "What are we going to do with this bastard?" Everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and looked at Sasuke with anger and hatred. While I very much want to wipe the Uchiha clan from the face of the earth, it was Naruto who defeated them in the first place. Therefore, it is he who should decide what to do with them, Kurama said, and Naruto nodded gratefully. Naruto slowly lowered himself toward Sasuke, who simply glared at him, filled with envy and anger. Envy because Naruto had proven himself stronger than him, and anger because he hadn't been able to prove himself the strongest, that he was stronger than Naruto. As Naruto landed directly in front of the kneeling Sasuke, his golden form dissipated, and he returned to his normal form. They stared at each other for a few seconds before Naruto spoke. "Sasuke, listen." Sasuke interrupted Naruto. "Don't you dare spout such nonsense. Those are just hopeless words that will only lead to failure." He uttered the last words before charging his Chidori and stabbing it straight at his face. If it were anyone else, the Chidori would have pierced their head in an instant, but this was Naruto. Before the Chidori could even touch his face, Naruto quickly grabbed his wrist and held it tightly. Now the Chidori was just centimeters from his face. Naruto stared at Chidori for a few seconds before turning his gaze to Sasuke, who only looked at him with even more anger and hatred, causing Naruto to flinch. Naruto closed his eyes, a tear falling, but then he opened them again and looked at Sasuke with a hard gaze. "Sasuke. No matter how much I try to tell you, no matter how much I try to help you, and no matter how much I try to understand you, you always push me away and move on your own." Then he shook his head and sighed. "No matter how hard I try to change you, you will never change. You truly have succumbed to the darkness. My only regret in my entire life is that it couldn't save you from your darkness." He shook his head again before extending his other hand. He then began to gather lightning on his hand. When Sasuke saw the lightning, his eyes widened in shock. "This Kakashi's lightning blade." Naruto nodded. "This is a more powerful version of the Chidori. He then pulled back the hand that held Sasuke's Chidori and plunged the lightning blade straight into his chest. Time slowed, the lightning blade slowly approaching Sasuke. For a moment, Sasuke closed his eyes and reflected on the past. In an instant, memories flooded back. He recalled the day Itachi and his father praised him for mastering the fireball technique. It had been the happiest day of his life. But after the night Itachi wiped out their entire clan, that happy day had been shattered. After that, Sasuke opened his eyes and smirked at Naruto. The scene was still unfolding in slow motion. When Sasuke slowly chuckled, Naruto's eyes widened, realizing their current situation. Naruto still held his left hand, oblivious to his right, which was rapidly approaching his chest with the Chidori. Both were vulnerable now. The Chidori and the lightning blade were too close to dodge. And just like that, both Chidori and lightning blade pierced each other's chests. Both Naruto and Sasuke coughed up blood. Neither of them moved a muscle. They simply stood there, their hands clasped together, both breathing slowly and heavily. Despite the pain, Sasuke still smirked. "If I'm destined to lose, then I'll take you with me." He spoke these words before his Rinnegan erupted into a powerful flame. Before anyone could react, a massive, dark purple portal opened right beneath their feet, sucking them both inside. Naruto! The tailed beast screamed, and they all jumped straight towards the portal without hesitation. When the last tailed beast jumped into the portal, it closed and disappeared into nowhere. Inside the wormhole, Naruto and Sasuke were unconscious and plummeting. They were soon caught by the other tailed beasts. Kurama, who was screaming like crazy at this point, saw Naruto was dying and quickly moved closer to him to enter the seal. But for some reason, he was unable to enter the seal, and to Kurama's horror, the other half of the nine tails was extracted and fused with him again. When this happened, Gyuki asked in a panicked tone, although he guessed what exactly had happened, but he still asked, "What's going on, Kurama? Aren't you supposed to enter the will seal?" Kurama was silent for a few seconds, but soon nodded. "Yes, but for some reason I couldn't enter his seal. What's more, my other half also separated and merged back with me," he said in a serious tone. "So what now? How do we keep him alive?" Shikaku asked this time. Kurama didn't say anything, just closed his eyes to concentrate his chakra in his palm. When Gyuki realized what he'd done, his eyes widened in shock. "Seriously, Kurama, you'd do something like that just to save him? I understand he's a special person, but still, turn into a chakra fruit just to save him? Gyuki, you're wrong." Everyone looked at Matatabi in confusion. "What do you mean, Matatabi-chan?" Son Goku asked, confused. "Yes, if this man is not special, then why did this stupid fox sacrifice himself to save him?" Shikaku asked. Matatabi just shook her head and sighed. "It's simple, Kurama isn't saving him because he's special." Then she shook her head again and pointed her paw at both of them. "No. Kurama is saving him because that person is special to him," she said, causing everyone's eyes to widen except for Matatabi herself and, to Shikaku's surprise, Shikaku, because despite being sealed inside Gaara and manipulated as a child, he still cared for him because Gaara felt the same way. And he knows better than anyone how much Naruto meant to Kurama. "I see. I understand how that stupid fox feels." Shikaku then extended his paw forward and began concentrating his chakra, mixing it with Kurama's. For the first time, Kurama was stunned to see his most hated brother also sacrifice himself to save his Jinchuriki. Seeing Kurama's stunned expression, Shikaku chuckled. "What kind of stupid fox is this? Why do you have such a priceless face?" Kurama blinked once, then twice, then a third time, and then, confused, he shouted, "Why are you sacrificing yourself, Shikaku? This isn't a game. You'll die forever and never be able to be reborn again," he said, alarm in his voice. Everyone was very surprised to see this side of Kurama, especially Shikaku, as Kurama always calls him Raccoon instead of his name. Shikaku was very surprised, but soon chuckled. You don't need to know that. Besides, you should be grateful I'm even going to this length for your Jinchuriki. After this, Kurama said nothing and silently continued to go about his business. After their brief interaction, the other tailed beasts realized how much Naruto meant to Kurama. So they joined in and began mixing their chakra. Kurama was now completely speechless. He wanted to object, but Matatabi stopped him with a slash to the head with her tail. Everyone laughed at Kurama's grumbling before Shikaku began to shrink in size. Okay, then I guess I'll go first. See you on the other side, he said before turning into a small chakra fireball made of sand. After this, Matatabi turned into a blue, flaming ball of chakra. Then there was Isubu, then Son Goku, then Kokuo, then Saiken, then Chomei, then Gyuki, and finally Kurama, who was about to transform into a golden flaming ball of chakra, but was stopped by someone calling his name. Kurama. Hearing someone call his name, he quickly looked around and saw Naruto looking at him with half-closed eyes. He quickly moved closer and knelt down to hear his voice. Yeah, brat, how are you? He asked, as if they were talking about the weather. To Kurama. Why? Why are you doing this? Naruto asked with sadness and bewilderment. Why what? He asked, pretending not to understand his question. Even with his eyes half closed, Naruto gave him a stern look that made him flinch. Don't pretend in front of me, Kurama. You know what I'm talking about. Kurama sighed resignedly. His ears drooped, and he looked down sadly. Coming to his senses, he looked back at Naruto with a sad expression. Naruto, I was sealed inside you from the moment you were born. I've been watching you since you were a child. Everyone bullied you, beat you, castrated you, and even raped you. Naruto shuddered as he remembered that moment. Everyone hated you and wanted to kill you. You had every reason to be angry at them, and yet you forgave them for their actions. You never gave in to the darkness and always moved forward. Beyond your obsession with the Hokage, you also strove for peace, so that no one would have to endure the pain you did. Then he chuckled. You remind me so much of Old Man's Six Paths that I couldn't help but trust you. You're like a little brother to me. When Kurama uttered that last sentence, the dam broke, and tears poured from Naruto's eyes. Thank you, Kurama, for everything, he muttered, sobbing. Kurama smiled at him. You're welcome, kid, he said before turning serious. Listen, Naruto, after I transform into blazing chakra, my chakra and the chakra of others will merge and create a chakra fruit the size of your palm. Once you have the fruit in your hand, I want you to eat it. Naruto was about to protest, but Kurama interrupted him. One more thing, Naruto. Even if you couldn't save your world from destruction, promise me you'll move forward and live a happy life. Create new families and protect them with the new powers you'll gain. Naruto closed his eyes and nodded. I promise, Kurama, I promise. Then he opened his eyes and smirked. Besides, you know very well that Naruto Uzumaki never breaks his word. Kurama grinned proudly, then raised his fist in greeting. Okay, now don't you dare cry because of me or act like some emo Uchiha. Naruto nodded and gave him a fist bump. Okay, Kurama. I'll try. I might be a little grumpy, but I won't be emo. Kurama chuckled, and then his laughter turned into a loud roar. Ha ha ha. That's perfectly acceptable. He then began to shrink and was about to transform into a golden, flaming ball of chakra before uttering his final words, Goodbye, Uzumaki, see you next time. He said this with a wide smile before completely transforming into a flaming ball of chakra. Farewell, Kurama, I hope we meet again, he said with tears in his eyes. But he quickly brushed them away and gazed at the chakra with admiration. As Kurama turned into a flaming ball of chakra, the rest of the chakra merged with his own and slowly turned into a single red flaming ball of chakra, almost the color of blood. The new chakra was about to transform into a chakra fruit, but suddenly, unnoticed by Naruto, the transparent man watching him also transformed into a blazing ball of silver chakra. As this chakra attempted to merge with the others, they were about to repel each other, but suddenly gave in, allowing the silver chakra to dominate. Then the red, bloody chakra gradually transformed into silver, and then into a chakra fruit. The chakra fruit then slowly reached towards Naruto's open palm and stopped on his hand. Naruto looked at the chakra fruit curiously. But before he could get a closer look, his vision began to blur, and he gradually lost consciousness. But before he could lose consciousness, he quickly swallowed everything he could and slowly waited for it to take effect. Unfortunately, nothing happened, and Naruto gradually lost consciousness. Naruto was unaware that his body had suffered as well. The once piercing wound on his chest had now completely healed, as if it had never been there. Furthermore, a diamond-shaped symbol had appeared on his left palm, first glowing silver, then fading to black. Subconscious. Ah, so he's the last survivor from that planet. And he's a very strong man. Interesting, I can feel Otsutsuki blood in his veins. It's very, very weak, almost imperceptible, but it's there. Maybe I can find something in his memories and find out what happened. In the wormhole. Naruto is still falling, unconscious. How much time has passed? No one knows. Time is something that doesn't exist inside a wormhole. In his world, it could be seconds, minutes, hours, years, decades, centuries, maybe even millennia. It's as unpredictable as our idiot. Oh, we're talking about our idiot. Yes, he's still unconscious. And apparently, not only him, but Sasuke, too, passed out, having fallen along with our idiot. The wormhole grew longer and longer. As if endless. As if it had no end. But by some divine miracle, an exit finally appeared and catapulted them both to the other side. The moment they crossed to the other side, their bodies began to crumble into dust. In Naruto's subconscious, the same man frowned at the place. This is bad. If he stays here too long, his entire body will disintegrate, and soon there will be nothing left of him. Then, lost in his subconscious, he looked at the unconscious Naruto. He scratched his head thoughtfully. I don't know how long his body can withstand the karma seal, but I need to do something soon. He paced frantically, trying to think. But before he could think of anything, he felt an enormous force emanating from Naruto's right palm. Huh? What is this? He knelt down and raised his hand to examine the seal on his right palm. Seeing the sun seal, his eyes widened slightly in surprise. He could literally feel the power emanating from his palm. Oh, this power definitely belongs to the Otsutsuki. He then ran his finger over the seal and frowned. But this power is temporary and will soon fade. I'd better absorb it before it runs out. He then touched the seal with his finger, and suddenly the seal began to emit yellow chakra and absorbed his finger. Soon, the chakra was absorbed, and the seal on his right palm disappeared. Okay, soon I'll encode this power into his chakra and make it a part of him. But for now, I'll take over his body and get us out of here. The karma seal is our only ticket out of this terrible place, he said, trembling at the thought of having to stay here any longer. Who knows what might happen if we stay here longer? As he said this, the diamond symbol on Naruto's palm began to glow silver. Soon, silver lines began to spread across his body, covering him in a strange pattern. Diamond symbols were also drawn on his knuckles. Beneath his knuckles was another diamond symbol, this one much larger. Furthermore, each of the symbol's 4 points was connected to multiple lines. There was also a long silver line on his face, on the left and right sides, connected to the silver pigmentation around his eyes. The moment the lines merged with the silver pigmentation, his eyes snapped open and he began to look around. But when he opened them, there were no sapphire blue eyes there. Instead, there were completely different eyes. The eyes themselves have black sclera, dark blue pupils, and sapphire blue irises. Tiny sparks of electricity also emit from the eyes, giving them a divine appearance. Moreover, a huge horn grew on his head, taking the shape of a crown. Huh! He blinked, causing another bolt of electricity to shoot from his eyes. Wait, that's not the Byakugan. Instead of Naruto, a mixed voice emerged from his mouth, a combination of Naruto's and the person from his subconscious. He blinked again and soon realized that this was not the Byakugan he wanted to awaken. Impressive. After his blood turned into a quarter of the Otsutsuki, his eyes didn't just evolve into Byakugan, they went even further. They mutated into Jogan. Then he smiled softly. Perhaps he's the one who can destroy this arrogant clan, he thought, before noticing Sasuke hovering right next to him. Looking at Sasuke, he saw that the same power signature was emanating from his palm. The same power signature as Naruto's right palm. The Jogan not only gives him X-ray vision, but also reveals chakra pathways that are directly connected to the nervous system. And right now, Sasuke's palm contains another type of chakra, one linked to the nervous system, which circulates his chakra all the way to his chakra coil. The man controlling Naruto's body slowly approached Sasuke and raised his hand, seeing a different kind of seal on his palm. This seal is different, but it emits the same power signature, but at the same time, it's different. And it's also a temporary power. He then looked at Sasuke's wounded chest and disintegrating body with a frown. I have no way to heal him, he's already half disintegrated. He then looked at his crescent moon-shaped seal and hummed, he's going to die anyway, so I should take this seal as well and leave this place as soon as possible. Then he looked at a certain spot and narrowed his eyes. I sense a tremendous force approaching. I have no doubt this boy alone can repel it. He then looked at Naruto's hand and squeezed it. But now he's weakened and unconscious. And I won't be able to use the full potential of Karma and Jugen, at least not yet. He then quickly looked back at Sasuke and raised his hand to absorb the chakra from the seal. Having finished absorbing it, he quickly released his hand before it too crumbled to dust. He sighed with relief. It's done, all that's left is. Before he could finish speaking, the Jugon began to glow blue, and suddenly a vision appeared in his mind. Seeing this vision, he widened his eyes and quickly counted from 5 to 1, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now. He soared upward in a silver flash and vanished from the spot. The moment he vanished, a powerful crimson beam streaked through the area. Dodging the beam, he soon found himself on top of it, watching as the remains of Sasuke's body were destroyed. When the beam finally stopped, he tried to find whoever had launched it. But there was no one there. The beam seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Just as he was about to move, the light began to glow again, and another vision appeared in his mind. Seeing this vision, he narrowed his eyes. So this thing uses some kind of invisibility technique. No wonder I can't see it, he thought before quickly looking up and disappearing in a silver flash, dodging a giant crimson fireball launched from above. At the very moment he disappeared, he reappeared in a silver flash and stopped a few meters from the crimson fireball. The fireball continued to fall into an unknown space and suddenly exploded in a crimson light. When the fireball exploded, it radiated a lot of heat, causing him to sweat a little. Wow, it would be really bad if that hit me. But thanks to my ability to see the future, one of Yugen's abilities showed me a glimpse of the future, so I can effectively dodge these attacks. Unfortunately, it has limitations. I can only see 5 seconds into the future. He then stopped and, using his senses, determined where the creature was going to attack. But he felt no one and clenched his teeth in frustration. Take it, this thing hides its presence. I don't feel anything at all. Then he began to move, trying to find something that might give him room to maneuver. But he found nothing. Before he could continue searching, the future showed him another vision. He slid to the side like a silver blur and dodged a huge paw that was about to strike him diagonally on the head. Seeing the paw, he widened his eyes in shock. "What is this? Take it," he asked, addressing himself in particular. Then he slowly looked up and saw a giant red dragon, covered in many scales like armor, and with a large horn on its face. He was about to attack, but suddenly small cracks appeared on his body, and karma slowly returned inside the seal. He looked at himself and thought, "This is bad. I can't fight this creature in this state." Then he looked back at the dragon and saw its red, scaly paw coming towards him, intending to crush him to death. "I need to get out of here. My body can't withstand this karma for too long." He then extended his left hand to the side and infused a large amount of chakra into his palm. Gradually, the karma seal on his palm began to glow again. Silver chakra flowed out of the seal and began to swirl like a vortex. A portal opened between the vortices, quickly drawing him inside. As it was, the paw slammed down and shattered the portal into millions of pieces. Inside the wormhole, it was very close. Whatever it was undoubtedly powerful. As soon as he said this, karma returned to the seal. "This portal is connected to one of the human worlds, so for now it will be fine." Then he yawned wearily. "I suppose I could take a little nap and replenish my remaining chakra. Oh, and before I forget about it, I better give him these 2 seals and make it permanent," he said before proceeding to create the 2 absorbed seals. While the man was working on these seals, Naruto's body suddenly began to shrink. He shrank to the height of a 5-year-old. When the man in Naruto's subconscious noticed this, he thoughtfully placed a finger to his chin. So the effect of the chakra fruit is taking effect now. Interesting. I thought there wouldn't be any effect. It must have just taken longer than usual. Then he shrugged. It doesn't matter. His body needs to adapt to the changes anyway. His chakra network needs to start developing from scratch. Since he now has a lot of powerful chakra in his body. He then looked at Naruto's palms and nodded. Ah, finally, they're encoded with his chakra and are now a part of him. I'm curious, they're almost like a karma seal, but different at the same time. I wonder what they can do. He then looked at Naruto with a stoic expression. Alright, human, before I fully trust you, I need to evaluate you and understand what kind of person you are. He then placed his middle and index fingers on his forehead and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a flood of memories came flooding back, and he saw all of Naruto's memories with barely a blink of an eye. Seeing all these memories, his eyes widened and then a broad smile broke out. I underestimated you when I called you a strong person. Then he shook his head, still smiling widely. You're not a strong man. No, you're an incredible man. A man with such willpower is certainly worthy of my strength and my partnership. From now on, we're both partners, Naruto. Then he smiled softly and, looking up thoughtfully, said, perhaps you can help me destroy this monstrous clan. He then closed his eyes and slowly sat down next to Naruto and fell into a deep sleep, not noticing that they were about to emerge from the portal. The human world is also known as Earth, and it is the dimension where humans live. Did I mention sizes? More than one? Your answer is yes, I mentioned sizes. In the human world, where Naruto is now heading, there are 2 more separate dimensions. They are usually called Heaven and Hell. We'll talk about Heaven and Hell later. For now, let's talk a little about the human world. The human world, also known as Earth, is a place or dimension where ordinary people live. And when I say ordinary, I mean very ordinary. So ordinary that even an ordinary civilian from the Naruto universe could defeat them in hand-to-hand combat without breaking a sweat. If you gathered 100 people from Earth and fought 10 civilians from the Naruto world, those 10 could literally kill all 100, but with great difficulty. And we're talking hand-to-hand combat. The differences in their physiology are simply enormous. Despite these differences, technologically they are far superior to the elemental nations. When it comes to communications, healthcare, construction, transportation, internet, etc., they are superior to major countries in all these areas. Moreover, their military might should not be underestimated. Each country possesses sufficient strength to destroy the other. Despite its impressive military might, it is nothing compared to the military strength of the elemental nations. If you send 10 Jonin to infiltrate Russia, they could literally walk into the country and steal any information they wanted right under their noses without anyone suspecting a thing. Moreover, they can plant and hide bombs right under their noses, and they won't even know about it until the bombs explode and destroy the entire country without much effort. That's what 10 Jonin are capable of. 10 ANBU Special Forces fighters are even more terrifying than 10 Jonin ninja. ANBU units are known as assassination squads for good reason. The difference in military power is too great. This is the difference between people from Earth and people from the Naruto world. But besides people, other species of animals coexist with them. Supernatural. Supernatural beings are other species of living beings that inhabit their world. These beings possess abilities not possessed by other humans. They use various types of energy to manifest their abilities. For example, demonic energy, light energy, magic or sorcery, dragon energy, holy energy, yokai energy or chakra, etc. There are many others, but these are the main ones. And now our reckless hero is about to exit the portal. In an unknown forest, a portal opened right above a pond, threw Uzumaki out and disappeared from the scene. Naruto, momentarily unconscious, slowly began to sink underwater. A multitude of bubbles began to rise to the surface and burst one after another. When the bubbles stopped rising to the surface, a shadow slowly began to appear. Gradually, the shadow grew darker and darker. The water on the surface began to ripple more and more. Suddenly the waves rose up like a geyser, and then... splash! Our clueless hero jumped out of the geyser and is now greedily gulping air, like a man in the desert, desperately drinking water as if there was no tomorrow. Cough, 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 cough. What the happened? Where the am I? He suddenly fell silent when he noticed his voice. It sounded squeaky, a little childish. With horror and a hint of curiosity, he looked down and saw his reflection. He blinked once, then twice, then a third time, and then screamed at the top of his lungs, "Ah! Just happened to my body." After screaming, he took a deep breath, then slowly looked at his small hands and clasped them. What just happened? Is this a side effect of consuming the chakra fruit? He thought before swallowing nervously. Then he slowly emerged from the pond and walked unsteadily toward the tree. Achoo! I think I've caught a cold. He sniffled before stopping in front of the tree, somewhat nervously. After staring at the tree for an unknown amount of time, he gathered his courage and slowly placed one foot on it. As soon as he did, he immediately closed his eyes, waiting for something to happen, but to his surprise, nothing did. He sighed with relief, then smiled confidently. He was about to put his other foot down, but to his surprise, the foot he was leaning on suddenly slipped, and he fell to the ground with a dull thud. He stood there for a while before suddenly rising from the ground, angrily bracing his feet against the tree and attempting to stand horizontally, but failing miserably several times. After numerous failures, Naruto gave up, huffed angrily, and lay down on the soft grass. He pulled a book from Shikamaru's book and, looking at the clouds, reflected on recent events. After thinking for a moment, he sighed sadly and looked at the clouds with bitterness and sadness. "I'm so sorry, everything, I'm so sorry." A tear rolled down the corner of his eye and he wiped it away with the sleeve of his now long orange shirt. He noticed his clothes and sighed again. "Looks like I'll have to get them altered to a smaller size." He then started rummaging through his ninja bag and pulled out 2 items. "It's a good thing I remembered to take yarn and a sewing needle with me." Of course, every shinobi should have at least one thread and a sewing needle to stitch up cuts and the many other deep wounds he might receive in numerous battles. Then he took off his shirt and began to cut it with a kunai. An hour later, Naruto finally finished sewing his clothes and tried them on to check the measurements. And, to his surprise, they matched. Although he didn't want to admit it, he'd been very good at sewing clothes since childhood, which also brought back unpleasant memories. But he pushed aside the unpleasant memories and looked at the forest with curiosity. Judging by the size of the forest, it was quite large and full of trees and greenery. Animals run, hide, and do other normal things. Some species of animals Naruto had never seen before were spotted, further proving that he was in another dimension. He wanted to sense the chakra of animals, but to his disappointment, he realized that his own chakra had not yet been unlocked. Wait, I've shrunk down and can't use my chakra. Then his eyes widened and he grinned, realizing something. Since my body has returned to its normal state, maybe that's also brought my chakra back to its normal state. So maybe I just need to unlock it again. He mentally congratulated himself for realizing it. Great job, Naruto. Naruto nodded to himself and sat on the floor in a meditative pose. The more he meditated, the deeper he delved into his subconscious. Suddenly, time stood still, and everything around him turned blue and white. Naruto didn't notice and continued meditating until someone spoke. You know, you are a very interesting person. Hearing a voice from behind, Naruto's eyes widened and he quickly rose from the ground, taking a fighting stance. Seeing the man, Naruto's eyes widened and his jaw dropped to the floor. Seeing Naruto's shocked expression, he chuckled. What? Have you never seen an Otsutsuki? I thought Kaguya would tell you about our race, he said with an amused smile. Naruto didn't say anything and simply stared at the man who had accidentally called him a member of the Otsutsuki clan. This man appears very tall, has pale skin the color of snow, and is dressed in a white Japanese kimono. He also has lavender blue eyes with a violet tint. He has two horns on the sides of his head that extend all the way to the back of his head. He also has a long white goatee and long white hair. When Naruto realized that he had mentioned Kaguya, he slowly closed his mouth and narrowed his eyes at the Otsutsuki. Who are you? And how the hell are you related to Kaguya? He asked, his voice laced with venom. Mama, why are we being so hostile? I'm not here to fight you, child, he said, waving his hand and chuckling nervously. He then sat down on the ground and gestured for Naruto to do the same. Naruto was initially skeptical, but soon followed suit and sat down, continuing to observe him, looking for any negative intent, but found none. Otsutsuki smiled before slowly raising his right hand. Seeing this, he immediately became wary and prepared to defend himself if the situation worsened. But fortunately, nothing happened. Naruto looked at his hand suspiciously and began poking it with a stick that he had gotten from somewhere. Otsutsuki didn't feel irritated. In fact, he was rather amused by the way the man tried to detect traps or deception by poking him in the arm with a small stick. Hey, come on, I won't bite. It's just a handshake. Satisfied that nothing had happened, Naruto dropped the stick and shook his hand with a grin. The Otsutsuki happily returned the handshake with a smile of his own. See, it's not that bad, right? He asked, and Naruto nodded in agreement. Yes, he said, after which they both pulled their hands away, smiled at each other, and nodded. Naruto sighed wearily, then spoke in a much calmer tone, I'm really sorry I came across so harshly. I'm just tired of all the nonsense that's happened in my life recently, you know? Otsutsuki nodded with a sad smile and sympathy. I understand how you feel. When you can't save any of yourselves, your friends, or your families, even with all these abilities. The more you think about the past and your mistakes, the more unbearable it becomes. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. But how did you do it? He didn't have time to finish before Otsutsuki interrupted him. Experienced child, that's all experience. You're not the only one who's faced hardships in life. Besides, your memory has shown me everything about you. And I must say, you have a very strong will, which I truly appreciate in a person. Naruto said nothing, and a comfortable silence fell between them, which neither wanted to break, until... Wait, my memory? What do you mean? Naruto asked, confused. Otsutsuki scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and chuckled. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you about that. He then coughed into his hand and straightened up, causing Naruto to involuntarily straighten up as well. Okay, I'll explain everything. But let's start with an introduction. My name is Shinten Otsutsuki, and I am a member of a branch of the Otsutsuki clan that exists on another planet in another galaxy. Shinten looked at Naruto and, seeing him muttering incoherent words, began to sweat. Peanuts and gal-lai? Naruto muttered under his breath, rubbing his chin with his index finger. Shinten chuckled to himself and thought, I forgot that they are not advanced enough to understand the concept of universes, planets, and galaxies. After another chuckle, Shinten coughed into his hand, which made Naruto stop thinking and focus. Child, this isn't about peanuts and gal-lai, it's about the planet and the galaxy. You're still too behind the times to understand, so I'll try to explain it as simply as possible. Naruto understood and nodded, for which he received an approving "excellent" from Shinten. Okay, as I said, my name is Shinten Otsutsuki, and I'm from the Otsutsuki clan, which exists far beyond your world. He paused and looked at Naruto to make sure he understood. Seeing him nod, he continued. Our clan is a clan of celestial beings who travel to other worlds to plant the seeds of the divine tree, where their life thrives. The divine tree has only one purpose, to absorb the life force of living beings and the natural energy of the world, which subsequently transforms them into the fruits of the chakras. Naruto's eyes widened, realizing something. Wait, you said the tree absorbs the world's natural energy too, right? Shinten nodded, immediately understanding what he was thinking. Yes, it does absorb the world's natural energy. That's why it's made of pure nature. Naruto nodded. No wonder I sensed so much natural energy from the Ten Tails. Shinten nodded. Yes, and not only that, but natural energy is the lifeblood of the world. Therefore, if the world's natural energy is completely consumed, the world will also die, and then be destroyed. Naruto frowned. Basically, the divine tree is like a parasite that devours all the blood in your body, only it's not blood, it's your life force and the natural energy of the world. Shinten nodded again. Yes, you could say that. Naruto's frown deepened. Shinten, no offense to your clan, but they're absolute monsters. I don't understand why they even do this, he said, shaking his head. Shinten sighed wearily and chuckled. It's okay. In fact, I think they're utterly evil too. They're all corrupt, power-hungry. All they want is more power. That's why I lost my friends and family. Naruto looked at Shinten in confusion. What do you mean? What happened? He asked, causing Shinten to sigh again. Shinten lowered his eyes in sorrow and grief, trying not to cry as he recalled the deaths of his friends and family. Despite his efforts to suppress his feelings, a single tear still slipped from the corner of his eye. Naruto noticed this and also lowered his eyes, feeling sadness and understanding. Both maintained a silence that no one wanted to break. After a short pause, Naruto spoke up, "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to." Shinten shook his head and was about to object, but Naruto interrupted him. Besides, you can tell me when you feel comfortable. Besides, we just met and don't know anything about each other. So, before we tell each other personal problems, we should be friends first, okay? He said with a smirk, raising his fist in the air and gesturing for him to give him a fist bump. Shinten was shocked. Whatever he'd expected, this was completely different. He'd never imagined his master would ask for friendship. He'd thought they could form a partnership, where he'd grant him power in exchange for helping him destroy the Otsutsuki clan once and for all. But friendship turned out to be completely different from what he'd expected. When Shinten realized he'd been staring at Naruto for too long, he quickly shook his head and smirked. He also raised his fist and slammed it into his palm. Naruto's smile widened, and he nearly tore his face in half. "Friends?" he asked, receiving a happy but worried nod from the Otsutsuki. "Friends." And that's how a new friendship was born. A few minutes later, Naruto walks through an unknown forest, mentally conversing with his new partner, Shinten. "So, Shinten, you said you mixed your chakra with the other tailed beast's chakra and transformed into one of them, right?" Shinten nodded. "Yes, I did. And now I have an infinite and powerful chakra that can be very toxic to my body," he asked, and immediately received an answer. "Yes, Naruto, your current chakra is very toxic to your body. Until I transform you into at least half Otsutsuki, you won't be able to use your chakra," he said in a serious tone, causing Naruto to become upset and whine about not being able to use his chakra for a while. Shinten chuckled, watching his usual antics. "Don't worry, Naruto, it's only a few days. I'm sure you can handle it." Naruto sighed and continued wandering through the forest, aimlessly. His sapphire blue eyes curiously examined the various animals in the forest. "Wow! Most of the animals I've never seen before." Then he looked to his right and saw a squirrel trying to reach the acorns in the tree. Naruto couldn't help but think it was adorable. He wanted to touch and pet it, but the cute creature was high above the tree, and he couldn't use chakra, which made the situation even more difficult. So he simply left it alone. "You know, you could train in other things besides chakra. Like endurance and physical strength." Naruto nodded, even liking the idea, but first he needed to set up camp, rest, and eat. "That's a good idea, Shinten. But first, I need to set up camp to get settled and eat. I'm starving." The moment he said that, his stomach growled like that of a very hungry predator looking for food. His rumbling stomach actually scared the poor animals, who thought a very hungry tiger or a very hungry bear had decided to hunt them to satisfy their hunger. It was terrifying for these unfortunate animals. Naruto and Shinten both looked at the sight in confusion. "It seems they're very sensitive to your stomach growling," Shinten said with a chuckle. "Yeah, I get that, Databeo," Naruto said irritably. Shinten only grinned even more, and Naruto muttered something cursed under his breath. A few minutes later, Naruto is still wandering through the forest, trying to find a suitable place for camp. Ugh! It's nothing but trees, nothing but trees, nothing but trees. Everywhere you look, nothing but trees. Not a single clearing. Then he began tugging at his blonde hair in frustration. It would be so much easier with shadow clones. Shinten peered out from his subconscious. "Be patient, Naruto. You'll find yours soon. Yes, yes, keep this up, and we might not even find a single one before nightfall." Before the Shinten could respond, they heard a sound that made them stop. Both their ears twitched, trying to figure out what the sound was. When it finally dawned on them, they both grinned broadly. "It's water," they both said in unison. Naruto wasted no time in rushing toward the sound of rushing water. He dashed through numerous trees and branches before he saw a light between them. Naruto quickly walked towards the light, and gradually the light began to fade, illuminating a small river on the other side of the trees. On the other bank, where the river flows, we see our clueless hero jump out from behind the trees and, doing a backflip, land right in front of the river. Naruto, without wasting any time, quickly undressed and jumped into the river with a shout, "I'm coming!" Splash! Naruto started swimming in the river without worrying about anything. Naruto was unaware that a shadow had appeared on the surface of the water behind him. The shadow grew darker and darker, taking the form of a long reptile with 4 legs and a large tail. A long snout face with large fangs appeared in front of the shadow. Naruto knew nothing of this creature's existence. The animal swims right behind Naruto, like a predator. But the poor animal has no idea that the predator is actually Naruto, not the animal itself. Naruto, who was swimming carefree in the river, noticed the animal behind him and grinned predatorily. Okay, now I just need to lure this thing closer, he thought before quickly moving to the right and dodging the animal's attack as it opened its mouth to bite him from behind. The moment Naruto dodged, he threw all 8 shurikens at once, effectively hitting multiple potential hit points and killing the animal effortlessly. Looks like my shinobi instincts are still alive, Naruto thought to himself. Taking a look at the animal, whose dead body was floating on the water with shurikens stuck in its skin, he used a wire connected to the shurikens to pull the animal out of the water. When the animal reached the shore, Naruto looked around and grimaced in disgust. What the? This place reminds me of Turtle Island. Naruto shuddered, remembering how that huge monkey had all the life out of him. It was utterly disgusting and terrifying. So, our idiot hero is now lighting a fire he himself started on the shore. After 1,000 attempts, he finally succeeded, and he sighed heavily. Ah, finally, this stupid camp is finally burning. He then looked at the meat he'd pulled from the carcass and his mouth began to water. Now I can finally eat this and be done for today, he thought before grabbing the meat and cutting it into pieces with a kunai. He then impaled the pieces on a stick and held it to the fire. When the meat was finally cooked, he quickly ate it like a hungry predator. Shinten's sweat dropped as he watched Naruto devour the poor guy like a hungry beast. After finishing eating, Naruto burped contentedly and began brushing his teeth, lying on the floor and resting his head on his left hand. If you've finally satisfied your hunger, then shall we talk about the state of your DNA? Shinten asked, waiting for Naruto to respond. But he didn't. Receiving no answer, he looked at Naruto with an even bigger drop of sweat. Naruto is fast asleep and has already started snoring, not paying attention to the danger. Shinten scratched his cheek and thought, maybe I should let him sleep. Then his expression softened. After all, he fought for 3 days straight without rest. Then he sat down next to Naruto and fell asleep too. For days have passed since Naruto entered this unknown world. Or rather, it's unknown to him and Shinten, who have no idea where they are. Naruto wandered through the vast forest for 4 days and still found no signs of civilization. From afar, Naruto saw a massive building, rivaling the Hokage Tower. It featured intricate curved patterns, sharp walls, and a host of other ornamental details. Besides this strange building, there are other large structures that look very modern. To ordinary people, these buildings are nothing special. But to Naruto, they are ultra-modern. As Naruto emerged from the forest, he stared at the buildings and roads with wide eyes and an open mouth. The longer Naruto watched the people and moving objects, the more dizzy he became. He felt the gaze of many people on him, but he simply ignored them and continued to look at his surroundings, breathing heavily. One person, noticing the awkward expression on Naruto's face, decided to help him, since he was still a child now. When the man placed his hand on his shoulder, he jumped in surprise and turned around sharply, seeing a man with wide eyes. The man became a little worried and tried to talk to him, but Naruto didn't understand and continued to breathe heavily. On a subconscious level, Shinten tries his best to calm him down, but nothing helps. Naruto's breathing became heavy, and his vision blurred. Before he could process anything, his body was about to fall to the ground, but a man caught him. The moment he fell, everything went black before his eyes, and he lost consciousness. A few hours later, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the white ceiling in confusion. What happened to me? He muttered under his breath before slowly, groaning, getting out of bed. Sitting on the bed and dangling his legs, he began to look around with curiosity and suspicion. Curiosity, because he's curious to know where exactly he is now. And suspicion, because he suspects he might be in the hospital. "You're finally awake, Naruto," Shinten said from his subconscious. Naruto flinched in surprise and began looking around, searching for the source of the voice. But, remembering that Shinten was speaking to him from his subconscious, he mentally scolded himself for his stupidity. Then he stopped moving and froze like a statue. After a few seconds, everything stopped and turned blue. Slowly, like a ghost, he appeared next to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. And this time Naruto didn't flinch, because he knew who it was. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at Shinten in confusion. "Shinten, what happened?" Shinten didn't answer and simply looked at him, wondering how to approach this or that topic. After a few moments of staring, he cleared his throat and asked, "Naruto, remember how I told you that to use chakra without harming your body, you need to be half Otsutsuki?" Naruto thought for a second and nodded. "Yeah, I remember." "So what?" Shinten thought for a moment, but soon replied, "You see, in your blood, I detected a small trace of Otsutsuki DNA mixed with your Uzumaki DNA. So, for the past 3 days, I've been trying to find that specific DNA to increase its amount. Essentially, this means you'll have 3 different types of DNA in your body. But later, I discovered that this small trace of Otsutsuki DNA is actually your Uzumaki DNA." Naruto was very confused. "I don't understand what Shinten means," he asked even more. Shinten took a deep breath and exhaled before speaking. "Naruto, essentially, this means that your Uzumaki DNA is actually Otsutsuki DNA, but much weaker." Naruto didn't understand what this meant at first, but his eyes soon widened as he realized the meaning of the statement. Then he looked down sadly. "Does that mean I'm no longer an Uzumaki? I'm no longer related to my mother?" he asked, his voice filled with sadness. Shinten squeezed his shoulder and smiled reassuringly. "No, that doesn't mean you'll stop being related to your mother. You'll still be an Uzumaki. You'll just become a more powerful version of an Uzumaki." Naruto slowly raised his head and looked at him with hope in his eyes. "Really? I still have a connection with my mother?" Shinten nodded. "Yeah, don't worry, Naruto, you'll still have a bond with your mother," he said, stroking his head soothingly, and Naruto snuggled into him, enjoying it immensely. "Thank you, Shinten. If it weren't for you, I'd still be grieving for my friends and comrades." Shinten placed a pillow on his back and grinned. "Please. No more sad faces. Cheer up," he said, and Naruto smiled too. "Now I need to tell you one more thing. Your Otsutsuki DNA is almost ready." Naruto's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, so I'm about to turn into an Otsutsuki?" Shinten nodded. "Yes, you're right. I'm saying, tomorrow you'll transform into a half Otsutsuki. And then you'll finally be able to use your chakra without damaging your body." Naruto couldn't contain his excitement at finally using his chakra. "I can't wait. I can finally use my chakra and kick some ass," he said, pumping his fist into the air. Shinten chuckled at his cheerful mood. He slid another notebook behind his back, then said in a serious tone, "Naruto, you might want to get out of here as soon as possible." Naruto stopped what he was doing and looked at him with confusion. Noticing his confusion, Shinten continued, "While you were unconscious, I overheard someone saying something like they were going to take you to church or something like that. I couldn't hear them properly since they were on the other side of the door, but I think they're plotting something with you." Naruto narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Whatever they're planning, nothing good will come of it. We need to get out of here somehow." Shinten nodded in agreement. "I agree, but I think you should change your clothes first. It looks ridiculous," he said with a grin. Naruto didn't understand at first, but when he looked down, an embarrassed blush appeared on his cheeks. He's wearing a white shirt now, but no pants or underwear. It's very awkward. Naruto quickly came out of his subconscious and got out of bed to look for some clothes. He didn't find much, but at least there were some clothes in the nearby closet. There, he discovered several white shirts and black pants. He was a little disappointed, as there were no orange clothes. But he pushed it aside, quickly put on the black pants, and left the room. Naruto looked around the room with a shocked yet mesmerized expression. The room looked so futuristic that for a second he doubted he was in the human world. The people around him wore clothes of all different styles, and he longed to buy himself something orange. It would suit him very well. "Hey, Naruto, you can look at these things another time, but for now, focus on your task, escaping from here," Shinten reminded him. Naruto quickly shook his head and nodded silently. "Yeah, sorry about that," he said before quickly pacing the hallway, searching for an exit. While Naruto was looking for a way out, Shinten noticed the same people he'd mentioned, dressed in priestess outfits, standing in the corner. One of them spotted Naruto and quickly alerted his subordinates. "Naruto, get out of here, now," Shinten warned him. Naruto was confused at first, but soon understood when a group of people stared at him with menacing looks. Naruto sweated for a moment, then quickly walked in the opposite direction, trying to keep his distance from them. Seeing Naruto moving away from them, these people headed towards him to catch up and take him with them to achieve their goals. Naruto noticed that they were following him, so he sped up and quickly left. People noticed this and ran to catch up with him. Noticing this, Naruto also started running to get away from them. Since this was a hospital, they couldn't run, so they simply kept running. Satisfied they'd completely lost sight of him, Naruto slowed and continued walking, searching for a way out. "I really miss my shadow clones. I could have my shadow clones spread out and look for a way out while I investigated who was looking for me. Naruto, be patient, you're very close to using your chakra. Once you become half Otsutsuki, you'll be able to not only conduct investigations, but also kick anyone's ass." Hearing this from Shinten, Naruto chuckled with a smile. "Now that's what I call great minds thinking alike." Hearing this, Shinten chuckled. "Yes, I agree, indeed, that is true." Naruto and Shinten shared a chuckle, after which Naruto, with the same mesmerized expression on his face, looked out the window, observing the busy streets and buildings. "Hey, Naruto, why don't you jump out the window to save yourself? You can land on one of these rooftops to soften the impact." Naruto blinked a few times, then grinned. "You know, it seems great minds think alike." "I thought so too." Shinten also chuckled and said, "Then who are you waiting for? Go ahead." Naruto nodded silently and opened the window to jump out and escape. But before he could escape, a small dart filled with alcohol and a sleeping pill hit him in the neck, and he fell to the ground with a dull thud. Naruto tried his best not to pass out again. But the alcohol was too strong even for him. Mustering his last bit of strength, he glared at the man who had shot him. The man is wearing a white hooded cloak. He has long black hair with red bangs on the sides, brown eyes, and a mole on the tip of his nose. Underneath the cloak, he wears black jeans with a white belt, a blue t-shirt, and black shoes. The man appears to be American, but Naruto apparently doesn't know it. The man responsible for this act looked at him with a smirk. Then he held an unknown device to his ear and began speaking in an unknown language. Before losing consciousness, the last thing he remembered was a black cloth covering his mouth. And after that everything went dark. Somewhere in Bangkok, Thailand, there was a functioning church where people prayed to their god. But it was exorcists who prayed there. Exorcists are those tasked with killing demons, fallen angels, vampires, and other demonic creatures that pose a danger to humans. But these exorcists are different. Instead of bringing in potential users of the holy sword or holy magic, they kidnap them and mercilessly train them until they become loyal only to the church and its god. At one of the training grounds, a man in a black dress and black boots is training a 6-year-old girl with chin-length blue hair, green bangs on the right side, and dark yellow eyes. She is wearing a black and blue training outfit consisting of a black t-shirt and blue shorts. The girl is now breathing heavily from fatigue. There are numerous bruises and cuts on her body. There are also many cuts on her clothes. Xenovia, at this rate, you'll never be able to wield Excalibur of Destruction. Maybe I should? Before he could finish speaking, the girl, now named Xenovia, interrupted him. No, please, Olsen-sama, give me another chance. I beg you. Then she knelt down and bowed her head to the ground. Please, she begged. The boy, now named Olsen, sighed and glared at her. This will be your last chance. If you screw this up, your head will be torn off your shoulder. Xenovia shuddered at the thought, but kept a straight face and simply nodded. Yes, Olsen-sama, I understand. Olsen returns to her prayers, while simultaneously ordering another exorcist to take her to the church's underground prison. As another exorcist dragged her away, she cried silently, tears streaming from her eyes, but she made no sound. She had no intention of giving them the satisfaction of seeing herself so broken. Please, someone, save me. Those were her last thoughts before she lost consciousness. The same guy who knocked out our dumb hero appeared at the entrance to the church, and he, still unconscious, lay down on this guy's shoulder. When he entered the church with Naruto on his shoulder, everyone looked at them with raised eyebrows. The guy just chuckled and told them he was just new. Everyone nodded and returned to their prayers, and the guy walked closer to the altar and pressed a button nearby. Suddenly a secret passage opened and the guy walked inside. Now he's climbing the stairs and soon reaches a large underground labyrinth. The walls and ceilings are white, and many of the rooms, except one, are now empty and locked. If people weren't connected to this labyrinth, they might get lost and be unable to escape without outside help. Before this guy entered the church, another exorcist carries Xenovia over his shoulder. This exorcist had come long before him and had already embarked on the secret path. After wandering through the labyrinth for 5 minutes, he finally found the right room, threw it inside and locked the door from the outside. Falling to the ground, she groaned in pain. She couldn't move a single muscle and lay on the ground. When the exorcist left, she slowly rose to her feet and found herself back in her little prison. The prison is just one room with a small bed, a small bookcase with lots of books, a small sink, and a separate toilet. At least they weren't so cruel and made the toilet separate. The wall of the room is a real prison wall, made of concrete. After lying there for a while, she slowly rose with a painful groan and walked over to the bed. Then she sat down in the nearest corner, hugged her legs, and sobbed, tears streaming down her face. She squeezed her eyelids shut, trying to hold back the tears. At some point, the tears stopped. But after a second or two, she began sobbing again, and the tears began to flow like a torrent. With a mysterious guy. This guy started looking for a room where he plans to lock him. After wandering through the labyrinth, he finally found the room he needed. The room, coincidentally, was located right next to Xenovia's. The room was identical, except for the bookcase, which, for obvious reasons, was empty of books. The guy threw Naruto into the room and locked the door. Xenovia, who had been crying for some time, suddenly jumped to her feet when she heard a dull thud coming from the next room. Out of curiosity, she pressed her ears to the wall and tried to hear what was happening on the other side. But she heard nothing except the sound of the door closing. After that, nothing was heard. Xenovia, being a smart girl, quickly realized that someone had been forcibly brought into this church. And whoever had been brought in had definitely been unconscious the entire time. Since Xenovia had also been brought here by force, she couldn't help but sympathize with the man who found himself on the other side of the barricades. Although she sympathized with him, she didn't care and decided to read a book. She always read books to relieve stress. Having chosen the book she wanted to read, she quickly wiped away her tears and walked over to the bookshelf to take the book she needed. Running her finger over the books, she found the book she needed and took it out. A pink blush appeared on her cheeks as she glanced at the book, reading the title, The Fate of Love. It was one of her favorite books. This book is about two people kidnapped by a devil who wants to turn them into devils like himself. The first kidnapped is a girl who was cruelly trained before being transformed into a devil. She was trained so brutally that she might have died if not for her special ability to heal any damage to her body, no matter how severe the injury. A few days ago, the devil brought another person. And this time it was a boy. The boy was kept in a separate room, next to hers. Blah blah blah. And in the end they escaped the devil and came together as a couple. The end. Back to reality. Xenovia read this book at least 20 times. After finishing, she sighed happily and began dreaming of being rescued by a knight in shining armor. While she was lost in the clouds, our dim-witted hero opened his eyes and groaned awkwardly. It feels like my head is about to explode. He then tried to rise from the concrete floor, but couldn't and fell face first onto the ground with a dull thud. He stood there for a moment, not moving a muscle. But he was Naruto Uzumaki, and giving up wasn't in his nature. So he tried again, and this time he succeeded, rising with a groan. Ah! My head. Why does it hurt so much, he thought before Shinten decided to speak. Because that man just drugged you to knock you out and brought you here. Naruto blinked and soon realized what was happening. So, I've been kidnapped, he asked through his mental link. Shinten nodded thoughtfully for a moment. Yes, that's exactly what happened, he said nonchalantly. Naruto, too, was humming under his breath and began looking around to figure out where he was. Judging by the appearance of the room, he realized it was some kind of prison, with only one exit, an iron door, locked from the outside. Naruto chuckled when he saw the door, thinking that his captor thought that a simple iron door would prevent him from escaping. Quickly abandoning his amusement, he moved closer to the door and prepared to punch it, but was stopped by a Shinten. Naruto! Stop! The moment he heard the stop, he stopped his punch mid-air, stopping it just a few centimeters from the door. Naruto looked around in confusion. What happened, Shinten? Why did you tell me to stop? Shinten was silent for a moment, and then said, Naruto, put your hand on the door. Naruto was even more confused, but did as he was told. The moment he touched the door, he felt some resistance. As if the door was trying to push his hand away. Shinten, it feels like the door is trying to push my hand, Naruto said, to which Shinten simply nodded. I knew it. The moment you woke up, I felt this room filled with some kind of energy. It wasn't chakra, but a different kind of energy. Naruto's eyes widened upon hearing this. What do you mean by a different type of energy? Shinten scratched the back of his head, chuckling. Honestly, even I don't know what that energy was. Naruto almost fell face first. And I thought you knew that. Shinten was a little offended. Hey! I'm new to this world just like you, okay? Naruto chuckled sheepishly and scratched the back of his head. Yeah, I guess so. Shinten snorted, and Naruto shook his head with a smile. I guess the only thing left for us to do is wait for someone to open this door. He then sat down and assumed a meditative pose. Shinten silently agreed, also assuming a meditative pose, and soon fell asleep. After hours of waiting, the iron door finally began to open. Hearing the sound of the lock being released, Naruto cracked an eye open to see what was happening, but soon closed it again and simply ignored it. Shinten, someone's coming, Naruto mentally told his partner. Shinten, who had been snoring in his subconscious, suddenly opened his eyes and began looking around. Yeah, hello, Naruto. Did you say something? He asked, and Naruto mentally slapped himself on the forehead, watching his antics. Shinten chuckled nervously, imagining Naruto's expression. Shinten, I told you someone was coming, Naruto repeated, and Shinten finally noticed and narrowed his eyes. The door slowly but surely swung open, and the same guy who had kidnapped Naruto for unknown reasons appeared. When the guy entered the room, he was surprised to find that Naruto was already awake and sitting on the floor in a meditative pose. He became slightly wary and approached him cautiously. Seeing no reaction from Naruto, he thought he might be asleep and tried to grab him. But he soon realized that was a very stupid idea. The moment he brought his hand closer, another hand instantly grabbed his wrist and squeezed so hard that the bone cracked sickeningly. The boy wanted to scream, but instead he bit his tongue and groaned in pain. He slowly looked at Naruto and flinched when he met his gaze. Dark brown eyes met sapphire blue. Noticing his pained expression, Naruto looked at his wrist and let go. The guy quickly pulled his hand back and began rubbing it to ease the pain from the pressure. After rubbing it a bit, he glared at Naruto, who simply ignored it and asked, "So who are you and why did you bring me here?" He asked in a cold tone. Although he didn't understand his words, he definitely caught the cold voice and felt a chill run down his spine. The guy quickly hid his fear and said something in another language that Naruto didn't understand. Naruto looked at him in confusion. When he looked at him, Naruto looked at him in confusion, shook his head, and said he didn't understand anything. The boy sighed heavily and urged him to follow him. At first, Naruto was highly suspicious. But, detecting no deception, he decided to follow him wherever he led. As Naruto walked behind him through the labyrinth, he looked around with wide eyes and slack-jawed mouth. What is this place? How does he remember all these paths, he thought, amazed by the sight of this long, almost endless labyrinth. The same guy who brought him here is now very careful with our blonde idiot. He glanced over his shoulder at Naruto and unconsciously began massaging his broken wrist, wincing in pain. This guy is incredibly strong. I never thought there was a kid with the strength of a gorilla. Then he shook his head. No, the gorilla's grip was even softer than his. It was simply unnatural. If he didn't radiate a human aura, I would have thought he was the devil or a fallen angel. He then looked ahead and led Naruto towards his leader. I need to be careful with this boy. Whoever he is, he's definitely not normal. Several minutes passed, and they were still walking along these tangled and chaotic paths. Naruto was starting to get really irritated. If they didn't stop, he was about to explode and might decide to carry out some serious prank mission, which he so loved to organize. But in an incredible turn of events, their god decided to save them from the wrath of the prankster demon known as Naruto Uzumaki. Turning left, they saw a long corridor leading to a white door with a security camera mounted on top. The boy slowly leads Naruto to the door. Before Naruto could move, time stopped, and everything around him turned white and blue. Naruto wasn't even embarrassed and understood what was happening. Shinten slowly appeared next to Naruto and, narrowing his eyes, stared at the door. Naruto, whatever you do, be careful. I sensed a very ominous aura emanating from the door. Naruto nodded, and everything returned to normal. Shinten disappeared, and time began to move again. Naruto blinked and silently followed the boy. When they both stopped right in front of the door, the boy knocked a few times, then stepped back and waited for a response. "Come in," came a gruff voice from behind the door. At that very moment, the door opened automatically, which startled him a little, but he restrained himself from screaming like a little girl. He just widened his eyes and stared at the door, which opened of its own accord. Seeing the boy's mocking gaze, Naruto quickly came to his senses, glared at him, and walked inside. The boy shook his head and also entered the room. The room was dark and very quiet. The only light came from lanterns hanging on the wall. In the center of the room stood a small table with 3 chairs, one on the other side and 2 in front. On the other side of the table sat a guy with jet black hair, one large fringe on the right that curved to the left, bright brown eyes, a goatee, and a crooked smile hidden between 2 fists. He wears a black and white robe, black boots and a cross around his neck. Now he is sitting on a chair, looking at Naruto with interest and a sly smile. Naruto noticed his smile, but felt neither disgust nor fear, and stared straight into his companion's eyes with his cold, sapphire blue ones. Don't get him wrong. Naruto is nothing like that. But thanks to the war and the hardships of his childhood, he's learned to read people's expressions and determine how to act accordingly. In this case, he'll act coldly and show no fear of this person. They both stared at each other, not moving a muscle. They didn't even blink, just continued to stare at each other. Until the boy who had brought Naruto spoke. "Olsen-sama, do you remember the boy I found in the hospital?" he asked in another language. The man now named Olsen looked at the boy and nodded. "Yes, I remember." "Why?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. The boy then gestured at Naruto. "This is the boy I was talking about. But apparently he doesn't understand our language. When I met him, he seemed to ask me something in Korean or Japanese. I didn't understand what he was saying, so I brought him here." Olsen narrowed his eyes and looked closely at Naruto, studying his face. Looking closer, he realized that his face did indeed look Japanese. But his hair was more American. He also noticed whisker-like marks on his cheeks. Olsen then looked into Naruto's cold sapphire blue eyes and asked him a question in Chinese to check if he understood it. Seeing Naruto's lack of reaction, he decided to try speaking Korean. But Naruto still didn't respond, so this time he tried Japanese. "Boy, who are you?" he asked in Japanese. When Naruto heard him speak the same language, his eyes widened slightly and he noticed the boy's accent. "Wow, now he speaks exactly like me, but at the same time, a little differently," he thought before staring at Olsen and deciding to answer his question. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki." He gave only his first name, not wanting to reveal too much about himself. After all, they were strangers, and besides, they were the ones who had kidnapped him. When he spoke, Olsen's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Naruto, you say? Why do you speak with such an accent?" he asked. Naruto tilted his head slightly to the right and blinked. "Accent? What's that?" he asked, causing Olsen to raise an eyebrow. "An accent is like speaking the same language, but in a slightly different way and using slightly different words," he said, and Naruto nodded in understanding. Although he did not know what language was, he assumed that it was a way of communicating with people in different styles. Seeing his understanding nod, Olsen decides to ask him one more question. "Since you speak Japanese, that means you must be in Japan, right?" Naruto looked at him, confused. "Japanese? Japan? Is that?" he asked. Olsen narrowed his eyes and glared at him. "Kid, don't you dare mess with me, I'm serious," he said in a threatening tone. Naruto just shook his head and looked at him confused. "I'm serious. I have no idea what you're talking about." Now Olsen was confused. Did he live outside of civilization, he thought before asking him another question. "Kid, do you know where you come from?" Naruto answered indifferently. "From the forest." Olsen's eyes widened slightly, but he nodded understandingly. "So he's not affiliated with any faction. Good, since he has no family or home, I can turn him into an exorcist and use him to our advantage." Then he chuckled softly. Hearing his chuckle, Naruto immediately understood what Olsen was thinking. "If he thinks he can make me his personal pet, then let him try," he thought, an angry expression hidden behind his impassive, cold mask. Olsen finally stopped chuckling and looked at Naruto like a predator. "From now on, boy, you're staying here and being loyal to this church." Naruto narrowed his eyes and was about to protest, but was interrupted by a murderous glare from Olsen himself. "No more questions, this is final. You will either remain faithful to our god, or be sacrificed in our god's name." Now Naruto was furious. He wanted to pounce on him and kick his ass so hard he'd fall to the moon, but Shinten stopped him. "Naruto, don't do anything stupid. Your body is still weak and can't withstand what this man inflicts. He's no ordinary person, and I can feel it. For now, listen to him, and then we'll figure out an escape plan. And besides, this way we can gather information about this world." Part of him wanted to kick his ass, but the other part was rational and agreed with the Otsutsuki. Reluctantly, he decided to listen to Shinten and play along with Olsen. He gave Olsen a nasty look, then closed his eyes and nodded. Seeing him nod with his eyes closed, Olsen grinned hideously, then lowered his murderous rage and ordered his nearly crazed exorcist to take him back to his prison cell. When Naruto and that guy left the room, he started giggling like crazy, and then that giggling turned into a full-blown laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha. Soon I'll show this church that only ruthlessness can make them stronger, not kindness," he thought before laughing again. The next day, Naruto slowly woke up from his ramen dream, blinked a few times, and stifled a yawn. He reached up with his hands and tried to crack his back. He made a distinctive popping sound and sighed with satisfaction. Then he sat down on the bed and began rubbing his eyes to get rid of the residual drowsiness. He opened one eye, continuing to rub the other. "Gee, good morning." Yawning, Shinten. Shinten also woke up and did the same. "Why?" yawned. "Good morning, Naruto. Did you sleep well?" Shinten asked. I yawned. "Yeah, I guess. Better than sleeping on the ground," he said. Shinten yawned one last time, then chuckled. "I remember you sleeping on the ground, trying to kill those tiny flying insects that wanted to bite you and suck your blood." A stubble appeared on his forehead. "Don't remind me about it. Because of these annoying insects, I couldn't sleep peacefully for 3 days." Then he yawned one last time and got out of bed. "I swear, they were even more annoying than Shino's bugs," he thought before walking to the sink and finishing his morning chores. A few minutes later, Naruto is now sitting on the ground in a meditative pose. He breathes in and out very slowly. So slowly that it seems as if he is just a statue and not a living being. Even though he is in a calm, peaceful sleep, he is still aware of what is happening around him. The door suddenly opened, and the same guy from yesterday walked in. Seeing Naruto in a meditative pose, the guy decided to act differently, as he still remembered the time Naruto almost crushed his wrist. He quickly shook off the phantom pain and slowly approached Naruto with a stick that he got from who knows where. He then started poking Naruto's forehead to see if he was awake. Seeing no reaction, he poked him again, but still no reaction. The boy sighed with relief, quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and slowly reached his hand to Naruto's shoulder to shake him and wake him up. But unfortunately, Naruto noticed this, instantly grabbed his wrist, and squeezed it tightly. He didn't notice the boy's frightened expression and continued to hold him in the air. Naruto slowly tightened his grip, making a crunching sound that brought crocodile tears to the boy's eyes, just like in an anime. He thought Naruto might rip his wrist off, but fortunately, this time he decided to let go and gave him a sly grin. The guy quickly pulled his hand back and squeezed it as if it were a valuable glass object that could break from the slightest pressure. The guy gave him a very angry look, which made it clear that he would soon take revenge. Naruto simply shrugged and walked away, leaving the guy behind. When the guy noticed, he stood up and quickly caught up with Naruto. They walked through the labyrinth in silence. Neither of them said a word. They had no need to talk, since they spoke different languages. Naruto and that guy finally reached the exit of the underground prison. When Naruto emerged and saw the church, he was captivated by its interior. A multitude of different light sources hung through the seal, the walls were covered with a multitude of funny yet cool paintings, and benches were lined up in rows. If Naruto wanted to explain what kind of church it was, only one thought came to mind: a daimyo school. Yes, it literally looks like an expensive school built by our daimyo, he thought in awe. Before Naruto could admire the place any further, someone spoke to him from behind. "So, you liked it here?" Olsen asked, causing Naruto to almost jump in surprise. He spun around and spotted Olsen standing right behind him. But he wasn't alone. To his right stood a small, frail girl, about his age, with chin-length blue hair, a green fringe on the right side, and two dark yellow eyes, looking at him curiously. As Naruto glanced at the girl, only one thought came to mind: cute. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, our idiot said it quite loudly, and both the girl and Olsen himself heard it. Hearing his compliment, the girl couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and happy at the same time. Embarrassed because it was completely obvious. And happy because he was the first guy to call her cute. After this compliment, she couldn't help but glance at Naruto. What she saw made her blush even deeper. Naruto, the same age as her, had spiky golden blonde hair the color of the sun, sapphire blue eyes like the deep ocean itself, and, finally, 3 whisker-like markings on each cheek, giving him the appearance of a fox. She couldn't help but think he was cute, too, and those markings made him even more charming. Of course, she's not an idiot or a blockhead like our dunce, and she didn't say it out loud. Naruto, not even realizing what he had just said, continued to look into the dark yellow eyes with his sapphire blue ones. As she looked into Naruto's sapphire blue eyes, she couldn't help but be lost in his calm and deep ocean blue color that gave her a feeling of calm and safety. Before they could even look back, she had unconsciously walked up to Naruto and stood right in front of him, their noses almost touching. They didn't even blink and continued to look at each other, not worrying about anything. Olsen, who had been watching this whole drama, became extremely angry and grew angrier. Before they could even catch their breath, he exploded and shouted at the top of his voice, "Hey, I didn't bring you 2 brats here so you could become lovebirds at first sight." The scream finally brought them out of their reverie. They blinked several times before realizing their closeness. Quickly pulling away from each other, they looked away, a rosy blush appearing on their cheeks. Olsen shook his head, then calmed down and introduced the girl. "This is Xenovia, the next disciple of the Holy Sword Wielder." He then pointed his finger at Naruto and was about to introduce himself, but Naruto beat him to it. "Hey, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and it's very nice to meet you." He extended his hand, gesturing for her to shake it, and gave her his sly smile. Xenovia looked away for a moment, shyly glancing at Naruto and then at his outstretched hand. She nervously twirled her fingers before shyly extending her hand and shaking it. Hello, I'm Xenovia." "It's very nice to meet you too," she said, before shyly looking at him and smiling. But it wasn't her usual fake smile, it was a genuine one she rarely showed. She didn't know why, but she wanted to show Naruto her real smile. It took all of Olsen's willpower not to lash out at Naruto and kill him for interrupting him. He took a slow, deep breath before calming down and looking at Naruto and Xenovia with a nasty smile. Xenovia didn't notice anything as she was looking at Naruto, but Naruto definitely noticed and narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Before Naruto could even comprehend his motives, the disgusting smile suddenly turned into a smirk and he slowly approached them, a hidden excitement visible in his eyes. When Xenovia noticed the unusual movement in Naruto's eyes, she slowly turned around to see where he was looking, and soon also noticed Olsen slowly approaching them. The moment she met Olsen's gaze, a powerful fear gripped her. She realized that today was her last chance to prove she was capable of wielding the devastating sword Excalibur. But she didn't feel confident enough to face the test again. Olsen was getting closer and closer. The closer he got, the more frightened she became. Naruto, seeing her trembling body, realized she was very scared. He didn't know why she felt this way, but he knew it had something to do with Olsen. Olsen was a few meters away, getting closer with every step. But suddenly he stopped and saw Naruto standing protectively over Xenovia, one arm extended behind his back, holding her back. Before Naruto or Xenovia could even process anything, she began to hug him around the waist with a trembling hand, looking fearfully at the man in front of them. "What do you want from us? Why did you bring us here?" Naruto asked, glaring at Olsen. This time, Olsen didn't move and gave Naruto and Xenovia a nasty grin. "Kid, what do you know about our world?" Olsen asked with the same grin. Naruto shook his head, continuing to glare at Olsen. "No, I know next to nothing about our world," he said. Even though he wasn't technically born in this world, he still lived here, which meant it was technically his world. When Olsen realized that Naruto was still a child, living in the wilderness and had no one to tell him about this world, he decided to share some information with him. "Okay, I'll satisfy your curiosity about our world a little, kid, so listen carefully. This world we live in is full of supernatural beings of immense power. These include angels, fallen angels, and demons. These beings come from Christian mythology, or, you could say, the religion created by our God. We, the people in the church, are also called exorcists, and our job is to exterminate demons and other evil beings that harm people. You see, God and his angels love people, and these demons and other evil beings harm people. So, we, the people who believe in God, decided to create a group known as exorcists to protect humanity from this evil." Naruto gave him an indifferent look. "So what? What does this have to do with us?" he asked. Olsen looked at Naruto and said, "Because in this world, there are 3 main churches that train exorcists and those who have the potential to use sacred swords." He then pointed a finger at Xenovia. "This girl is a natural-born user of the sacred sword and has the potential to wield the sacred sword our church currently possesses. The sword Excalibur, forged from one of the fragments of Excalibur that were distributed among these 3 churches." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "The way you say it, it's like this church isn't one of them." Olsen chuckled. "Okay, I see you're a smart boy. Yeah, this church isn't one of those." Naruto kept his expression cool, then narrowed his eyes. "Then how did you do it?" Before he could finish his sentence, something clicked in his head. His eyes widened and he glared at Olsen, who smirked smugly. "So you stole that sword from one of those churches," he declared, causing Olsen to burst out laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Your deductive powers are impressive." "Yes, I did it. And you know what, kid?" He moved even closer, their noses almost touching. "Soon, I will create an army of extremely powerful exorcists to finally show these churches how to raise a true, fearless exorcist who will do anything to destroy any evil and will show no mercy." Then he cast a withering glance at Xenovia, who involuntarily cringed under his gaze. "But this girl is simply pathetic. Even though she should have been a natural-born wielder of the sacred sword, she can't even lift Excalibur. Not even once." He then looked at Naruto with a smirk. "But you have potential. Not just in magic, but you might even be able to wield Excalibur if you train properly. I sense immense power within you." Then he looked at Xenovia again with a withering gaze. "Besides, I gave this girl one last chance. If she can't hold on to Excalibur, then I'll have to finish her off once and for all." Naruto noticed Xenovia's sad expression and frowned at the sight of her tears and trembling shoulders. He looked at Olsen and gave him a cold glare, growling like an enraged animal. "Even if she can't lift Excalibur, that doesn't mean you can just kill anyone who can't do something to your expectations. She's still young, like me. You can't just force people to learn things quickly. These things always require hard work, dedication, time, and the courage to never give up." Then he narrowed his eyes and pointed his fist right in Olsen's face. "And I see she's very close to that sword you speak of. Anyone with common sense and good eyesight would see how hard she's working. You're just an impatient bastard who can't wait." Xenovia was shocked. No one had ever protected her before. At the church, all the children constantly bullied and ridiculed her for not being able to lift Excalibur destruction, despite being a natural-born user of the holy sword. And that's why she had no friends. So you can see her surprise when this guy she'd just met stood up for her and defended her, even though they weren't friends yet. She hoped they could become friends. She didn't know why, but she wanted to be friends with him and get to know him better. The moment she looked into his eyes, she realized Naruto was completely different from other guys. She can't explain it, she just felt it. During her defense, Naruto noticed how hard she was working and said she was close to lifting Excalibur. She felt her cheeks flush and glanced at him, then shyly looked away to hide her growing blush. Olsen narrowed his eyes and looked dangerously at Naruto. "Watch your mouth, boy. I can destroy you in the blink of an eye." Then he looked at Xenovia and smirked. "And besides, only an idiot would say hard work is worth anything. If you can't learn quickly like a prodigy, then you're nothing but a worthless piece of trash who doesn't belong here." Naruto gritted his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to shove 1,000 years of death up his ass so he wouldn't be able to go to the bathroom for centuries. But soon he took a deep breath and then grinned at the old man. "Want to bet, stupid old man?" Olsen's forehead vein tingled at the stupid old man's comment. But he also took a deep breath before raising an eyebrow at Naruto. "I'm listening." Naruto smiled slyly and pointed at Xenovia, who looked at him with some fear, thinking he might sell her out for his own gain. "I bet in a month she'll be able to lift a sword without any problem. If she does, you'll release her from the church and send her to an orphanage where she can find good friends and a family." Olsen narrowed his eyes suspiciously. He noticed Naruto hadn't included himself on the list of contenders, he'd only asked for Xenovia's release. "What happens if I win?" Naruto just shrugged. "Then I'll be your slave and do whatever you ask. I'll even be your lab dog or whatever, if you want. The only thing I ask is that you don't kill her," he pleaded. Everyone's eyes widened. They couldn't believe their ears. Whatever they were expecting, this was completely different. Xenovia was now weeping openly. She had never expected Naruto to risk his own life for her freedom and safety. She was terribly upset that she had inadvertently dragged Naruto into this mess. But at the same time, she was overjoyed to hear that someone was risking their life to protect her. Olsen was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Naruto to give his life to protect someone he'd only recently met. He gave him such a nasty grin it made his skin crawl with disgust. "Fine, kid, if that's what you want. If you're willing to sacrifice your life to protect this worthless piece of, then who am I to say no? Sure, let's make a bet." He then extended his right hand for a handshake, which Naruto accepted and shook his hand, thus sealing the agreement for the next month. Olsen stared into Xenovia's tear-stained eyes, then grinned wickedly. "Today I'll give you pants. So go and enjoy your last bit of freedom. Tomorrow you'll be trained by this guy. And I can't wait to see how he trains you," he said, laughing loudly at the end. Naruto clenched his fist, and Xenovia, unaware of it, was still hugging Naruto. "Ha ha 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 ha." After finishing laughing, he wiped away an imaginary tear with his finger, and then walked towards the guy standing at the exit of the church. He leaned toward his ear and whispered, "Alessio, I want you to keep an eye on this boy and see if he has any abilities or not." The boy, now named Alessio, nodded. "Yes, Olsen-sama, I understand." Olsen nodded and soon walked away from Alessio. Alessio looked at the two children and grinned, then walked away too, leaving them alone. Naruto sighed in annoyance before looking at Xenovia, who was still hugging him as she watched Olsen walk away. Naruto didn't notice, but his arms wrapped around her back as well as he turned around abruptly and glared at Olsen as he walked away. When Olsen finally left the church, she sighed too, then looked shyly at Naruto and met his gaze. Dark yellow eyes met sapphire blue. They stared at each other for a moment before both slowly looked down. Seeing what they were doing, Xenovia squealed, blushing, and quickly pulled away from Naruto, whose cheeks were also flushed with embarrassment. Naruto bowed quickly before her, sweating with fear. In his world, kunoichi or other women usually beat him for such actions. So his fear of being slapped or subjected to other forms of violence was obvious. "I'm so sorry I did this out of the blue. I'm so sorry," he apologized in a fearful tone, expecting a burst of anger or a slap. But nothing came. When Xenovia saw him bow and apologize, she quickly shook her head. "And no, you don't need to apologize to me. I'm the one who should be apologizing." Then she bowed as well. "I'm sorry for," before she could finish, Naruto interrupted. "No, it's fine. Besides, I understand why you did it. That guy was really creepy," he said, frowning. She raised her head slightly and frowned. "It's him." She nodded in agreement. Then she looked at him, and her eyes filled with tears. "Why?" Naruto looked at her, confused. "Why what?" he asked. Her eyes filled with even more tears. "Why did you risk your life to save me? We don't even know each other, and yet you protected me. Why?" Then she looked down, tears streaming down her face. Naruto's expression softened, and he slowly walked toward her. He then stopped right in front of her, placed his right index finger under her chin, and slowly lifted her head so she could look at him. He then wiped away her tears with his left thumb and smiled at her. Seeing his smile, she blushed slightly. But she didn't look away and continued to stare into his sapphire blue eyes. "You asked me why I risked my life to save you, right?" She nodded. Naruto gave her his real smile. Not a mask, but a genuine smile. "Because I wanted to. When I see someone in need, I can't just stand there and do nothing. And besides, I saw a lot of pain and loneliness hidden behind those beautiful eyes. So I decided to help." When he called her eyes beautiful, her cheeks flushed even more. She looked away shyly and muttered something under her breath. It was so quiet that Naruto couldn't even hear what she said. "Huh? Can you repeat that? I didn't hear you." This time she said it a little louder, still looking away. "Do you really mean it? Are my eyes really that beautiful?" she asked. Naruto gave her a sly smile and nodded. "Of course I'm serious. You have the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen. It's like I'm looking at two beautiful, sparkling gems that can grant me any wish." Hearing that beautiful, sparkling part, she blushed even more. But when he said the part about wishes, she couldn't help but laugh. "Any wishes? Do you seriously believe that?" she asked, giggling. When Naruto heard her giggle, he couldn't help but think she sounded very cute. He still had his signature sly grin on, his hands clasped behind his head. He nodded. "Who knows? Maybe it's true," he said with a chuckle. Naruto and Xenovia giggled and laughed, and then Naruto asked her a question. Xenovia, right? Since I'm new here, could you show me around?" Xenovia stopped giggling and looked at Naruto in surprise. "Why you want me to show you around?" Naruto nodded. "Yeah, well, we're friends now, you know." Naruto looked at Xenovia, who had lowered her head and started crying. Seeing this, Naruto mentally panicked. Wait, why is she crying? Did I say something wrong? Oh no, what should I do? He paused, then waved his hands frantically. "So, if you're uncomfortable being my friend, that's okay." Then he stopped waving his arms and looked down sadly, thinking that she didn't want to be his friend in this world. But his thoughts were interrupted by two small, soft hands grabbing him. He looked up to see Xenovia smiling at him, a rosy blush on her cheeks. Then she shook her head. "And no, nothing like that. I'd be happy to be your friend." Then she looked away shyly. "And I don't mind showing you around." When she said this, Naruto gave her the same sly grin, grabbed her hand, and headed off in a random direction. "Then who are we waiting for? Let's go," he said, a little energetically. Xenovia couldn't help but laugh as she watched his energetic behavior. And so Xenovia began to show him the church. It's been 3 hours since Xenovia showed Naruto the church. Now they are sitting on a bench in a nearby park. They were silent for a long time, admiring the sunset. The sunlight bathed the entire park in orange. As the sun set, stars began to appear in the sky. They both looked up and gazed at the sky in awe. Xenovia slowly looked at Naruto and blushed, seeing his smile and peaceful expression. Naruto didn't notice how Xenovia moved even closer and stared at him for a long moment. At first, she didn't realize it, but the longer she looked at Naruto, the more she noticed that tears were streaming from his eyes, reaching all the way to his chin. She didn't understand why, but the sight of him in such a state made her heart clench. Now she just wanted to somehow comfort him. So she moved closer to him and gently took his hand, stroking the tip with her thumb. As Naruto looked up at the sky, he couldn't hold back his tears, thinking about his past in the elemental lands. His friends, his people, his comrade, his world. All gone. By that moment, the moon had already collapsed, completely destroying the entire world. While he was pondering this, he suddenly caught his breath as someone took his hand. He slowly looked to the side and saw Xenovia holding his hand and looking at him with concern. "Are you okay, Naruto?" she asked, raising her other hand, gently stroking his cheek and wiping away his tears with her thumb. For a moment, he was speechless. No one had ever shown him so much affection in his life, not even Tsunade, his own godmother. He slowly raised his hand and gently took the hand that was resting on his cheek. He squeezed it, then smiled at her, causing her to blush. "Thank you for asking, Xenovia-chan. But I'm fine. I was just thinking about the past, that's all." Xenovia blushed even more when Naruto said the suffix, chan. It's no problem. If you're sad or have any other problems, you can always talk to me anytime. I'll always be here to listen. Naruto smiled gratefully at her. "I'll do it, and you will too." Before they could continue their conversation, someone spoke up at the park entrance. "Hey, you lovebirds. If you're done chatting with each other, get back to your jail cells." "It's too late," Olsen said at the entrance. Naruto and Xenovia groaned in irritation, but soon reluctantly stood up and followed Olsen. Inside the labyrinth. Olsen now escorted them to the prison cell, glancing at Naruto along the way. "Boy, I'll soon discover what power you're hiding. And after that, I'll start my own sacred sword project," he thought with a sinister grin before looking straight ahead. Taking a turn, they soon reached their prison cells, which, coincidentally, were right next to each other. When Naruto and Xenovia realized this, they exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. When they finally stopped giggling and laughing, Naruto looked at her and smiled. "Thank you, Xenovia-chan, for showing me the church. I had a lot of fun today." Xenovia smiled at him too. "You're welcome, Naruto-kun. I had a lot of fun too." Olsen waited patiently as Naruto and Xenovia said their goodbyes to each other before entering their prisons. Inside the prison, Naruto lay on his bed with a happy smile on his face. After the Fourth War and surviving in the forest, this was a very refreshing experience for him. He was about to close his eyes and fall asleep, but his consciousness suddenly sank into the subconscious. As Naruto sat lost in his subconscious, Shinten suddenly appeared in front of his bed, arms crossed. "Naruto, I have good news and bad news," he said with a nervous laugh. Naruto narrowed his eyes and asked his inner Otsutsuki, "What's the good news?" Shinten sighed before looking at Naruto seriously. "Naruto, I want you to focus and delve deep into your subconscious. There you'll find both good and bad news." Naruto was initially very confused, but soon realized what he meant. He fidgeted, then quickly rose from the bed and assumed a meditative pose on the floor. He slowly delved into the depths of his subconscious and tried to find what he was looking for. Gradually, everything became darker and darker. He opened one eye and tried to find a source of light. But he found nothing. So he closed his eyes again and concentrated harder, trying to find the source of the sound. At first, nothing happened. Just as he was about to emerge from the depths of his subconscious, he suddenly felt something pulling him toward itself. He opened his eyes sharply, trying to understand the pull he was feeling. He scanned the surroundings out of the corner of his eye, but saw nothing. Suddenly, a blue flame appeared right in front of Naruto and began to flicker. The flame was the size of his palm. When Naruto saw the flames, he was overjoyed. "My chakra! It's here," he exclaimed, before a confused realization dawned on him. "Wait, why is my chakra so small? The last time I saw it, it was the size of an ocean. And now it's the same." He immediately stopped thinking and turned his head sharply to the left to see a different kind of flame. The flames were almost transparent, but with a bluish-silver tint. When he looked at the flames, his eyes nearly bulged. The size of the flames was simply gigantic. It was as if he were looking at the combined forces of two different elemental nations. What the? Do the Otsutsuki always have this much chakra? No wonder Kaguya is so powerful. She's literally endless. The longer he looked at it, the more awestruck he became. But before he could take a closer look, he suddenly felt another source of energy just to the right of his chakra flame. He was very confused. There shouldn't be any other energy sources besides his own and Shinten's. So what was this third energy he was sensing? He quickly moved toward the energy he sensed. But before he could find it, it suddenly vanished. As if it had vanished as quickly as it had appeared. He squinted and tried to locate it. But he found nothing. He sighed and decided to leave his subconscious. Whatever this energy is, it's definitely not chakra. I should tell Shinten about this and see what's going on, he thought before disappearing completely from the depths of his subconscious. Normal subconscious. Naruto opened his eyes and met Shinten's gaze, who was looking at him with curiosity. "So you understand what I was talking about?" Naruto nodded. "Yes, I did. And I must say, I'm a little disappointed," he said with a dejected sigh. "My chakra is too low. Like a low-ranking jonin." Suddenly, a dark cloud appeared overhead, and heavy rain and lightning began to fall. Shinten, seeing his antics, broke out in a sweat. He chuckled humorously, then coughed into his hand, getting his attention. "Look, Naruto, your body and chakra are currently in a developmental stage. The amount of chakra you have now is sufficient for your body and chakra capacity. In fact, it's sufficient." Naruto looked at him, confused. "What do you mean, Shinten?" "That is, since your chakra is now small, it will be much easier to control." Naruto slammed his fist into his left palm and nodded. "Now I understand. That means I can add more jutsu to my arsenal." Shinten nodded. "Yes, you can. But remember, you need to practice those chakra control exercises I saw in your memories." Naruto lowered his head and shoulders, and rain clouds appeared overhead again. He muttered something under his breath, which Shinten couldn't quite hear. Shinten was about to ask what was wrong, but Naruto suddenly looked up at him, crocodile tears streaming from his eyes. "These pesky exercises again. I can't even create a shadow clone to help me with these chakra control exercises. It'll take me forever to properly control my chakra." Hearing this, Shinten lowered his head. Seriously, is this his problem? Didn't he hear what I said earlier, he thought, his body twitching uncontrollably. He slowly raised his head from the ground and looked at him with narrowed eyes. "Naruto, have you already forgotten what I said?" Naruto blinked a few times and stopped shedding crocodile tears. Then looked at Shinten, who was looking at him with irritation. Naruto scratched the back of his head, assumed a thoughtful pose, and began to ponder. While some of his antics were amusing, sometimes they were simply terribly annoying. And Shinten understood this perfectly well. Shinten slowly stood up and brushed imaginary dust off his clothes, then looked at Naruto with a sigh. Naruto, I told you your chakra is low now and will be much easier to control. I told you you need to practice chakra control exercises to hone it even more. Soon, your chakra will begin to grow exponentially. And if you don't practice control exercises from the start, you'll have to do more of them later, and it will be harder to control your chakra. Naruto made a surprised face, then scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Ah, now I understand. He nodded, crossing his arms over his chest. Shinten just shook his head, chuckling. Seriously, Naruto, sometimes I think you do this on purpose. Naruto chuckled sheepishly before remembering the extra energy he'd sensed. Hey, Shinten, did you by any chance sense any other energy source besides ours? Shinten looked at him, raising an eyebrow. No, I haven't. Why do you ask? Naruto placed his index finger on his chin and narrowed his eyes. Well, the thing is, while I was examining our vast amounts of chakra, I suddenly felt another source of energy for a few seconds, then it suddenly disappeared. Shinten narrowed his eyes as well. Another energy source? Naruto nodded. Yes, and the energy source I sensed wasn't even chakra. Shinten thought for a moment before looking at Naruto. Naruto, go to sleep for now. I'll check what that energy source was you sensed. If I find anything, I'll let you know. Naruto nodded at him. Okay, Shinten, I'll leave it to you. Well, good night, he said before disappearing from the subconscious. Good night, my friend, he said, before also assuming a meditative pose, closing his eyes and beginning to search for an unknown source of energy in the depths of his subconscious. Last day of the month. It's the 29th day, and Xenovia still hasn't made any progress in her attempts to lift Excalibur. Excalibur simply repels her with a strange blue aura. Whenever she tries to lift Excalibur, the sword remains motionless and pushes her away. When Naruto first saw this sword, he couldn't help but think that it looked like a combination of a three-spear-tipped blade and a battle axe on top of the hilt. The design was very unusual, but he didn't judge it by its appearance, as his world also had some very strange and unusual swords. For example, the Executioner's Blade or the Kusanagi Blade. Yes, those were very powerful swords. As Naruto examined the blade, he decided to try picking up and holding the sword to get a feel for what it felt like. Olsen, the elders, the other exorcists and other children, as well as Xenovia, watched Naruto with interest as he was about to raise his sword. Naruto didn't understand why, but as he approached the sword, he felt an unusual aura emanating from Excalibur, and this was a sacred power that he didn't know about back then. When he grabbed the hilt and tried to lift the sword, he felt some resistance. But he simply pushed forward and raised the sword, exerting incredible strength. He struggled briefly, but eventually managed to keep it in the air, holding it with both hands. Everyone who saw him raise his sword was shocked to the core. The children and Xenovia looked at Naruto with awe and amazement, while the elders and Olsen wore shocked expressions. Xenovia thought Naruto looked cool and even greeted him when he raised his sword, and Olsen couldn't help but wonder, was he really a natural-born user of the sacred sword? The elders were about to think the same thing, but then something happened. The sword Naruto was holding suddenly emitted a blue aura and then began to glow brightly. When it did, it sent Naruto flying so far that he nearly crashed into a wall. After Naruto parried the attack, the sword fell to the ground with a loud thud, leaving a crater about 60 centimeters deep in it. And from then on, Naruto decided to never lift that strange sword again. Naruto and Xenovia are currently training each other in hand-to-hand combat. Although Xenovia isn't a master of hand-to-hand combat, Naruto still insists that she learn some hand-to-hand combat techniques to protect herself if she loses her sword. They do this every day before other training sessions. When Naruto first fought her in hand-to-hand combat, he discovered she had no real fighting style. She could punch and kick powerfully, but she was very slow. If she were to fight a faster and more experienced opponent, she would have been knocked out in one blow. And Naruto did this many times, proving his point about the importance of learning hand-to-hand combat. Xenovia kicked him in the stomach, but he simply dodged it and, turning around, hooked her in the right jaw. She quickly raised her right and left palms to catch the hook, but Naruto, avoiding the grab, only swung his hand and sharply pulled his right leg back, tripping her left leg, causing her to fall to the ground with a dull thud. Before she could even come to her senses, Naruto pinned her to the ground with his left hand and grabbed her shocked face with his right hand. They stood like that for a few seconds before Naruto slowly removed his fist from her face, looking at her with his sly smirk. "Looks like I win today," he said before rising from the ground and helping her stand, taking her hand. She blinked a few times like an owl before snapping out of her stupor and smiling at the outstretched hand. She nodded gratefully, took his hand, and quickly stood up, a pink blush appearing on her cheeks. She then looked at Naruto and pouted, causing the blonde to blush, who couldn't help but think she looked very cute. "Come on, Naruto-kun, you always win," she whined, giving Naruto a puppy dog look that made him freeze in his tracks. "This again," he roared mentally. When she realized she had frozen him in place, a teasing smirk appeared on her face before she slowly approached Naruto, fighting back a growing blush at the thought of what she was about to do. Coming closer, she slowly leaned down and kissed him on the cheek, after which she quickly walked away, blushing deeply. Naruto's brain instantly shut down when her lips touched his cheek. He stood in silence for a few moments until his brain finally kicked in. He slowly brought his hand to her cheek and gently stroked it. "Huh? What was that?" he thought, his face turning redder. While with Xenovia. Xenovia quickly ran from the training grounds and headed for the familiar park where she and Naruto had first visited. She frantically looked around the park until she found an empty spot under a tree. She quickly walked over and sat down, hugging her legs to hide her blush from everyone around her. "What's wrong with me? Why did I do this?" she thought, trying not to blush even more deeply at these fleeting thoughts. In recent days, she and Naruto have become even closer than before. She's even willing to say they're best friends. And she sincerely believes Naruto would say the same. In a short time, she discovered that Naruto was a very funny, yet also very kind and cheerful guy, radiating nothing but joy, warmth, and a sense of security. Sometimes he acted foolishly, but when necessary, he could display amazing intelligence and develop unpredictable strategies that could stump you. And she learned this firsthand when she fought him in hand-to-hand combat. But beyond that, Naruto was extremely loyal in his friendship. Loyal to the point of stupidity. And she really liked that. She doesn't know why, but whenever she thinks of Naruto, her heart starts beating so fast it threatens to burst out of her chest. When she thinks of Naruto, she feels confidence and pleasure. She simply experiences something she can't explain in words. Although she doesn't know it yet, Xenovia is crazy about Naruto. With Naruto. Naruto still stands in the training grounds in silence. He's still thinking about the kiss she gave him on the cheek. Shinten, who had been watching everything that had happened, was now eagerly awaiting what his partner would think of the hint she had given him. After much thought, he simply scratched the back of his head and laughed. "Yeah, maybe she's just trying to make fun of me for eating her favorite cookie last time." Shinten immediately buried his face in the ground, muttering, "Stupid idiot." If Kurama were alive, he would have hit his head on the ground, muttering, "Idiot, idiot, 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 idiot." When Shinten said this, Naruto blinked and looked into space, confused. "Huh? I didn't hear you, Shinten. What did you just say?" Shinten merely sighed and shook his head. "Nothing," he replied simply. "Oh, I really feel sorry for the poor girl who fell for that stupid idiot," he thought, wiping sweat from his brow before composing himself and coughing softly into his fist. "By the way, how are your chakra control exercises going? Naruto swore he'd heard him say that before. But he simply shrugged and answered the question, yeah, everything's going well, I guess. Though I must say, you weren't kidding when you said my chakra reserves were about to rapidly increase. My chakra levels are now between low and high jonin levels. It's still nothing compared to before, but it's still something, he said before taking a sip of water from the bottle he kept under the tree. Shinten nodded. Yes, it may not seem like much, but before you know it, your income will be almost equal to your previous partner's in about 10 years. When Naruto almost gulped down the water, he immediately spat it out, coughing violently and pounding his chest. As the excess water left his airways, he began to breathe heavily, then mentally exclaimed, "What? Shinten, you're kidding, right? I didn't even have that much chakra back then. I only had a quarter of what you're talking about now." Shinten merely chuckled. Have you forgotten already, Naruto? You ate the chakra fruit created by your former partner Kurama and his siblings. And this will obviously increase your chakra capacity and density. Naruto couldn't help but feel a little scared, imagining how much chakra was in his body. He hoped he wouldn't be blown up like a suicide bomber. Noticing his concern, Shinten quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, Naruto. I've transformed you into a half Otsutsuki. So rest assured, your body is now capable of handling large amounts of chakra without turning into a ticking time bomb." Naruto was still a little nervous, but nodded nonetheless. "Okay, Shinten, I trust you." He said this before remembering that little scene and decided to find her to talk to her about the Excalibur sword. A few minutes later, Naruto searched almost the entire area around the church, but couldn't find it. The only place he hadn't checked was the park. So he decided to explore the park to see if it was there or not. Naruto stood at the park entrance. Looking out over the park, he couldn't help but remember how he and Xenovia had come here after she'd shown him around. A smile appeared on his face as he recalled that evening. The way the evening sunlight bathed the entire park in orange tones was beautiful. Of course, it wasn't as beautiful as the sunset he'd watched from the Hokage monument, but it was still beautiful. Shaking his head, he entered the park and began searching for her. Looking left and right, he spotted a familiar head of blue hair under a tree. He slowly approached and saw her hugging her legs, hiding her head behind them. Naruto thought she might be upset because she couldn't lift that stupid sword, so he decided to talk to her and reassure her that everything would be fine, even though it might be false hope. Xenovia, flushed deeply at the thought of what she had done, suddenly felt a presence approaching her. She slowly raised her head and saw her secret lover, whom she had never suspected, slowly approaching her with a worried expression. When she saw him, her heart started beating incredibly fast. The closer he came, the redder her face became. As Naruto got closer, he knelt down and noticed her flushed face, which she was desperately trying to hide behind her two legs. Naruto placed his hand on her shoulder, causing her to look at him very shyly. Dark yellow eyes met sapphire blue. Naruto looked at her with concern. "Xenovia-chan, are you okay? Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever?" he asked before placing his right hand on her forehead and his left on his own. Ignoring her feelings, he kept his hand on her forehead, causing her to blush even more. Before Naruto could process anything, she suddenly screamed, nearly giving him a heart attack. The moment she screamed, he pulled his hand away from her forehead and, clutching his wildly beating heart, his eyes widened. Seeing his surprised expression, she blushed with embarrassment and quietly coughed into her fist. "No, Naruto-kun, I don't have a fever. My face is just really red from being in the sun for so long." "Yes, that's right, my face is just really red from being in the sun," she said, laughing and nervously looking anywhere but at Naruto. Naruto, completely unsuspecting, decided to take her word for it and simply smiled. "If you say so, Xenovia-chan," he said before sitting down next to her, causing her to blush again, but quickly suppressed it. Naruto looked at her and smiled softly. Xenovia-chan, if you can't lift your sword, it's okay. Don't be so upset. Xenovia was momentarily confused before she realized what he meant. Her discreet blush vanished, and she felt very sad. Noticing her sad expression, he placed his hand on her shoulder. He wanted to say something, but Xenovia interrupted him. No, everything is not okay, she said, shaking her head. Then she looked into Naruto's eyes and began to cry. Your life hangs in the balance, and the only way to save you is to lift Excalibur. If I can't lift it, then... Then she looked away and began to sob, tears streaming down her cheeks. Naruto stared at her for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. Xenovia looked at him in shock. Whatever she'd expected, this was not it. Naruto continued to laugh for a few minutes, holding his stomach in pain, and Xenovia just looked at him with wide eyes and an open mouth. When Naruto finally stopped laughing, he looked at her with one eye, wiping a tear from his other eye with his index finger. Seriously, Xenovia-chan, do you think I'm going to let that psychopath do whatever he wants to me? Then he leaned forward and wiped the tears from her cheek, causing him to blush. Then he closed his eye and pointed his thumb at himself. I'm made of very strong stuff. That stupid psychopath will have to go through hell before he gets to me. So don't worry about me, okay? He said with a confident smirk. Despite his assurances, Xenovia couldn't help but worry about her only friend. Reluctantly, she nodded and decided to trust him. Okay, Naruto-kun, I trust you. Then she stood up and looked at him resolutely. But I still have one more day before the bet ends. So until then, I'll train and try to lift Excalibur of Destruction. Naruto sighed and nodded at her. Okay, Xenovia-chan. I'd be happy to help you more, but other than physical training, I can't help you with your sacred energy. That's something you'll have to figure out on your own. Xenovia smiled gratefully at him. It's alright, Naruto-kun. I know you don't understand holy energy, and that's perfectly normal. And besides, I'm very grateful for your training. But now this is something I have to do myself. And I will do it, and I won't let that bastard harm you. She said the last part with a hint of irritation. Naruto couldn't help but feel flattered to hear that she wouldn't let him get hurt and that she truly cared about him. And so, with a joyful smile, he also stood up and hugged her from behind, causing her face to turn extremely red. After holding her for a while, he finally let go and gave her his sincere smile. Thank you, Xenovia-chan. I'm very lucky to have a friend like you, he said in a sincere tone. When Naruto said this, Xenovia couldn't help but be pleased to hear him consider himself very lucky to have such a friend. But somehow, she also felt a little disappointed. She didn't know why, but deep down, she wanted him to see her as more than just a friend. But what exactly she wanted him to see her as, she still doesn't know. Despite her inner turmoil, she still gave him a sweet smile that made even our idiot blush. Mustering up her courage, she took his hands and looked at him sweetly. Now our poor guy blushed even more. He didn't understand why, but when he looked at her, his heart started beating incredibly fast. It felt like someone was trying to knock his heart out of his chest. For Xenovia, it was the same, only more powerful. But she didn't back down and continued to look into his sapphire blue eyes. Thank you, Naruto-kun, I'm so glad to hear you feel that way, she said before letting go of his hands and quickly exiting the park to head for Excalibur. Naruto froze in place again. He remained motionless for a few seconds before slowly looking down, his cheeks flushing. Why? Why does my heart always feel like this? He then narrowed his eyes. Whenever I look at her or think about her, I always feel something I can't explain in words. Just. What is this I feel? He asked himself. Before he could think anything, Shinten interrupted him. Naruto, I sense the presence of several people outside the barrier. Yes, the entire church is surrounded by a magical barrier that prevents other children from escaping from the church. Are they from some church? Did they come after completing a mission or something like that? Shinten, breaking away from his subconscious, shook his head. No, their energy signatures are different. The energies I sense are similar to those used by exorcists. But among them, one energy doesn't match the others. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Why? He asked. Well, the other energy, well, to put it simply, it's like light. Naruto looked around at the space, confused. Light? You mean, actual light? He asked. Shinten placed his hand to his chin and considered. To be honest, I'm not sure myself. And not only that, but if I'm feeling it correctly, it seems very innocent and pure. Naruto blinked. Innocent and pure, huh? Then he closed his eyes and shrugged. Well, I guess that's what the people of this world have. Which also shows how different they are from the people of our world. Shinten shrugged. True. But still, no matter how innocent or pure it may be, it can still pose a threat. So be on guard for an attack, he said, narrowing his eyes. Naruto nodded. Good. Besides, while I don't mean to brag, I'm not someone you mess with. If they start fighting, I'll happily kick their asses to the last breath, Dadabayo. He said this before looking to the side, where the unknown people stood behind the barrier. Then he clenched his fist and adopted a determined expression. No matter what happens, this time I will protect my dear people. Then he looked down and began to think about Xenovia. About her laughter, her joy, and her smile, her beautiful smile that warmed his heart whenever he thought of her. That smile, he wants to protect that smile, he wants to protect it at all costs. He thought hard, then looked at the sun and pointed his fist at it. He smiled and vowed to become stronger to protect his loved ones. Having fulfilled his promise to himself, Naruto decided to go to a small forest near the church, where almost no one goes. Before leaving the park, he felt someone watching him from afar. It was none other than Alessio, who had been watching Naruto this whole time. Naruto groaned inwardly in irritation, but then a light bulb went off in his head. A sly grin appeared on his face, and he quickly ran into the park and hid behind a grassy fence. Alessio was confused and tried to peer through his binoculars, but he couldn't see anything. So he leaned forward to get a closer look before placing his hand on the concrete roof. But when he placed his hand on it, he felt nothing under his palm. He then began moving his hand up and down to make sure he was doing it correctly. When he still felt nothing, he decided to lean even further before gravity kicked in and began pulling him down. At first, he didn't realize what was happening until he decided to look down and saw nothing but a height of 30 feet. He sweated for a moment before slowly looking back and seeing that his feet were barely touching the concrete roof. Before he had time to come to his senses, he began to fall down, desperately waving his arms and legs, then dropped the binoculars and, saving his life, quickly grabbed the edge of the roof. Naruto snorted and chuckled softly at Alessio's clumsy method of spying. He shook his head with a smile, then made the familiar cross. Shadow clone technique, he muttered, before an exact copy of himself appeared next to him, shrouded in clouds of smoke. The shadow clone looked at its creator and nodded, then slowly walked out of the park and began wandering aimlessly around the church. Alessio, finally able to get up, began to examine the shadow clone through the spare binoculars he kept in his pocket, breathing heavily. Both Naruto and his shadow clone snorted simultaneously. This guy has no talent for espionage. Seriously, even an academy student could do 100 times better than him. The original Naruto, barely holding back his sweat, thought as he saw Alessio about to fall again, but somehow managed to save himself, quickly grabbing the chimney as if his life depended on it. Naruto just shook his head, then shoved his hands into the pockets of his blue short jeans and disappeared into a blue and orange blur. A few seconds later, Naruto suddenly appeared as if he had teleported and began to look around the small field overgrown with trees and branches. Shadows from the branches and leaves covered the entire field, letting only a little sunlight in. Naruto looked around and saw numerous kunai and shuriken scattered across the field. Naruto sighed in irritation. Looks like my clones forgot to clean up the mess before they disappeared, he thought to himself. Seriously, you just realized this now? Weren't you supposed to find out about all their problems after they were cleared up? Shinten asked with curiosity and a hint of amusement. Naruto just shook his head. Not really. If I'm not focused or my mind is elsewhere, I won't be able to keep up with my clones' activities. Shinten raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, Naruto? He asked. Naruto decided to sit in the middle of a small field and closed his eyes, delving into the familiar subconscious. Shinten appeared before Naruto and sat cross-legged. Naruto looked at him and nodded. The shadow clone technique returns the acquired information to the user, but not all of it. For example, if I task my shadow clone with a task like tree walking, I will only gain experience, but not the knowledge or memories of how it was done. I will gain the knowledge and memories if I clear my mind and focus on acquiring the information after the clone disperses. While I don't know why I'm not gaining the knowledge and memories, I'm confident I'll gain the experience regardless. Shinten looked at Naruto and nodded understandingly. I see, now I understand. No wonder your brain doesn't explode when you use those shadow clones in battle. Think about it, if you're fighting an enemy made up of hundreds of clones, and if many of them disperse simultaneously, it would be like you were fighting and observing the enemy from different perspectives. It could overload your brain and permanently shut down your system. Naruto's eyes widened and he looked at Shinten in shock. Wait, permanently disable my system? But why would you do that? He exclaimed loudly. Shinten placed a finger to his chin and paused before coming up with a simple explanation, as Naruto wouldn't be able to understand anything too complicated. Even though Naruto was smart, he still didn't understand many words due to how he'd been treated in the past. Okay, Naruto, I'll try to explain as thoroughly as I can, so listen carefully. Naruto nodded vigorously and listened attentively. Shinten nodded and began to explain. Now, imagine your brain as a reservoir that stores all information. Naruto looked up and saw a white cloud forming above his head, showing him images. Now imagine this information traveling through a long tube straight to your memories. Inside the cloud, Naruto imagined a long tube connected to his brain, through which information traveled all the way to his memories. Now imagine one shadow clone uses a sword against your enemy, while you, on the other hand, use your fists. Now you have two different perspectives and knowledge of the battle, Naruto imagined. Nodding. Now imagine that information looks like a file, and it stores the knowledge and experience you've acquired. Naruto imagined it again and nodded. Now your clone has a different file, containing different knowledge and experience. So when it dissipates, the clone's file enters your brain and waits for your current file to pass through the channel first. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem if you were using fewer than 30 clones. But if you were using more than 100 clones and they all dissipate at the same time, your brain would fill up with the files from all those clones and block the channel entry, preventing the files from entering your memory and causing your brain to explode due to lack of space. Naruto's face immediately paled at Shinten's words. Then he smiled anxiously and asked in a fearful tone, "Then Shinten, why hasn't it happened yet? How am I even still alive?" Naruto asked, shaking and wincing at the thought of his brain exploding like a bomb and scattering across the ground. Shinten thought for a moment, then looked at him and scratched the back of his head. Well, I have no explanation for that. Maybe you were just lucky you weren't killed. Naruto couldn't help but sweat. Yeah, you might be right. Then he shook his head. No need to think about that right now. For now, I'll just train and try to maximize my chakra reserves. We're still new to this world, and who knows what kind of trouble might befall us. Shinten couldn't help but agree. You're right, but don't overexert yourself, or those guys might find out about your little secret. And like you said, we don't know what kind of trouble we might face. Naruto nodded. Don't worry, I won't, he said before disappearing from the subconscious. Naruto opened his eyes and formed the familiar cross-shaped hand sign in front of his chest. Multiple shadow clone technique, he shouted, and 5 clones appeared in a puff of smoke before Naruto, looking at him with impassive expressions. Seriously, boss, you want us to do those chakra control exercises again? One of the clones exclaimed. Naruto looked at the clone and sighed. Look, I hate this as much as you do, but we have no other choice. We need large chakra reserves if we're going to be prepared for the threats Shinten warned us about. The clones exchanged glances and sighed. But boss, why do you always sit here while we climb trees and do other chakra control exercises? Naruto looked at the clone with an impassive expression. Seriously, you don't know why I always do this? The clone shook his head, which made Naruto's impassive expression even more impassive, if that was even possible. Seriously, you're my clone, after all, you should know why I do this, he exclaimed. The clone scratched his head in confusion, causing the other clone to sigh. One of the clones walked closer and slapped him on the back of the head, causing him to fall face first onto the ground and disappear. Naruto just sighed and told his clones to do their exercises while he sat in the middle and meditated to clear his mind and increase his chakra reserves. While with Xenovia. Xenovia was still struggling to lift the sword, but it wouldn't budge an inch. She sighed and decided to rest for a moment before trying again. Still no luck. Xenovia let go of the sword hilt and sighed. Then she looked at her hands, lost in thought. Why can't I lift a sword? I've trained for so long, and yet. She then clenched her fist and sighed heavily. I can't lift a sword, no matter how hard I try. Then she looked at her hands again. What am I missing? Naruto-kun trusted me, he believed in me, and I. Before she could finish her thought, something clicked in her head. Believe. Her eyes widened, she looked at the sword, then at her hands, then back at the sword, then back at her hands. She repeated this several times before finally exclaiming, believe. Yes, believe. What I lacked was faith in God. That's why I couldn't lift the sword. No, rather, the sword prevented me from doing so because I lacked faith in God. She thought about this before looking at the sword and swallowing nervously. She slowly walked toward the sword and, with trembling hands, tried to grasp the hilt. But before she could, boom! She was suddenly thrown away from the sword by an explosion that occurred several meters away from her, causing her to fly towards the wall and crash into it. The moment she hit the wall, her ears started ringing, and she couldn't hear anything clearly. Her vision began to blur, and she gradually lost consciousness. Before the explosion, Naruto was still sitting in the middle of the field, meditating. He'd been meditating for 2 hours before a tired clone approached him. Boss, I'm out of chakra, and I'll dispel it soon. The other clones approached and said the same thing in unison. Naruto didn't open his eyes, but he still replied, okay, now you can all dispel yourselves. It's too late anyway. When Naruto said this, all the clones cheered and immediately dispersed. When all the clones disappeared, a migraine started. Naruto squinted and started rubbing his forehead in pain. Ow, that hurts. Just happened, he thought before opening one eye and gritting his teeth in pain. Naruto, remember, you must ask them to dispel the spells one at a time, otherwise it will happen every time you train with them. Although your mind and spirit are old, your brain is still developing along with your body. Naruto sat cross-legged, his arms crossed and his head cocked to the side in confusion. But Shinten, didn't you say I'm half Otsutsuki now? Shouldn't that help with my headache? Naruto asked. Shinten merely shook his head. No, Naruto, well, actually, yes, but as I said, your body and brain are still developing. You just need to wait a few more years to use shadow clones effectively. Naruto scratched the back of his head and sighed. You know, I miss my teenage body. I wish I could grow up sooner. Shinten chuckled. Naruto, be patient. Besides, you're doing a great job with your training. I sense your chakra reserves have increased significantly. Naruto's eyes widened in excitement. Really? How big did it get? Shinten put his finger to his chin and thought. Well, what I felt was very large. Like, a pond the size of 200 meters, 50 feet deep. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. What? That big? He exclaimed. Shinten nodded. Yes, it's that big. But before Naruto could say anything. Boom! Suddenly, he heard a powerful explosion in the distance. Naruto's eyes widened and he quickly stood up to see where the blast was coming from. Before he could use teleportation, his senses suddenly became heightened and he sensed at least 50 people approaching the church. Naruto was a little surprised by some of the sensations he was feeling, but he didn't care for now and focused on sensing the people outside the barrier. Without thinking, Naruto quickly performed a single-hand seal and closed his eyes to focus his senses. Without realizing it, Naruto instinctively channeled his chakra to his right eye, and suddenly the veins on the right side of his eye began to bulge, he began to sweat, and, gritting his teeth, he froze in exhaustion. Naruto's vision suddenly changed, which left him very confused. When he closed his eyes, his vision naturally went dark. But when he tried to use his suddenly awakened senses, his vision became clear, and he could see everything around him. It was as if he could see 360 degrees. Huh! Wow! I didn't know people with highly developed sensory perception had such vision. It's incredible. It's like I can see everything around me and, wait. I can even see through things, he exclaimed before activating his chakra, and suddenly his vision began to expand like a telescope, something he obviously didn't realize. But his gaze narrowed to the spot he was focusing on, and he saw something that confused him even more. He saw a multitude of large winged creatures flying toward the church, weapons in hand. Wait, what is that? He then squinted, trying to discern the nature of the weapons these creatures held. The weapons they held glowed like light. Shinten, did you by any chance sense the presence of those people and other exorcists who were waiting behind the barrier? Naruto asked. Shinten shook his head and also looked up at the sky, narrowing his eyes. No, there weren't. They just appeared recently, out of nowhere. As if they'd teleported inside the barrier. Naruto's eyes snapped open and he surveyed his surroundings, deep in thought. So I was right, this world has its own unnatural creatures besides humans. That guy left behind plenty of explanations. He then clenched his fist and exclaimed angrily, I swear, I'll shove that 1,000-year death so far up his ass that he won't be able to defecate for centuries, he thought, before Shinten interrupted him with a smirk. Calm down, Naruto, you can do that later. Besides, I think you should look at your right eye. Naruto quickly calmed down and asked Shinten curiously, why, Shinten, is there something on my right eye? Otsutsuki immediately chuckled. No, there's nothing on your eye. In fact, I want you to check your eye specifically. Intrigued, Naruto pulled out one of his kunai and looked at himself in the reflection. Upon seeing his reflection, Naruto immediately dropped the kunai and stared into space with wide eyes and a gaping mouth. What he saw left him stunned and shocked. His right eye was no longer its usual sapphire blue. Instead, it was pupilless, lavender blue, with prominent veins on the right side. Naruto just stood there in silence, still trying to figure out where the hell he got the all-seeing eye, the Byakugan. After standing there in silence, he finally recovered from the shock and placed his hand on the top of his right eye. This is the Byakugan. But how? Shinten simply rolled his eyes and, relying on his subconscious, said, "Have you forgotten that you're now half Otsutsuki? So it's perfectly obvious why you have the Byakugan." Naruto just blinked and stared into space in disbelief. "And you didn't even bother to tell me I could awaken this eye?" he exclaimed. This time, Shinten scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. "Ah, well, you see. I thought I'd tell you about this later, but I didn't expect you to awaken the Byakugan so early. At least not at this age." Naruto sighed in exasperation before suddenly noticing the same exorcist and the man with light energy standing behind the barrier. Upon seeing the man, Naruto blushed and immediately tried to close his eyes, but that would have been foolish, as he didn't know how to deactivate the Byakugan. The person Naruto saw was a beautiful young woman in her 20s or 30s, with blue eyes and chestnut-colored hair. Her facial features suggest Northern European descent, and she looks like an actress. Her attire also resembles a nun's habit, and a sword hangs from her belt. And apparently, Naruto accidentally saw something that would make any pervert die with a severe nosebleed. He saw her naked body thanks to the Byakugan's X-ray vision. Self-loathing aside, he couldn't help but think she was very attractive. She had a slim stomach, a slender waist, and curvy hips, a large butt, long legs, and DD breasts. She was wearing a black bra and black panties, which Naruto thought made her even more attractive. Naruto mentally chastised himself for thinking the same perverted thoughts as his perverted godfather, Jiraiya. It's a good thing that perverted sage doesn't have that eye, otherwise every woman's dignity would be at risk because of that perverted old man. There would be no limit to his perverted actions. For example, he could sit in his hotel room and use the Byakugan to watch two people have sex. That would give him even more ideas for his legendary books, Shinten interjected with a perverse grin. At first, Naruto didn't understand what Shinten had said, and simply nodded in agreement. "Yes, you're right. He would definitely." Before he could finish his sentence, he finally realized what Shinten had just said. Naruto's face immediately turned red as a tomato, and he growled in irritation. "What a sheep, Shinten. I never expected such behavior from you," he exclaimed loudly. Shinten just looked at Naruto blankly. "I'm a guy just like you, Naruto. And I think every guy is a pervert. Some of them are just really good at suppressing their sexual urges. And some just can't suppress their desires and flaunt their admiration for women's bodies. Like it's an advertisement or something." Naruto blinked a few times, then grinned and scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "Ah, yeah, I guess you're right," he admitted with an awkward laugh. They remained silent for a few more moments before Shinten decided to break the silence. Naruto. You realize we're under attack, right?" Naruto and Shinten were silent for a few more moments before Naruto slapped his forehead. "I almost forgot about that," he exclaimed again before turning serious and looking at the man again, but this time he didn't focus too much and stared at the man's face, which was clearly troubled by something. Naruto narrowed his eyes and cracked his knuckles. "Okay, maybe we should go visit them and see what they want." Shinten chuckled and nodded. "Yes, let's see what they want from the church." Naruto was about to use the body transfer technique, but before he could channel his chakra, he suddenly remembered something and his eyes widened in horror. "Shinten, do you know where Excalibur is?" Naruto asked worriedly. Shinten was a little confused, not understanding why Naruto suddenly asked about the sword, but still answered, It's inside the church, Naruto." Naruto's eyes widened even further, and he quickly glanced toward the church. He closed his left eye and unconsciously channeled even more chakra into his right eye to expand his field of vision. He continued to zoom in, ignoring the battle between the exorcist and the unknown flying creatures with light-powered weapons. He ignored the sudden wave of pain and continued to zoom in, seeing through the objects. The more he used his Byakugan, the more intense the pain became. Suddenly, blood began to flow from his eye, and he felt even more pain. But he still ignored the pain and continued to look around the church. After a long search in the church, he finally found Excalibur. But a huge crater had formed in the ground around Excalibur, as if an explosion had caused the crater. Seeing the crater, Naruto panicked and frantically looked around the room. After a brief search, he spotted a small crater forming on the wall a little further from the one around Excalibur. He quickly glanced at the small crater to check if the person he was looking for was there. Finding no one, he sighed in relief. "Ah, she's not here," he thought, before staring in confusion at the now completely empty, yet cluttered, room. "If Xenovia-chan isn't here, then where is she?" he thought to himself, before finally feeling a sharp pain and quickly closing his right eye, dropping to one knee. "Ah! It hurts," he cried out, rubbing his right eye to ease the pain. "Naruto! Stop channeling chakra into your right eye. Otherwise, you'll bleed even more and soon lose your sight," Shinten warned, explaining to Naruto how to close the Byakugan. After several painful trials, he finally managed to close the Byakugan, took a deep breath, and then exhaled with relief. "That really hurt." "Hey, Shinten. Just happened?" Naruto asked, somewhat confused. "Naruto, you've recently awakened your Byakugan, and using it intensively could cost you your sight. You need to let it naturally adapt to your chakra and brain cells before you can use it so intensively. For now, be careful and don't use it for too long." Naruto nodded in understanding, then stood up, used one of his hand seals to perform the body flicker technique, and disappeared into a yellow blur. Beyond the barrier. The mysterious man accompanying the exorcist now looks at the church with a worried expression. Several exorcists try to break through the barrier, but it proves surprisingly strong. Whatever they threw at the barrier, whether light bullets from the pistol they held or light swords, the weapons left no scratch. One of the exorcists approached the worried stranger and bowed to her. "Sister Griselda, the barrier is surprisingly strong. We can't even put a scratch on it." The unknown woman, now named Griselda, covered her mouth with her hand and gasped in horror. "Oh, my lord, if we can't break through the barrier, these poor children will die," she said sadly. The exorcists were upset to hear Griselda's words. So some of them stopped what they were doing, folded their hands in a prayer gesture, and began to pray. Griselda and the others were about to pray as well, but suddenly Naruto appeared right in front of the barrier where the other exorcists were standing, and they immediately collapsed to the ground, seeing Naruto suddenly appear like a yellow blur. Griselda and a few others gasped in surprise as Naruto suddenly appeared as if he had teleported right in front of them. Naruto teleported and appeared right in front of the barrier, where an unknown man and several exorcists looked on in surprise on the other side. Naruto eyed the people and the man with suspicion and caution. Naruto wanted to use his ability to sense emotions to find out if they had any ill intentions, but unfortunately, the barrier prevented him from sensing their feelings. Naruto's ability to perceive the world around him, beyond his physical body, is still developing, so he cannot sense through barriers or determine whether someone is an enemy or an ally. He also couldn't speak, as the barrier blocked all sound from the outside in and from the inside out. So he did what he did best: hand gestures. During his 3 years of training with Jiraiya, he was forced to learn animal hand seals for jutsu and hand gestures for human language. So he tried to talk to them using gestures to check if they understood or not. Naruto used several gestures to ask the question, "Who are you?" Griselda was initially shocked when Naruto simply teleported right in front of them. But she quickly came to her senses when she saw Naruto attempting to communicate with them using hand signs. When she realized what gesture he was using, she responded with the same gestures, but in a slightly different way: "We are here to help." "Why are you helping us?" Naruto asked. Griselda replied, "Because we found out that this church is kidnapping other children, and they have one of our swords." Naruto nodded and asked another question, "How do I know you really want to help us?" Griselda smiled kindly at him. "Trust me, son, we just want to help," she said, raising her hands peacefully. Reading body language isn't Naruto's strong suit. But when it comes to facial expressions, he does it very easily. So he looked straight into her light blue eyes and saw only sincerity and kindness in them. Naruto didn't know what he should feel. Even though he couldn't sense their emotions, he recognized the enemy immediately. And he didn't look like one at all. Naruto, I suggest you help them get inside. I can see they're not enemies, Shinten said mentally. Are you sure, Shinten? Should we trust them? Naruto asked, a little hesitantly. Shinten nodded at him. Take my word for it, Naruto. I can see they genuinely want to help. Naruto nodded mentally to Shinten and looked at Griselda, who still had her hands raised. So, reluctantly, he approached the barrier and gestured to Griselda to tell everyone to move away from the barrier. Seeing the gestures and understanding their meaning, she nodded to him and motioned for everyone to move away from the barrier. Okay, Shinten, I told them to move away from the barrier. What do I do now? Naruto asked. Shinten poked his chin with his finger and considered. You need to use something that can penetrate that barrier, not something that can shatter it like your Rasengan. Naruto groaned in irritation. This is terrible. I could use the lightning blade to break through the barrier, but I need to practice that jutsu again. So that's it for now. Shinten thought for a moment, and then an idea struck him. Yeah, I guess that'll work, he thought to himself before asking Naruto the question. Naruto, you've seen the Hyuga clan's gentle fist and 8 trigrams palm techniques, right? He asked. Naruto was a little confused, but nodded anyway. Okay, now I want you to use this technique and deliver multiple strikes to one spot. Naruto couldn't help but glance at him impassively. Are you serious, Shinten? He asked, pointing a finger at himself. Where did you get that word that I know the art of the gentle fist? He asked sarcastically. Shinten chuckled. Naruto, it's not that different from your frog kata. Instead of an open palm strike using senjutsu chakra, you simply strike a single point repeatedly with one finger, using your own chakra, Shinten explained. Naruto blinked. So, you're basically telling me to poke the same spot multiple times, like I do in my frog kata? Shinten nodded. Yes, that's right. Naruto didn't know if it would work, but he'd at least try. He took a deep breath before approaching the barrier, soon taking up a position a few centimeters away. He pulled his right hand back with a sharp movement and placed his left hand horizontally in front of his chest. Griselda and the others watch with curiosity, wondering what he is going to do. Out of the blue, Naruto swung his right hand sharply and slammed his index finger into the barrier. At first, nothing happened. Griselda and the others looked at Naruto, sweat beading on their faces. Sister Griselda? What is that girl trying to do? One of the female exorcists asked, confusion in her voice. I don't know, she said, looking at her exorcist in confusion before looking back at Naruto. With Naruto. Naruto didn't understand why, but when he hit the barrier with his right index finger, he felt a tingling sensation in his finger, as if something was being torn out from the inside. He brought his finger closer to his face and looked at it for a few moments, then pulled his left hand back to strike. With a cry, Naruto swung his left hand sharply and jabbed his index finger into the same spot. Again, he felt the same tingling sensation as before. But he didn't stop there. He jabbed his right index finger again, and this time the tingling intensified. He ignored the sensation and continued to strike the barrier with the index fingers of his left and right hands, hitting the same spot. As he struck, he didn't notice that the tingling sensation he felt was actually chakra ejected from his finger. More accurately, not ejected, but rather injected through the barrier. And when chakra was injected through the barrier, on the other hand, it looked very sharp, like a small spear. Naruto unconsciously activated his Byakugan and began moving his fingers at incredible speed. He did it so fast that his finger movements were a blur. Naruto had no idea that the harder he poked the same spot, the thicker and wider it became, as if he had punched a hole in plastic. Suddenly, a small hole appeared where Naruto had struck, and it began to grow. When he poked it with his left finger, the hole widened, and his finger suddenly passed through the barrier. If the barrier sustains minor damage, it can repair itself. But if the damage is too severe, it will be unable to withstand further impacts and will soon disappear, like broken glass. Shinten quickly realized what the barrier was and warned Naruto of its nature. Naruto, this barrier can repair itself, and it will soon seal the small hole you made. Quickly, strike the hole with an open palm. Naruto said nothing and simply did as Shinten instructed. He used his right hand to strike with an open palm and soon fell into the resulting hole, unknowingly releasing a large amount of chakra from his palm, causing the barrier to expand even further and soon shatter into a million pieces. Naruto dropped to one knee, breathing heavily. No matter what he did, he felt exhausted after breaking through the barrier. Although he still had plenty of chakra left, his biceps and 2 fingers ached from extreme fatigue. With Griselda. When she and the other exorcists saw what Naruto had done, their jaws dropped in shock and amazement. Everyone except Griselda and a few exorcists. They didn't say anything and continued to stare at Naruto, who suddenly collapsed to the ground, dropping to one knee and breathing heavily. When Griselda finally noticed Naruto's emaciated body, she quickly recovered from her shock and immediately dropped to one knee in front of him. She placed one hand on his shoulder and the other on his whiskered cheek. She stroked it lightly with her thumb, causing Naruto to close his eyes and purr like a fox. At first, Naruto felt like he was in heaven. But when he finally realized what was happening, his eyes widened. He pulled away from her hand and quickly looked away, blushing. When Griselda and several of the female exorcists heard him purr like a fox, they let out a squeal that made all the men except Naruto wince. But when Naruto pulled away slightly and turned away in embarrassment, Griselda and several of the female exorcists stifled laughter, thinking he looked very cute. When the girls finally stopped giggling, Naruto coughed lightly into his hand to clear his embarrassment, earning mocking looks from everyone. Naruto finally managed to contain his blush and stared at Griselda, who was staring back at him. They continued to stare at each other for a few moments before Naruto sighed. "Follow me, the church is over there," he said, pointing his finger at the nearly destroyed church. Griselda saw where he was pointing and looked at him with a smile. "Thank you, son, we promise we'll save your friends from those fallen angels," she said, gently stroking his head, which for some reason calmed him greatly. She then looked at her subordinates and nodded to them. They nodded back, after which she looked at Naruto and nodded to him as well, saying that they would follow him to the church. Naruto nodded and quickly rushed toward the church, thinking only one thing: "I'll save you, Xenovia-chan. Just wait for me a little longer." He thought this before suddenly increasing his speed, almost like a bullet, which left Griselda and her subordinates in shock and amazement. Even though Naruto is clearly the fastest, the others following him are not far behind and somehow managed to catch up with him. A few minutes later, Naruto and the others finally reached the scene of the battle between the beings called fallen angels and the exorcists from this church, who are dying one by one at the hands of these fallen angels. Most of those still undergoing training were children, so they quickly retreated and hid in fear in different places. One fallen angel suddenly spotted a boy about Naruto's age and grinned maniacally, causing the poor guy to nearly wet himself in fear. The fallen angel was about to attack the boy, but then he fell to the ground with a dull thud, blood flowing from his skull. The other fallen angels and exorcists suddenly stopped and stared in shock at the now dead fallen angel. One of the exorcists approached the dead fallen angel and saw something lodged in its skull. He pulled it out and examined it curiously. It was a small knife, like a leaf-shaped blade, 10 to 15 centimeters long, with a ring at the end of the handle. The exorcist, holding a small knife, looked at it for a few moments, and then turned his gaze in the direction from which it had appeared. The other exorcists and fallen angels also looked in that direction and widened their eyes in shock. They saw a boy of about 5 or 6 years old with golden blonde hair, whisker marks on his cheeks and sapphire blue eyes. At this moment, the boy is standing on one of the tree branches, his right hand is extended forward, and his fingers are also extended, which makes many believe that he committed this crime. One of the fallen angels quickly recovered from his shock and growled angrily at the boy. "You little brat! What the have you done?" the fallen angel asked angrily. The boy we know as Naruto Uzumaki smirked at the fallen angel and narrowed his sapphire blue eyes. "Nothing, just this," he said calmly, before swinging his other hand so quickly it seemed almost instantaneous, as if they hadn't even noticed the movement. At first, Naruto held his other hand horizontally in front of his chest, and the next second, his hand extended, fingers and all. The fallen angel who had insulted Naruto suddenly froze in place, his eyes wide in shock. A long, deep gash formed on his right cheek, from which a trickle of blood began to flow. The fallen angel slowly touched the wound and gasped in surprise. Naruto looked at the fallen angel and gave him a cold stare. It was a stare so cold that any adult would refuse to believe he was a child. And technically, they wouldn't be wrong, since Naruto is mentally an adult. "I'll give you one chance to leave. If you continue to resist, then I won't hold back," he stated calmly, which only further angered the fallen angel. So, with a battle cry, the fallen angel spread his wings and flew toward Naruto with incredible speed. While the speed was impressive, it was still paltry compared to that of a mid-level genin. So Naruto felt like he was watching a snail. Naruto didn't want to kill. If he hated something in his life passionately, then that was murder. It was pointless to give life to the world and then simply take it away. He didn't want to kill, but he was no longer a naive child and understood why sometimes killing was necessary. So, not wanting to rush, he jumped down from the branch, landed on one knee and suddenly disappeared in the blink of an eye. The fallen angel who was charging at Naruto suddenly stopped mid-sprint and looked around in panic for Naruto. But, not finding him anywhere, he decided to return to his fellow fallen angels and look for the boy who tried to threaten them. But before he could turn around, his neck suddenly stretched, and in an instant, Naruto appeared just a few meters away from the fallen angel. He stood calmly, holding the same leaf-shaped weapon in his hand. Naruto glanced over his shoulder, and with a flick of his wrist, the fallen angel's head slowly detached from his shoulder and fell to the ground with a dull thud. A few seconds later, his body followed suit, then vanished, dissolving into purple particles. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe a child could be so fast and skilled, using only a strange knife. Naruto looked at the fallen angels and grinned. "Anyone else?" he asked calmly. The fallen angels, seeing Naruto's confident grin, couldn't help but grin maliciously, which made Naruto shudder internally from the looks they were giving him. "You're overconfident, boy," the fallen angel said, licking his lips. "And that kind of overconfidence is never a good thing. Maybe we should show you why you shouldn't mess with us," he said before creating a three-pronged spear of light, similar to a trident, and rushing at Naruto with the speed of a chunin. Behind him, several other fallen angels also created their own spears of light and followed him to teach him a few lessons. Naruto saw this and winced. "Take it, there are too many of them. I can't handle them all at once," he thought before hearing a gunshot from behind. Clap. The fallen angel ahead suddenly stopped and looked back, seeing one of his kin shot in the head and vanish into purple particles. He then looked in the direction of the gunshot and frowned. "What the are you doing here?" the fallen angel exclaimed, pointing a finger at Naruto. Or rather, pointing back. Naruto raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He didn't need to look back since he knew who was standing behind him. Griselda, watching everything unfold, couldn't help but think something was wrong with Naruto. Even though the two fallen angels he'd killed were the weakest, they were still powerful. And Naruto, not just a human but a child, had killed those two fallen angels with such ease it was almost comical. As if he were some kind of super child soldier. And not only that, but he'd also used an unknown energy to breach the barrier. Griselda couldn't help but wonder, "Child, who are you really?" she thought, quickly shaking her head and looking at Naruto, who was about to be surrounded by fallen angels. By pure chance, she quickly snatched a pistol from the holster of one of her subordinates and shot one of the fallen angels. When the fallen angel standing in front of her called her a bitch, she didn't react, either outwardly or inwardly, just bowed her head in bewilderment. Either she's incredibly innocent, or she simply doesn't care what anyone says about her. I hope it's somewhere on the stairs. In any case, the exorcist standing behind Griselda didn't even move, simply standing there in shock. But fortunately, one of them recovered from her shock and quickly ordered the others to attack the fallen angels, which they quickly did, arming themselves with light weapons and rushing at the fallen angels. The one standing in front looked behind the other fallen angels and said, "You guys take care of these exorcists. I'll take care of this runt." He then looked at Naruto and rushed at him, trident in hand. Naruto, seeing the fallen angel approaching, quickly assumed a fighting stance, holding his leaf-shaped blade, also known as a kunai. He slowly channeled his chakra into the kunai, causing it to glow brightly green before being coated in a layer of wind chakra. As he prepared himself, the fallen angel immediately appeared right in front of him and thrust his spear into him, aiming for his chest. Even though the fallen angel thrust his spear very quickly, it was still incredibly slow for Naruto. When the spear was a few centimeters from his chest, he immediately blocked it with a kunai encoded in wind chakra and held it for a few seconds before quickly dodging and delivering a spinning kick to his stomach, which sent his buttocks flying up. Before he could even process what had happened, Naruto quickly spun around after the spinning kick and delivered a kick to his lower back, sending him flying sideways and crashing into a tree. The fallen angel slowly rose to one knee, clutching his side in pain. How is it possible for such an insignificant human to possess such power? The fallen angel thought in shock. But before he could even think, he was pinned to the ground by a multitude of tiny, star-shaped blades with a hole in the middle. Despite the incredible pain, he didn't scream like a bitch, but merely gritted his teeth in pain and despair. Naruto could literally see his pain and disappointment from miles away and was very worried about what he was going to do next. Naruto slowly approached the fallen angel, who only growled at him angrily. "You brat! You will pay for what you've done," the fallen angel exclaimed in anger. Naruto merely shook his head and sighed, before looking at him with a cold gaze that sent shivers down his spine. "You, whoever you are, you'll tell me everything I ask, or else." He hovered in the air, casting a cold gaze that slightly frightened Naruto, but his pride wouldn't let him back down. Otherwise what? What could a little brat like you do to me?" he tried to tease, but all he got in return was a blank stare that gradually turned into a frown. Interrogation isn't something Naruto enjoys, but if he wants answers, he'll have to resort to it. Torture. "Even a lowly brat like you can do something like that," Naruto said calmly before blue lightning began to pour out from his right hand, gradually expanding and trapping the fallen angel within a shimmering dome of lightning. The fallen angel's shoulder jerked upward as lightning shot through him. He literally felt the high voltage of the lightning dancing around him. And before he could even think about it, the lightning around him suddenly stopped flickering, and in the blink of an eye, lightning, like vines, clung to him and severely damaged his nervous system, causing him to scream in pain. "Lightning style, Raigen's grip." Naruto cried out, but his voice was drowned out by the fallen angel's agonized cry. After Naruto had been striking the fallen angel with lightning for a few moments, he finally stopped and looked at the fallen angel who was barely clinging to life. After all, a 200-volt lightning strike is deadly, even for fallen angels, who are typically more resilient than normal humans. So it was a miracle the fallen angel survived. Please don't hurt me. Let me go. Please." The fallen angel couldn't help but whine in fear. Naruto knew it was unlike him, but war had taught him that sometimes cruelty was necessary to achieve a goal. And right now, Naruto's goal was to find out who sent them to attack the church. So he needed to show this bastard who he was dealing with. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me who sent you to attack, and I'll let you go. The fallen angel looked at Naruto with wide eyes and an open mouth. Really? You will let me go? He couldn't help but ask. Naruto nodded. If he'd been his old self, he would have stepped closer to the fallen angel, pressing a kunai to his throat to further threaten him. But war had shown him that cornered or vulnerable enemies were the most cunning and dangerous. So he kept his distance, kunai in hand, ready for any surprise attacks. If only you'd answer my question, he said calmly. The fallen angel felt disgusted with himself for obeying someone else's demand, especially a human one. But his life was far more valuable than his pride. So he swallowed his pride, as if chewing and swallowing a slice of lemon, and was about to tell Naruto who had sent them to attack, but he was interrupted by a lightsaber piercing the fallen angel's chest, killing him instantly. The fallen angel's body fell to the ground with a dull thud and soon disappeared into purple particles. Naruto blinked, his eyes widening in surprise. He hadn't expected someone to suddenly pierce his subject's chest. Suddenly he heard someone sound. Tisk tisk tisk. What a shame, to sacrifice your pride, and in front of a human child, no less. You're a disgrace. If I hadn't finished you off, you would have revealed our leader's identity. A human voice came from the shadows of the trees. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the man. Who the hell are you? Show yourself, he said coldly. The man who had killed the fallen angel chuckled softly before stepping out of the shadows and revealing himself, his eyes hidden by the shadow of his hat. The man appears to be a middle-aged man with short, slightly spiky black hair and dark blue eyes. He is currently wearing a light gray trench coat over a white shirt with a matching bow tie, black pants and shoes, black gloves, and a black felt hat. He also has two jet black feather wings, one on each side of his back. When Naruto looked at the man, he immediately tensed. Something told him he needed to be serious with this guy. Shinten, can you feel it? Naruto asked silently. Yes. If I sense correctly, his energy level is on par with a high-class jonin, Shinten said in a serious tone. Naruto looked at the man, then glanced at his black wings. And he's just like those other creatures. Are they? He thought before the man now known as the fallen angel spoke. Though I can't blame him, after all, he was overwhelmed by your technique, which uses an unknown energy source. And your combat skills are quite impressive for someone your age. Tell me your name, boy. Who are you? The fallen angel asked, his tone smug yet slightly curious. Naruto looked at the fallen angel and grinned. It's common courtesy to tell your name first and then ask everyone else. The fallen angel looked at Naruto and couldn't help but smile. I like you, kid. What you said is definitely true. He said, before reaching for his fedora and slowly removing it. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Donasic. And I am a fallen angel. He introduced himself, looked at Naruto, and gestured for him to do the same. Naruto didn't let his guard down and, without taking his eyes off him, spoke, My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I am human. He stated proudly, even though he was actually half human. The fallen angel, now going by the name Donasic, raised an eyebrow at the mention of his name. Naruto Uzumaki? That sounds more Japanese. And I noticed you speak Japanese too. Naruto looked at Donasic and shrugged. Honestly, I don't know anything about it. I remember my caregiver at the orphanage telling me that this name was written on a piece of paper when she found me at the door. He lied. Donasic looked at him curiously. If you were supposed to be from an orphanage, then how did you end up here? Naruto gave Donasic an indifferent look. It's simple, I got kicked out, he said simply. Donasic closed his eyes and shrugged. I don't care. Then he put his fedora back on and gave Naruto a predatory look. Although there is one thing I do care about. He then created a lightsaber and pointed it at Naruto. This is going to be a great fight, he exclaimed before rushing towards Naruto. In the blink of an eye, Donasek appeared in front of Naruto and plunged his lightsaber straight into his chest. Expecting the attack, Naruto dodged, leaning back, and the sword passed right through. Donasek was impressed by his agility and quickly used his wings to fly up to dodge Naruto's knee strike. Seeing this, Naruto quickly did a few backflips and then stood up. Holding a kunai encoded with wind chakra. He took it in a reverse grip and quickly assumed a fighting stance. Donasek looked down at Naruto, smirked, and, holding his lightsaber diagonally in front of his chest, swiftly attacked him. Naruto saw this from miles away and quickly raised his kunai to block the sword that was about to cut his neck in an instant. Donasek's eyes widened in shock as he saw Naruto manage to block the sword using only a small knife encoded with an unknown energy. Seeing his shocked expression, Naruto took advantage of the opportunity to turn around sharply and kick him in the stomach while he was still in the air. A kick sent him flying into a tree, hitting him so hard that blood began to flow from his mouth. Donasek slowly rose, clutching his stomach in pain. It's incredible that a human child has such strength. I need to finish him off now before he becomes a threat in the future, he thought to himself, before quickly deflecting a multitude of star-shaped projectiles with a hole in the middle. But before he could even get his bearings, 2 kunai flew from either side and pierced 2 different trees behind him. Suddenly, a thin line flashed on either side, revealing itself to be a wire. Naruto suddenly flew right in front of him, grabbed the wire, and delivered a flying kick to his chest, sending him crashing into the same tree again, causing it to snap in half. The moment he hit the tree, more blood came out of his mouth. Before Donasek could do anything, Naruto suddenly appeared on top of his head and, holding the same wire in his hands, he suddenly dropped down, causing the wire to suddenly bind him from many directions, his arms, legs, chest, and even his neck. Naruto landed silently on the ground right behind him, clutching the wire tightly between his teeth. He formed the tiger sword and muttered, "Fire style, fire dragon's breath." Suddenly, a stream of fire erupted in front of Naruto's mouth, heading straight for Donasek, who began to sweat from the heat. But before the fire could reach him, a spear of light cut through the wire, allowing him to escape the oncoming attack. The moment he broke free of the restraints, he quickly took flight. As soon as he took flight, flames suddenly erupted from the wire, as if someone had breathed them out like a dragon. Technically, this isn't entirely incorrect, as Naruto did indeed breathe fire like a dragon. After all, this jutsu is called Fire Dragon Breath. He just didn't breathe the fire directly from his mouth, but through the wire. When Naruto felt the wire loosen slightly, he quickly stopped his technique and went looking for Donasek, but he was nowhere to be found. Naruto clicked his tongue in irritation. He escaped. Naruto thought to himself before spitting the wire out of his mouth. He quickly assumed a fighting stance and cautiously looked around, widening his field of vision. With the help of Donasek. Donasek breathed heavily, wiping sweat from his forehead. It was too dangerous. I am very grateful to you for freeing me from these shackles. He thanked his subordinates for saving him from the attack. Don't worry, sir. We're far enough away that he won't notice us, the other fallen angel said with a straight face. Donasek nodded, then squinted, looking in that direction. Who is this child? Where did he get so much strength and skill, he thought to himself, unconsciously rubbing his stomach in pain. Sir, during our raid on this church, we discovered a girl who gave off the aura of a natural-born holy sword master, said the fallen angel standing next to him. Donasek's eyes widened, then he grinned. Where is this girl you're talking about? He asked curiously. The fallen angel nodded, then stepped aside and revealed the captured xenovia, bound with thick ropes and with its mouth taped shut. We found her unconscious in the church's dojo, where Excalibur of Destruction was also kept, the fallen angel explained. Donasic was now trembling with excitement. Finally, we've found the Excalibur fragment we've been looking for. And this girl is just a nice bonus, he thought to himself excitedly. Maybe I'll give her to Fried to train her in the use of the other sacred swords, he muttered under his breath before looking back towards Naruto. Tell the others to wait for me on the other side. As soon as I kill this fair-haired boy, we'll leave this place as quickly as possible, Donasic told the fallen angel, who couldn't help but feel a little unsure of his decision. Sir, let me intervene. I don't think we should go back there just to fight that boy, the fallen angel next to him said. Donasic immediately turned his head in his direction and gave him a very angry look, which made him flinch in fear. Why? He asked the fallen man, growling. The fallen angel trembled with fear, but did not give up and explained the reason, because, sir, one of the queens of the seraphim is also here, in this church. Donasic is shocked. He never would have thought that one of the seraphim queens would be here with the other exorcists. Wait, come to think of it, there are exorcists who don't belong to this church, he thought to himself before his eyes widened in realization. He glanced quickly at the fallen angel, nearly peeing himself. You said this is one of the seraphim queens? Who are we dealing with? He asked the fallen angel, even though he knew perfectly well who they were dealing with. The fallen angel next to him answered almost immediately, Sir, this is Griselda Quarta, queen of Gabriel Seraphim, he said, causing Donasic to shudder in fear. Donasic might have been proud and a bit of a battle-obsessed man, but even he knew that fighting one of the Seraphim queens would be nothing short of suicide. So, with a heavy heart, he told his comrade, the fallen angel, to simply call the others and leave this place as quickly as possible. The fallen angel nodded to his superior, then quickly used the microphone to order them back. To his and Donasic's horror, almost all of their fellow fallen angels had been killed by exorcists from an unknown church and one of the most powerful seraph queens. Only a handful remained, countable on the fingers of one hand. Despite the bad news, Donasic quickly calmed down, snatched the microphone from the fallen angel, pressed the button, and spoke. Hey, Fried, are you listening? He asked into the microphone, but for a long time no one answered, until someone spoke. Yes, you vile raven, I can hear you perfectly well, the man now named Fried said into the microphone. Donasic gritted his teeth in anger. He wanted nothing more than to tear this guy to pieces and feed him to the stray dogs. But he knew he couldn't lose his composure now, and he quickly calmed down. He took a deep breath before speaking into the microphone. Fried, I want you to quickly retrieve the Excalibur fragment we've been searching for. I'll give you. Before Donasic could finish his sentence, Fried interrupted. Oh, don't worry, my dear vile raven, I've already retrieved the sword and am waiting for you on the other side. Donasic was irritated by the interruption, but quickly shook his head and spoke again. Okay, great job. I'll get the others and meet you on the other side soon, he told Fried, before quickly cutting off contact with the maniac. Donasic abruptly snatched the microphone away and handed it back to the fallen angel, who quickly placed it to his ear. Quickly, tell the others to take the microphone, and we'll leave this place as soon as possible, he told the fallen angel, who quickly nodded and gave the order through the microphone. With Naruto. Naruto looked around cautiously, expecting a surprise attack, but nothing happened. Where the hell is that donut-shaped bastard? Why isn't he attacking? He asked himself before someone spoke from behind. I have to say, that was one hell of a fight, kid. Who would have thought that behind that skinny frame lurks a formidable warrior with skill and strength? Naruto's eyes widened in surprise and he quickly turned around to see that it was none other than Olsen. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Olsen. Where the hell have you been? You realize that many of your people were exterminated by these creatures called fallen angels or whatever they're called? Naruto said, his eyes flashing. Olsen looked at him and smirked. That was my plan all along, kid. I wanted to test their skills and see how far they'd come. And what better way than to let them fight fallen angels, he said, a nasty grin on his face. Naruto couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. This guy is sick. His thinking is so twisted that he doesn't care about his own people. And, apparently, he only cares about power, not people. I can only imagine how hard it was for these orphans, trained from childhood to become evil and destructive soldiers, Naruto thought pitifully. You shouldn't be so surprised, you were trained to be a child soldier too, Shinten muttered, moving subconsciously. Yes, Shinten, I know that very well. And that's why I don't like it when innocent children waste their childhoods becoming child soldiers, Naruto told Shinten, who merely shook his head with a smile. It's funny, coming from the one who always shouted, I'll become an amazing ninja and soon become the greatest Hokage in history. Shinten said teasingly, trying his best to imitate Naruto's voice. Naruto's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Shut up, I was just a kid. And besides, I have a good reason why I wanted to become Hokage. Shinten looked at Naruto and smirked. Oh, let me guess, to gain the people's recognition. Naruto chuckled softly and shook his head. No, not really. That was my previous reason for becoming Hokage. When I was a little brat, people hated me like I was some kind of disease. I was beaten half to death, and no one showed me mercy. Everyone, old people, middle-aged people, and even other children, always ignored me as if I didn't exist. So I desperately needed any attention from people, to convince myself that I existed for a reason. So I decided to become Hokage to gain people's recognition, to justify my existence, to tell myself that I really existed. But after meeting, he wanted to say, perverted sage, but quickly stopped himself and simply shook his head. After meeting my teacher, who taught me almost everything I lacked in the past, I realized that my reason for becoming Hokage was a bit selfish. I practically had no idea what being Hokage actually meant. He said this to Shinten in his mind, and real tears flowed from his eyes. Shinten couldn't help but feel like an idiot for bringing up such a sensitive topic and turning it into a joke. He remembered the difficulties his partner had faced. But hearing it from himself was another matter entirely. He was about to apologize to Naruto, but Olsen interrupted him. Aya, what's that? Is our little warrior actually crying? Did I just remind you of some unpleasant memories? Well, don't worry, Mommy will be here to comfort you, he said in such a girlish voice that Naruto's skin crawled with disgust. Oh, I forgot, you don't have one at all. You're alone in this world, with no one to support you. No mother, no father, no brother, no sister, no cousin, no friends, no comrades, no one. You're completely alone, Olsen said with a mocking tone in his voice. Naruto said nothing and simply stared at the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks. His eyes were hidden by the shadow of his bangs. Outwardly, he appeared calm and impassive. But inside, Shinten felt a tremendous pent-up negative emotion emanating from his heart. Naruto is Shinten's vessel. His soul is linked to Naruto's. Therefore, everything Naruto thinks, he can see, hear, and even feel. At that moment, Naruto began to imagine the death of all his friends and comrades right before his eyes. He heard each of them begging him to save their lives. He wanted to help, but he couldn't do anything. All he could do was stand and watch as the moon crushed and destroyed them. As the moon entered the atmosphere, he suddenly heard Olsen's words, no mother, no father, no brother, no sister, no cousin, no friends, no comrades, no one. You're all alone. His words echoed in his head. The moon was just a few miles from Earth. The Earth began to shake violently, as if a massive earthquake were about to split the entire planet in half. The force of the wind was so great that no one could move a muscle and could only watch their approaching death with horror in their eyes. 3, 2, 1. Boom! Naruto's eyes widened in horror as he watched the moon destroy the entire planet. The entire planet exploded in a supernova, and soon everything, even the explosion, crumbled into tiny particles, leaving only darkness. Naruto simply stared at the place where the planet once stood, and suddenly Olsen's last words echoed in his head, "You are alone." Naruto stared into the emptiness around him and silently shed tears. I'm alone, he told himself, letting the tears flow freely from his eyes. Shinten, seeing everything Naruto had just imagined, couldn't hold back a tear. He couldn't help but think of the family he'd created on another planet, and saw it being destroyed just as Naruto had imagined his own. Quickly wiping away the last of his tears, he subconsciously looked at Naruto and shouted at him, "Naruto! What do you think you are? I thought you'd already forgotten about your past." Naruto winced at the sound of Shinten's voice and stopped crying, silently staring into space, his face emotionless. Or was I wrong? I was wrong about your unyielding spirit that never gives up, no matter the situation, your unyielding will that never backs down. Was I wrong about all of this? Are you really Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto's eyes widened at the question. Am I really Naruto Uzumaki, he asked himself, before looking down at his hand and staring at it for a moment, then clenching his fist even tighter. He closed his eyes for a few seconds, then opened them again, revealing two sapphire blue eyes. To a normal person, these eyes would be just ordinary. But if you look closely, you can see a spark of determination in his eyes. A spark that has reignited. Will of fire. Shinten looked at Naruto and chuckled. He's back, but he still hasn't let go of the past. He needs more time to recover, he thought with a sad smile, then smirked at Olsen. Now, human, you're going to regret what you just said, he thought to himself. Olsen was about to say more, but suddenly stopped, looking into Naruto's eyes. He saw a spark there, ignited in a flame of determination, a determination he would never have seen in a child his age. The determination of a warrior, a soldier who never gives up. Naruto wiped away his tears with his left hand before vowing to never cry again. He looked at his hands and clenched them into fists. What happened is in the past. I need to move on, even if it's not for myself, but for others. They won't like it if they see me like this. If Grandma Tsunade sees me like this, she'll probably smash me through more than 5 buildings for moping around like Sasuke, he thought to himself, grinning. Olsen looked at Naruto strangely, unsure why he was laughing. I have no idea why you're laughing, he finally said before pulling 2 lightsaber hilts out of his pocket, resembling the hilts of the Star Wars lightsabers. He held one of the hilts vertically in front of his face in his left hand, and the other in his right. But I don't care, I just want you to join me. With this kind of power, we can take over all the churches and create an army of exorcists capable of dealing with any evil on our planet. You may not know it, but you have far more potential than you think. We can harness that potential and take you to the next level. Think about it, boy. You'll become even more powerful if you join us, Olsen suggested, to which Naruto remained silent and unresponsive. Naruto said nothing and remained silent. The shadow of his bangs still covered the upper part of his face, hiding his eyes. His mouth remained pressed into a thin line, completely unperturbed. You know? I hate people like you, who always think only of themselves and never of others. You wanted to jeopardize the childhood of innocent children to use them for your sick ambitions, Naruto said calmly, not betraying his true feelings. Olsen looked at Naruto and snorted. Kid, this is all for the good of humanity, to save them from evil demons who reincarnate people as their slaves. You're still just a child and have no idea what supernatural beings are capable of. There are demons that are very dangerous to humanity. Demons who kill people for their own pleasure. Naruto's impassive expression slowly turned to a frown. I see. So you're one of those people who thinks all demons are dangerous. That they always kill people for no reason, he said in a cold tone that made even Olsen shudder. Naruto said nothing and calmly walked toward Olsen, who quickly tensed, preparing for battle. Without realizing it, Naruto instinctively extended his left hand, palm down. Suddenly, his palm was coated in a layer of green chakra, releasing a small gust of wind that blew away all the debris and dust. Seeing this, Olsen quickly channeled his holy energy into his left hilt, causing a beam of light to erupt from it, transforming into a lightsaber. He then flicked his right wrist, unleashing a long whip of light from his right hilt. "Boy, you either join us or die. Which option will you choose?" he asked in a threatening tone, trying to give him one more chance to think before rushing into battle. Naruto didn't respond and continued to walk forward without hesitation, not even being intimidated by the two weapons in his hands. Olsen growled at Naruto before quickly rushing towards him, appearing right in front of him and slashing his saber diagonally straight at his neck. Anticipating his move, Naruto clenched his left fist, and soon green chakra slowly expanded from the radial side of his fist, transforming into a long, green, katana-like blade of energy. The blade also released a gust of wind that nearly knocked Olsen back. Just as the lightsaber was about to cut off his head, Naruto quickly swung his left hand and blocked the lightsaber with his energy blade. Olsen's eyes widened as he saw his lightsaber blocked by a green, katana-like energy blade. And to his shock, as his lightsaber connected with the katana, he was thrown back by a powerful gust of wind emitted by the energy blade. Olsen flew toward a tree, crashed into it, and created a small crater. He quickly rose, spat out a little blood, and looked at him with a maniacal grin. "So you can even create weapons using your energy. Interesting, very interesting, you're definitely something special, Uzumaki." Olsen exclaimed before lunging at him again, but this time he raised his light whip and swung it at Naruto, who didn't even move. A long whip soon wrapped around his waist and, with one movement, ripped his body in two, causing Olsen's grin to widen. But his grin quickly turned to a frown as the two body parts suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving a log cut in half in their place. Just happened? Did he use an illusion? Olsen thought before hearing a screech of energy right behind him. He quickly turned around and saw Naruto rushing towards him with an energy blade in his left hand. But the energy blade looked different. It still resembled a katana, but the blade's color had changed from green to blue. And not only that, the katana's blade moved like a chainsaw from its base to its tip. In the blink of an eye, Naruto suddenly appeared in front of his face and swung his katana diagonally, slamming his right hand into the back of his head and into his left shoulder. Seeing this, Olsen wasted no time in raising his saber to block the katana's strike. But to his horror, Naruto's katana sliced through the saber like butter and was about to lop off his head when someone suddenly fired a light bullet at Naruto, missing his head by about 20 centimeters. Seeing the bullet out of the corner of his eye, Naruto jerked his head back and dodged it easily. But he also missed his neck, giving Olsen the opportunity to raise his whip and swing it at Naruto, wrapping it around his left wrist. Before Naruto could react, something suddenly appeared behind him and plunged the same lightsaber into his back, aiming for his heart. It was none other than Alessio, who not only fired a beam of light but also attempted to impale Naruto from behind. Naruto didn't panic and remained calm, recalling a certain jutsu he'd once seen someone perform. Suddenly, both of Naruto's hands were coated in blue chakra, which slowly began emitting a multitude of lightning bolts. A sound similar to the singing of many birds, approximately 1,000, was also heard. When Olsen saw lightning dancing around his hands, his eyes widened in horror. "Alessio! Quickly, get away from this boy, now!" Olsen warned Alessio before he, too, tried to break free from Naruto's grip, bouncing off the hilt and jumping to the side. But this also forced him to release Naruto's wrist from its restraints, giving him the freedom to move. With a smirk, Naruto quickly turned around and extended his arms, palms facing both sides of his body at the same time, lightning dancing around them. Naruto's eyes were still hidden by the shadows of his bangs, and the same smirk still adorned his face. "Take that, bastards! Lightning style, Chidori stream!" Naruto shouted loudly before everything around them was enveloped in 10,000 volts of blue lightning, reducing everything to dust, including Alessio and Olsen, who were now screaming in pain, begging every deity in existence to stop this unbearable suffering. After Naruto stunned them for half a minute, he finally stopped his attack and left them both on the ground completely lifeless, their bodies almost reduced to crispy crumbs. Naruto didn't react at all and remained in the same position until he suddenly fell to one knee, breathing heavily. "Naruto, you need to rest a little before you get even more tired. You've expended a lot of chakra and are currently very low on reserves. Take it easy," Shinten said from Naruto's subconscious. Naruto closed his eyes and smiled weakly, still breathing heavily. "Yes, Shinten, I know." He said this before slowly, groaning, rising to his feet and looking up at the night sky, seeing the remaining fallen angels flying away to the other side of the church. "But before I do anything, I need to make sure Xenovia-chan is okay. I just hope the fallen angels haven't gotten to her. I know she can take care of herself, but still," he told Shinten, concern in his voice. Shinten raised his right palm to his face and stared at it for a few seconds. "I don't know whether to use it or not. But he needs more chakra," knowing he'll definitely use the Byakugan, he thought to himself with a sigh, before clenching his hand into a fist. He then shook his head, looked at Naruto, and spoke, "Naruto, I know you want to use the Byakugan to find her. But with your current strength, you'll just kill yourself." Naruto couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration, having lost his previously monstrous chakra reserves. "What should I do then? I can't just leave my only friend alone in this mess. I need to find her before something goes wrong," he said stubbornly, causing Shinten to sigh again. "Listen, Naruto, as a half Otsutsuki, you can replenish your chakra faster than any normal human. You only need to sit for a few minutes to replenish half your reserves," Shinten muttered, and Naruto wanted to object, but reluctantly stopped and sighed wearily. "Alright, Shinten, I'll go rest," Naruto sighed before lowering himself to the ground and taking a meditative pose. He remained in this position for a while before opening his eyes and soon slipping into subconsciousness. He looked around and soon saw Shinten standing before him with his arms crossed. He looked at Naruto and smirked. "So, you finally managed to awaken those two seals, huh?" Shinten asked with some excitement, causing Naruto to feel a little embarrassed. "Yes, although it took those snide remarks for me to finally awaken those two seals. I think they had something to do with my positive and negative feelings that caused them to awaken," he said with a thoughtful expression, looking at his palms and remembering Shinten explaining how he added the sun and moon seals to his chakra and made them permanent, turning them into his own. Upon hearing what happened to Sasuke when Shinten took the moon seal, he, to his surprise, felt no sadness or grief for his former best friend. He remained largely neutral, understanding that this Sasuke was no longer his best friend and that he had long since died at the hands of Orochimaru. Although Shinten explained how he obtained the moon seal, he still hadn't told Naruto about the karma seal. As Naruto watched, he suddenly noticed an unfamiliar black diamond-shaped mark at the top of his sun seal. He glanced at Shinten in confusion, who followed his gaze and realized what he was about to ask. "Listen, Naruto. Before you ask, I'll explain this mark to you later, but right now I need to tell you about the other two seals," Shinten said with some seriousness in his voice. Naruto swallowed unconsciously and sweated slightly at the serious tone. Is it something dangerous?" he couldn't help but ask. Shinten's serious expression instantly vanished, and a cheerful demeanor returned. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. I just need to tell you about the power of these two seals so you can use them more effectively." All the sweat on his forehead instantly vanished, and his face became relaxed, yet slightly irritated. "Seriously, Shinten, don't scare me like that," Naruto said irritably, crossing his arms over his chest. Shinten chuckled apologetically, rubbing the back of his head. "Oh, sorry. It's just that when I start explaining things, I always get so serious," Shinten explained, to which Naruto simply nodded. "It's okay. Just don't take it too seriously. Let's leave that aside and start explaining what you were going to explain." He said this, and Shinten only smiled before turning serious again. Well, at first I was a little confused when I first saw these seals. So I decided to study them while you were sleeping. And I discovered something very interesting, he said, pointing his index finger at Naruto's right palm. Let's talk about the sun seal first, since you have some experience with it. After my research, I discovered that this seal grants you the ability to manipulate chakra and transform nature. It also grants you yang power, the power to control any form of physical energy, he said, before looking at Naruto and seeing him scratch his head in confusion. Shinten's sweat dropped. Was it really that hard to understand, he thought, scratching the back of his head in confusion. Then he looked at Naruto and coughed into his hand to get his attention. Naruto stopped scratching his head, looked at Shinten, and noticed him. Shinten, noticing his attention, nodded. I think you found this a little confusing, so I'll explain it much more simply. The sun seal on your right hand grants you the ability to manipulate chakra, meaning you can control your chakra regardless of its reserves. When Naruto realized this, he immediately became angry and wanted to attack him, but Shinten stopped him, chuckling nervously and raising his hand in the air. Now, let's not jump to conclusions until I explain. I had a very good reason for telling you to do all these exercises. Just be patient, and I'll explain everything soon. Naruto quickly calmed down and snorted, muttering something under his breath. Take that, what an annoying Otsutsuki. Shinten merely chuckled, then coughed into his right hand again and continued, and then there's nature transformation, which means you can control any type of chakra nature, fire, wind, lightning, earth, or water. You can control these natures to such a degree that you can possibly combine them to create a new nature. Naruto couldn't help but stare in amazement at Shinten's words. So you're telling me I can create wood by combining earth and water chakra? He asked, his eyes still wide and shocked. Shinten couldn't help but laugh at his expression. Looks like I broke him. Look at his face, he's so stunned, ha ha ha, he thought to himself, continuing to laugh. A few moments later, both finally recovered from their attacks and stared at each other in silence. Naruto looked at Shinten with disbelief, and Shinten looked at Naruto with amusement. After a few more moments of silence, Naruto's incredulous expression gradually gave way to delight. This is amazing. I'm about to become the strongest, he exclaimed with delight. Shinten couldn't help but laugh at his expression. Well, you'll still have to work hard if you want to achieve such abilities. You have the powers, but you still need to train to use them effectively. Hearing this, Naruto's joy immediately faded and he looked resolutely at Shinten. Don't worry, I'll train so hard that Gai-sensei will turn green with envy. Shinten laughed at Naruto's words. No need to take things to extremes, start slowly before moving on to extreme exercises and other training. And besides, don't worry too much, because there's more to come. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Wow, that's not all, he couldn't help but ask. Shinten merely nodded. Yes, that's not all. Then he pointed again with the index finger on his right hand. This item also grants you yang power, the power to control physical energy. For example, by controlling physical energy, you can heal any physical injury in the blink of an eye, no matter how fatal. At that moment, Naruto's eyes widened like giant saucers. Wow! That was the only word he could squeeze out. Shinten couldn't contain his pleasure at Naruto's expression. Oh, that's not all. I haven't told you about the moon seal yet, he said jokingly. Naruto just shook his head and sighed. I doubt anything could surprise me anymore, he said with a grin. Okay, so what next? He asked with a grin. Shinten also chuckled before clearing his throat. Well, now let's talk about the moon seal. This seal gives you the ability to manipulate the shape of chakra, meaning you can shape your chakra however you wish. Hearing this, Naruto thought for a moment, then, his eyes widening, he realized something. Wait, So the wind katana I just used against those two was actually created using this seal? He asked. Shinten rubbed his beard and thought. Well, technically you did it yourself, since these aren't seals anymore, but your own abilities. But you could say that's why you succeeded. But the main reason is that you used those last two jutsu subconsciously. You weren't thinking at the time and essentially used them on a whim, Shinten said with a grin. Naruto couldn't help but sweat drop as he heard him perform the last two jutsus. I guess you're right, since I did use those jutsu subconsciously, he said with a chuckle. Shinten quickly calmed down and began explaining another ability to Naruto. Well, that's all there is. There's another one, the Yin power, the power of manipulating spiritual energy. For example, you can communicate with other people telepathically with just a glance or a touch, since your spirit and the spirit of another person are connected through glance or touch. Hearing about another Yin power ability, Naruto whistled. Wow, that ability might come in handy in the future, he said with a thoughtful expression. Shinten couldn't help but agree. Of course, that would be the case, but remember, these are just abilities, and you can create your own creative techniques using these abilities. Naruto's head immediately turned to Shinten. Wow, so I can create my own jutsu with these abilities? Naruto couldn't help but ask. Shinten nodded. Yes, if you have a creative streak, you can create any jutsu you want. At that moment, Naruto began jumping up and down like a child overjoyed at a new toy. Shinten couldn't contain his laughter at the sight of his delight. His laughter gradually turned into giggles, but suddenly his vision changed, and instead of Naruto, he saw a small boy with pale skin, pale pupil-less eyes, and long white hair pulled tightly into a long ponytail. The boy was dressed in a white kimono with 3 tomo on each side of the collar, brown boots, and a ring in each ear. The boy jumped just like Naruto and looked at Shinten, whose eyes widened in shock. Hey, Dad, look, I did it, the boy exclaimed before slowly fading away, and his vision returned to reality. Shinten looked down and smiled sadly. Shimura, he muttered sadly under his breath, quickly wiping a tear from the corner of his eye and looking up resolutely. I told you, Otsutsuki, I'll be back soon, and with my new partner, I'll wipe out the rest of our race so that no one else has to suffer like we did, he thought resolutely, before looking at Naruto with a soft smile. Naruto, you're so much like my son, silly, goofy, and kind. Every time I look at you, I can't help but see my son in you. If I didn't know better, you two could be mistaken for twins, he thought with a chuckle. Yay! Man, I'm awesome! Naruto exclaimed, before suddenly stopping and looking sadly at his hands. But will this be enough? Will I be able to protect my loved ones with this power? He asked involuntarily. Just as he was about to fall into depression again, he noticed a hand on his shoulder. He looked at the hand and soon looked up to see Shinten smiling sadly at him. Naruto, no matter how strong you become, you can't save everyone, Shinten said with a thoughtful expression. Naruto was about to give him the same distant look, but he quickly shook his head and stared resolutely at his clenched fist. No, I will save everyone. Even if I fail, that doesn't mean I won't try. I don't care how many dangers I have to endure, but that doesn't mean I'll give up. I will train hard and soon become the strongest, he exclaimed passionately, and Shinten couldn't help but grin. If this is true, then I am on your side, partner. I will train you and help you in any way I can. And soon we will defeat the remaining Otsutsuki who roam the galaxies, destroying planet after planet. No, you. You will become the strongest, and I, Shinten Otsutsuki, will help you become the strongest. He spoke his own fiery words to Naruto before extending his hand and gesturing for a fist bump. At first, Naruto was shocked to learn that Shinten would train him to become the strongest. But this surprise soon gave way to a wide, fox-like grin. He extended his hand and greeted Shinten with a fist bump. When their fists touched, their souls connected for a moment before they pulled their hands away. Wow, what was that? Naruto asked, confused by what just happened. Shinten's eyes widened, also confused. He clenched and unclenched his fist a few times before looking at Naruto with a smirk. Naruto, do that again. I think I know what just happened, Shinten said to Naruto, who only looked at him in confusion before deciding to trust Shinten and raise his fist again. Shinten did the same, and soon they exchanged greeting fist bumps, after which their eyes widened as plates. They slowly exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. Ah, that was wonderful. Somehow, I feel like I know you even better now than I did before. You somehow managed to connect our souls. How did you do it? Shinten asked curiously. Naruto just scratched the back of his head. I don't know for sure, but I think it might be ninjutsu. It's some kind of religion that Super Gigi created over the years, the belief that by connecting with each other's spirits, we can better understand each other. Then he looked down and smiled sadly. He wanted to achieve peace through this religion. But unfortunately, his eldest son, Indra Otsutsuki, turned ninjutsu into ninjutsu. Shinten looked at him and nodded understandingly. I see. So, I take it your super giant is Otsutsuki, who wanted to achieve peace by teaching people to use only the spiritual portion of chakra so they could understand each other and live in peace, rather than using both spiritual and physical chakra to fuel conflict. Naruto nodded. That's exactly what happened. I hoped that after this war, people would finally understand that war and other conflicts bring only pain and nothing more. But now I think people will never have the opportunity to understand what true peace is. Now all I can do is hope that people find peace in the afterlife, he said in a somber tone. Shinten smiled knowingly at him. Listen, Naruto, dwelling on the past won't help you. You need to move on and find new, dear people in this world. And besides, you already have such a wonderful person. He said the last part mockingly. At first, Naruto was a little confused. But when the gears on his head stopped moving, he finally realized who they were talking about. Oh, you mean Xenovia-chan? Of course, she's one of my dearest people, and I'll protect her with all my might. Wait, by the way, I don't even have enough chakra to look for her, he said in a panic. Shinten sighed and wondered if he should use the karma seal. While Shinten pondered, Naruto was pondering his own plan. This is a big problem. What can I do to solve it? Naruto frantically tried to think of something that would help him replenish his chakra reserves faster, but until now, nothing had come to mind. Wait, senjutsu. Yeah, I could just use senjutsu chakra, how stupid of me, Naruto thought. Before mentally scolding himself for not realizing he could just use senjutsu. After mentally chastising himself, Naruto quickly limited his movements and stood still as a statue. When Shinten saw what Naruto was doing, he was momentarily confused before his eyes widened, sensing what Naruto was doing. Shinten quickly approached Naruto and struck him squarely on the top of the head with his right hand, causing Naruto to cry out in pain and forcefully release the natural energy he had been hoarding subconsciously. Ow! Hey, why did you hit me like that? Naruto asked Shinten, gently rubbing the growing bump on his head. Idiot! Do you realize that with your current chakra reserves, you could turn to stone or, worse, explode like a natural bomb and destroy not only yourself but a quarter of the planet? Shinten half shouted, half scolding Naruto. Naruto was a little surprised to see Shinten in such a state, but quickly recovered from the shock and realized what he had just said. Wait, I get the rock part, but what do you mean, explode like a natural bomb? He asked, confused. Shinten looked at him and sighed. Listen, you don't realize it yet, but your chakra has become much denser and stronger than before. If you take natural energy and can't balance it, then the natural chakra and your dense chakra will not only mix, but will also turn you into a walking, talking bomb, ready to either turn to stone or explode like a giant bomb capable of destroying a quarter of the planet, Shinten said in a serious tone. Naruto mentally swallowed and sweated slightly at Shinten's words. Wow, that would have been a disaster. I'm glad you stopped me before I ruined everything. Thanks, Shinten, Naruto said with relief. Shinten chuckled. Don't worry, Naruto, I'm always here for you, Shinten said with a smile. Naruto smiled too, but it soon gave way to a frown. But my chakra recovery is still very slow, and we're running out of time, he said worriedly, before looking at Shinten pleadingly. Shinten, is there any way to speed up my chakra recovery? Naruto desperately asked Shinten, who only sighed. Shinten looked down and thought for a few moments before sighing again. Then he looked at Naruto with such seriousness that the other man began to sweat. Listen to me, Naruto, I'm about to tell you something that might scare you, but I want you to believe me, okay? Shinten asked, to which Naruto looked at him with confusion, but nodded nonetheless. Shinten nodded as well and soon took a deep breath before explaining the seal. Naruto, the black diamond-shaped mark on your right palm is what we call the karma seal. Karma essentially means resurrection. This seal is a resurrection seal that stores the DNA formula and memories of an Otsutsuki. With the karma seal, Otsutsuki are resurrected through a process known as Otsutsukiification. This process gradually transforms the body into a pure-blooded Otsutsuki. He then pointed his index finger at the seal. This seal on your hand is mine, meaning it contains my DNA formula and my memories. Thanks to this seal, I was able to transform you into an Otsutsuki by 50%, which is 35% of my DNA. Shinten finally finished his explanation and looked slowly, nervously at Naruto. Naruto was speechless. He never would have thought the Otsutsuki were capable of resurrection using this seal, called the karma seal. Naruto bowed his head and said nothing. Both Naruto and Shinten sank into a silence neither wanted to break. But after several moments, Naruto finally spoke. It's really hard to comprehend. I never would have thought every Otsutsuki was capable of resurrection. Then he chuckled softly. And if that's true, then even if we kill them, it'll be pointless. They might just resurrect and come back again, Naruto said, a slightly frightened expression on his face. Shinten looked at Naruto, placed his hands on his shoulders, and squeezed them lightly to get his attention. Yes, that may be true. But, they can still be killed if it's just you fighting. Hearing this, Naruto's head immediately snapped up, his eyes widening as he stared at Shinten. What do you mean, Shinten? Naruto asked. To which Shinten smiled encouragingly. Because this body is already occupied by someone else, and only one Otsutsuki can inhabit one body. Therefore, they won't be able to resurrect through you, since not only am I in your body, but you'll also be fighting them alone. If you bring someone with you into battle, the Otsutsuki will simply resurrect through the person you bring. So if you don't even have to worry about them being resurrected, Shinten explained, and Naruto sighed in relief. He then looked at Shinten and gave him a questioning look. Shinten, why are you telling me this now? What are you trying to tell me? Naruto asked suspiciously. Shinten sweated slightly with excitement, then looked at Naruto with a sigh. That's because the karma seal not only resurrects, but also gives you the ability to neutralize and absorb any chakra-based attacks, and gives you a massive boost of chakra. Upon hearing about the enhancement, Naruto immediately interrupted his further explanation. Wait, chakra enhancement? Shinten, why didn't you tell me about this before? Naruto asked irritably. Shinten was silent for a moment, then looked at Naruto very seriously. The thing is, once you use the karma seal, the Otsutsuki transformation process will immediately begin turning you into a fully formed Otsutsuki. I can prevent my reincarnation in your body, which won't be a big problem, but the real problem is that you won't be human anymore, Shinten told Naruto, who merely sighed. Naruto sat silently on the ground, wondering what he should do. After all, this was his humanity at stake. Naruto and Shinten were silent for a moment until Naruto spoke up, let's do this. Shinten turned his head sharply towards Naruto and looked at him in surprise. What? Was the only word that came to his mind. What? Naruto asked Shinten, who just looked at him with an impassive expression. You just said you were willing to give up your humanity in exchange for more chakra and power, Shinten said, surprised. Naruto looked at him and smiled sadly. You know? I don't care that I'm human anymore. I've lost my people, my comrades, and my dearest ones. I think the fact that I survived and was the last person on my planet is why I still can't let go of the past. The guilt I feel every day, the guilt of being the only one who survived the destruction, makes it unbearable. It feels like I betrayed them by running from the destruction without even trying to save them. It feels like I spat on their trust. So if I give up my humanity, maybe it will lessen my guilt, and maybe I can finally let go of the past and move on, Naruto said in a sad tone. Shinten looked at him and frowned involuntarily. It seemed he was trying to escape his past. But he couldn't blame him, since he understood his feelings. With his last breath, Shinten looked at him seriously. Naruto, are you sure? Think again, because once this starts, there's no turning back. Naruto looked at him seriously. Yes, I've made my decision. So let's just stop talking and get started. Shinten couldn't help but shake his head sadly, but the sad expression soon turned serious. Okay, wake up in the real world. And prepare to become an Otsutsuki, Shinten said seriously. Naruto nodded and was about to exit the subconscious, but stopped, remembering something. Hey, Shinten, can I get rid of these horns? No offense, but they look kind of creepy, Naruto said with a guilty expression. Shinten chuckled. No hard feelings. And I think I can alter your DNA structure so you won't grow horns, Shinten said, looking thoughtful. Naruto gave him his sincere smile. After the spiritual connection between them, Naruto now understood Shinten even better than before, and knew Shinten would never try to take over his body. So, with one last glance, Naruto slowly faded from his subconscious. In the real world. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and looked around. He stared around for a moment, then looked to the side, where the exorcists and Griselda were fighting the exorcists of this church who were still loyal to Olsen. While talking about Olsen, Naruto now looked at the lifeless bodies of Olsen and Alessio on the ground. He looked at the corpses with disgust. Good thing I got rid of those two bastards before they could cause any more trouble for this world, Naruto thought to himself, before looking in the direction where the other fallen angels had fled. Alright, Shinten, let's begin, Naruto thought to himself before raising his right hand and staring eagerly at his palm. He waited a few seconds, and suddenly the karma seal began to glow silver, and before he could even comprehend it, the seal slowly expanded, and soon his right hand was covered in an intricate silver pattern, and then his entire body was gradually covered in those lines. Naruto froze involuntarily, looking at his hands. Naruto, I forgot to tell you one more thing. Besides the chakra surge, you can also access my chakra using this seal. Hearing Shinten's words, Naruto nodded silently and slowly closed his eyes, performing a single-hand seal. He slowly activated his enhanced chakra, and soon his brow furrowed in surprise. Wow, you weren't kidding about the chakra boost. My chakra reserves are almost back to their previous levels. It's still nothing compared to what I had during the war, but it's still something, Naruto mentally murmured before channeling chakra into his right eye. Slowly, the veins on the right side of his right eye, surrounded by silver pigmentation, bulged. He slowly opened it, soon revealing his now pale blue, lavender, pupilless eye. Naruto blinked his right eye a few times before widening it in surprise. Wow! The last time I used the Byakugan, it wasn't this sharp. And now it doesn't hurt anymore, Naruto thought before Shinten spoke again. It's probably because of the yang power. Before, you couldn't control the flow of chakra through your eye, since you were using it for the first time and hadn't trained, which is why your eye burned. But now, with the yang power, you can perfectly control your chakra without endangering your vision due to your powerful chakra, Shinten muttered from his subconscious. Naruto nodded silently, then channeled some more chakra into his eye and zoomed in further to see if he could find Xenovia in the church. Upon zooming in, he immediately noticed that the sword Excalibur was no longer there. Naruto narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Where did the sword go? I just saw it, and now it's gone. Naruto frowned even more. Someone took it? No, that doesn't make sense, because only those with innate holy power can lift a sword. And there's only one person with that power, Xenovia-chan. But she can't lift the sword because she hasn't done so yet. So who took it? Naruto thought before seeing a blue aura hovering in the air. He wanted to follow the aura and see where it would lead him, but suddenly, thanks to his 360-degree enhanced vision, he noticed Donasek and some unknown fallen angel looking at him from afar with shocked expressions. Not only that, he also saw someone lying on the ground behind them, bound with ropes. He narrowed his eyes and widened his field of vision, but suddenly stopped and stared in shock at the bound person's face. It was none other than Xenovia, now unconscious and bound with rope. As Naruto realized what had happened, his shocked expression gradually gave way to anger. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto slowly turned around and glared in the direction where he saw Donasek and the other fallen angel hiding behind a building. With the help of Donasek. Is going on with this kid? The fallen angel next to Donasek couldn't help but ask in shock and horror, feeling the immense power emanating from the blonde. Donasek said nothing and continued to stare at Naruto, sweat pouring down his face. This guy, where does he get all this power? It's simply mind-boggling. It's like looking at an ocean. Then he looked more closely and noticed silvery lines on his body. Wait, what are those lines that have formed on his arms and neck? Donasek thought with a mixture of awe and fear. Sir, I think we should get out of here before he notices us, the fallen angel standing next to him said quickly and fearfully to his superior. Donasek remained motionless, staring at Naruto like a statue. After staring at him for a moment, he noticed Naruto shift his upper body and was now glancing sideways at them. When Donasek's dark blue eyes met Naruto's cold, pale lavender ones, he immediately began to tremble and looked with trembling eyes at his fellow fallen angel, who did the same. They said nothing to each other and did only one thing. They nodded at each other, after which the fallen angel quickly grabbed Xenovia's unconscious body and ran to catch up with the others. Donasek cast one last glance at Naruto before also dashing away from the building, quickly catching up with his fellow fallen angels and leaving this place as quickly as possible. Naruto watched them run away from the building at incredible speed. But to Naruto, they were still moving in slow motion. If he wanted, Naruto could catch up with them in the blink of an eye using his body-shifting technique and quickly decapitate them, saving Xenovia at the same time. But he needed to know something before rescuing her. So he let them take her, for now. Don't get him wrong, Naruto holds her in his heart just as dearly as his old friends and comrades. But he really needs to know where they're going and if they really did take the Excalibur sword. A few minutes later, the two fallen angels finally reached the other side and confronted the one who had taken the sword Excalibur. Donasek quickly calmed down and now looked at the man with annoyance on his face. Well, well. My dear vile raven, what took you so long? The man asked with a disgusting smile that sent shivers down the spines of some of the fallen angels already present. Donasek glared at him, wanting to tear him to pieces, but he understood they needed this man to pick up the sword Excalibur and take it with them. So he reluctantly decided to ignore him and focus on examining the sword. Donasek stared at the sword with a mesmerizing expression. After all, this sword had once been part of the mighty sword known as the true Excalibur. The man who had been asking the Donasek a question some time earlier was now angry at being ignored and decided to shout, "Hey! You bastard, don't ignore me," the man exclaimed before having to duck to avoid a light spear thrown by the enraged Donasek. "You, bastard! I'll kill you right here and now, you're free, the Donasic exclaimed in anger. The man now named Freed looked at the enraged fallen angel with a hideous grin. Freed was a young man with short white hair and red eyes. He had a massive frame, thick arms and legs, and sharp fangs protruding from his mouth. He also wore priestly robes, like a priest, but in reality, he was not a priest and was artificially created. Donasic and Freed stared at each other silently, waiting to see who would make the first move. The other fallen angels didn't intervene and decided to keep their distance, knowing full well how tense the situation could become when these two fought each other. Donasic glared at Freed, and Freed stared at Donasic with a hideous grin. They continued to stare at each other until their hands twitched, and suddenly a light lance appeared in Donasic's right hand, while Freed quickly drew the hilt of his lightsaber and activated it. Seeing each other's weapons, they were about to rush at each other, but suddenly heard a groan of discomfort from under the tree, where the fallen angel left the unconscious Xenovia to await further orders. After Xenovia came to, she felt like she'd been hit by a truck. She groaned from a sudden, severe migraine and was about to rub her head, but discovered her hands were tied. She blinked several times before realizing that not only her hands but also her legs were bound with thick rope. Realizing that she might be being kidnapped, she began to look around in panic and found herself surrounded by men with black feathered wings who were looking at her ominously. These looks were so terrifying that she began to tremble and sob in fear. Donasic looked at Xenovia with amusement, and Freed with curiosity. "Who is that nasty little, you just brought?" Freed asked, his tone curious yet lustful. Now Xenovia felt even more terrified at the sound of Freed's voice. It was so wrong that for some reason she felt insulted by this man. She wanted nothing more than to run away from him as far as possible, but unfortunately, her legs were bound. She tried to crawl back, kicking the ground, but suddenly stopped when she felt a tree touch her back. Donasic merely shook his head with a smirk before answering the question. "For your information, she is a natural-born wielder of the sacred sword and is capable of wielding the sword Excalibur. Our goal was to find and retrieve the sword Excalibur from this church. She's just a nice bonus we stumbled upon," Donasic explained, to which Freed responded with a smacking sound. "I want that nasty little bitch for myself. I can already imagine how sexy she'll be. She'll become my sex toy," Freed said in a lustful, perverted tone. Now Xenovia felt even more terrified after hearing Freed's words. Although she didn't understand most of what he said, she still realized that this guy would do her great harm if she didn't get out of here as soon as possible. She tried to wriggle, stretch, and even bite the rope to free herself as much as possible from the shackles, but nothing worked. Left with her last hope, she muttered something under her breath, "Naruto-kun. Please. Save me," she said with tears in her eyes and began to sob. With Naruto. As Donasic and the fallen angel left the building, Naruto kept an eye on him, watching him until he rendezvoused with the others. Naruto was mildly amused to see Donasic look startled. But his amused expression quickly turned to a frown when he saw the fallen angel throw Xenovia under a tree. "That bastard will be the first to try my ultimate taijutsu technique," Naruto thought to himself with a sinister grin. The fallen angel who had abandoned Xenovia suddenly felt a cold sweat break out on his face. He turned his head sharply left, then right, then up, then right again, then looked down and thought. "Why do I have this feeling someone is trying to invade my privacy?" he thought to himself, grimacing. Naruto, seeing his expression through his Byakugan, chuckled. "Oh, don't worry, you'll definitely get what you deserve, and in the most painful way," he thought to himself with a grin, before noticing someone talking to Donasic, which angered him. But Donasic didn't respond and ignored him, looking off to the side, mesmerized. When Naruto also looked in the same direction that Donasic was currently looking, his eyes widened in surprise when he saw the Excalibur sword stuck into the ground in the middle of the crowd of fallen angels. Upon further inspection, Naruto also noticed that the aura he'd seen in the church was now enveloping Excalibur's hilt. Looking more closely, he discovered that the aura had two distinct signatures, but appeared to be of the same nature. It also seemed to be the same as the light spears used by fallen angels and exorcists. Naruto looked at the glowing spear that Donoseki had created to throw at the one who had angered him, and saw that the energy of the spear was calm and perfectly shaped. He then looked curiously at the man with the Byakugan and saw a matching lightsaber hilt on his belt. He then saw Donoseki saying something to the man and created another spear of light, throwing the previous one toward him, who easily dodged it. The man then extended the hilt and activated his lightsaber. When Naruto saw the lightsaber with the Byakugan, he noticed that the energy was literally the opposite of Donoseki's. Instead of calm, his energy was literally chaotic. Although the energy was of the same nature, its signature was very different. After checking the man's energy signature, he glanced at Excalibur and discovered that one of the auras on the hilt perfectly matched the man's. I see. I guess he took the sword. One mystery solved, but what about the other? Whose energy signature is this? Naruto thought, puzzled. But before he could think any further, he noticed Xenovia regaining consciousness and looking at the fallen angels with fear in her eyes. Seeing her frightened expression, he grew worried and was about to use his body transfer technique to quickly rescue her from the fallen angels, but he suddenly stopped, seeing the same person saying something with a lustful expression. During his 3 years of training with Jiraiya, Naruto learned to read lips from a distance, understand what his opponent was saying and planning, and understand the actions of his other team members. He managed to copy the other man's lip movements and understand what he was saying. And what he said enraged Naruto. He wanted nothing more than to tear this guy to pieces for such words, especially directed at an innocent girl who wouldn't understand such things. Naruto was about to use the body transfer technique again, but suddenly stopped as Karma was back into his seal. Naruto looked at his hands and feet in confusion. What just happened? He asked himself, confused. Strange, this shouldn't have happened. Naruto blinked again, hearing Shinten's voice from his subconscious. Shinten, what happened? Why did the karma seal recede? Naruto asked Shinten, confused. Shinten was silent for a few moments before finally speaking. Naruto, I have no idea how it happened, but the karma seal disappeared, Shinten said, causing Naruto to widen his eyes in shock. He then quickly glanced at his right hand and saw that the diamond-shaped seal had indeed disappeared. To his further confusion, the sun and moon seal had also vanished from his palms. Wait, the sun and moon seal is gone too. Does that mean I can no longer use the seal's abilities? He asked, disappointment in his voice. Shinten analyzed his body and shook his head, still feeling the power of yin and yang within him. No, you can still use the power of yin and yang, it's just that the seal has disappeared. But that's not the problem we need to worry about. We need to worry about why the karma seal disappeared, since I wasn't reincarnated in your body after it became 100% Otsutsuki. Naruto rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtfully at the scene before suddenly widening his face as he realized something. Wait, so if you were reincarnated in my body, the karma seal would disappear? Naruto asked, shock in his voice. Shinten nodded. Yes, that's exactly how it happens. When an Otsutsuki is reborn, the karma seal immediately disappears from both the Otsutsuki and the vessel that will subsequently possess your body, and your soul vanishes from existence. Naruto swallowed in horror. This looks like Orochimaru's curse mark, but it's also a little different. I don't know which is worse, the curse mark or the karma, Naruto said in a terrified tone. Shinten looked down, grimacing. Yes. Both are terrible in their own way. That's why you need to become stronger so you can one day fight all the remaining Otsutsuki and destroy them, so they can no longer terrorize other planets. Naruto clenched his fist resolutely. Don't worry, Shinten, I'll be ready. But right now, I need to kick someone's ass for saying something inappropriate to Xenovia-chan, Naruto told Shinten before using his body shifting technique to get to his destination as quickly as possible. With the help of Donasic. Donasic shrugged and shoved his hands in his pockets. Do with her what you want, I don't care. We're only here for one thing, Excalibur, which we already have. And, as I said, she's just a bonus. Hearing Donasic, Fried began to laugh maniacally, and then licked his lips erotically, which frightened her even more. Fried was about to approach her to lift her onto his shoulder, but suddenly stopped when two of their fallen angels fell to the ground with a dull thud. The two bodies then instantly vanished into purple particles, leaving behind two metal objects on the ground. Donasic and the fallen angels immediately became wary and began to search the small field for strangers, but found no one. On the other hand, Fried was curiously examining the metal objects on the ground. So he slowly approached the spot and grabbed one of the metal objects with his finger to examine it more closely. Upon closer inspection, he realized it resembled some kind of four-bladed, star-shaped weapon with a hole in the middle. When Donasic saw the object in Fried's hand, he had a bad feeling. Another strange object, just like that blade, he thought suspiciously, before his eyes widened in realization. Wait, maybe that's him? No, if this guy's here, we're doomed, Donasic thought with horror. He'd seen what Naruto was capable of and didn't want to mess with him. Though it hurt his pride, he silently acknowledged that Naruto was far stronger than he ever would be. Before Donasic could warn Fried, one of his fallen angels also fell to the ground with a loud thud. Donasic immediately turned his head toward his fellow fallen angel and saw his body vanish into purple particles. Donasic was stunned. Now, looking at the place, he was definitely afraid. He saw the very knife he'd been thinking about a second ago. Fried watched the fallen angel from his knees, licking his lips and chuckling. Whoever it was, they were definitely fast, he thought to himself, licking his lips before looking around carefully. But he couldn't find anyone. He was about to order Donasic to teleport away from here along with the others, but before he could even open his mouth, in a split second, he quickly raised his lightsaber and struck diagonally from both sides, forming a semblance of a combat sequence. Soon, whatever he'd been chopping with shattered into pieces. The pieces fell to the ground with a dull thud and a metallic sound. Fried quickly grabbed one of the pieces and compared it to the star-shaped weapon in his hand. They matched perfectly. Fried grew serious, but maintained his lustful smile and looked at Donasic, who looked back. There's some bastard attacking us from the shadows. Take the others and that vile bitch with you, I'll catch up with you soon, you vile crows. He said, before looking around at the shadows of the trees. After I finish off that bastard from the shadows with this blade, he said, pointing his index finger at Excalibur of Destruction. Donasic was initially skeptical, but reluctantly nodded and ordered his fallen angels to seize Xenovia and get as far away from here as possible. They complied, quickly snatched Xenovia, and flew away. Donasic glanced back at Fried and shouted, "Bastard, be careful if you see that blonde boy with the whisker marks. He's dangerous." Donasic warned Fried, even though he really wanted him to die as painfully as possible. If he hadn't needed Fried to carry Excalibur, he wouldn't have even bothered to warn him about a possible encounter with this boy. Fried raised an eyebrow and looked at Donasic strangely. A mustache? What am I supposed to look at now, some kind of vile yokai or something? Fried thought with a distrustful expression. Ignoring his gaze, Donasic quickly flew away as fast as his wings could carry him. Fried merely shrugged and placed Excalibur on his right shoulder. Looks like that nasty old crow has finally gone senile, he thought to himself with a maniacal laugh, before suddenly feeling a presence behind him. He quickly spun around, raised his sword, Excalibur of Destruction, in one hand and pointed it at the intruder. But he raised an eyebrow at the sight of a fair-haired boy standing before him, his eyes hidden by the shadows of his bangs. He raised his other eyebrow at the whisker marks on his cheeks. Ah, looks like that nasty old crow hasn't gone completely senile after all, Fried muttered under his breath, licking his lips. He then looked at the boy with a maniacal grin. So you're the one causing us trouble, you nasty little bastard?" he asked, licking his lips and grinning again. "I suppose I should get rid of you before you become another nasty thorn in our side," he said, laughing loudly and suddenly lunging at the boy, holding his sword diagonally down at his right side. "That guy we obviously know is our dumb shinobi who is now watching as Fried rushes at him with the Excalibur Destruction Sword in his hand." Even though Fried was rushing towards him at blinding speed, Naruto still watched his movements in slow motion. To normal people, it would have looked like Fried had simply blurrily appeared in front of Naruto to strike, but Naruto still saw his movement and intentions from miles away and prepared to dodge and counterattack. As the freed man approached, he savagely swung his sword horizontally, from right to left, aiming it at his neck, trying to cut his head off from the shoulder. But to his surprise, Naruto quickly ducked and deftly dodged the attack. Fried, however, didn't stop. He raised the sword slightly by his left shoulder and swung it diagonally downwards toward Naruto, who was still kneeling and saw the attack coming. He quickly jumped back from his knees, did a few backflips, then stopped and slowly rose, his eyes still hidden by the shadow of his bangs. As Fried swung his sword, he felt only emptiness before the sword stopped, falling to the ground and frozen in the air like a statue. Fried slowly raised his sword and pointed it at Naruto, grinning maniacally. "I must say, you're pretty fast." Then he suddenly grew serious and frowned. He looked at Naruto, frowning. "But your worthless life will soon end at my hand, you vile little brat," Fried shouted, before rushing towards Naruto again with a battle cry. As Fried attempted to thrust his sword into his chest, Naruto quickly dodged, stepping to the right and looking at Fried, who was now looking at him out of the corner of his left eye. Out of the blue, Naruto spun around and kicked him in the jaw, nearly dislocating it. At the moment the kick struck, Fried's head snapped to the right and hit the ground with such force that it left a small dent around it. He dropped his sword at the same time. Naruto slowly lowered his leg and looked at Fried, who was slowly raising his head from the ground, but immediately lowered it again, feeling dizzy. Gritting his teeth in despair, Fried struggled to stay conscious and slowly rose on trembling legs. He quickly spat out a few drops of blood mixed with saliva. Then he looked at Naruto with growing anger and excitement. Anger because this boy was dodging his attacks like nothing happened. And excitement because he couldn't wait to squash this brat like a bug. Getting his bearings, he quickly drew his pistol and pointed it straight at Naruto's head. He fired 5 bullets, which rapidly approached him. Naruto didn't even flinch and raised his left hand into the air. Suddenly, his hand was coated in a layer of blue chakra, which slowly began emitting blue lightning. He then clenched his fist, and soon the blue lightning expanded from the radial side of his fist, transforming into a long katana, lightning flying around it. Once the katana was fully formed, Naruto swung it diagonally in the blink of an eye. In a split second, numerous bolts of lightning appeared around the bullets, dispersing into particles of light. Fried's eyes widened in shock, but that shocked expression soon gave way to a menacing grin. "Oh, good. So you're not a weakling after all," he said, licking his lips before glaring at him with the same menacing grin on his face. He drew his lightsaber and activated it, pointing it at Naruto. "Now let's see who's the better swordsman," he said with a maniacal laugh before charging at Naruto again to engage him in a face-to-face duel. With the help of Donasic and the others are still flying as far as possible to escape the blonde. If they wanted, they could escape using a magic circle that allows them to teleport from one place to another. But to do that, they need space and time to set up the magic circle, which, unfortunately, they don't have. Donasic glanced back to see if the others were following. He saw that everyone was following, which was good, but someone else was also racing after them at blinding speed. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously, then widened in shock. He'd expected Naruto to reach the very end, but he immediately paled and began to sweat, noticing that it wasn't Naruto following them. It was someone he hadn't expected to appear so quickly. "Griselda," he shouted to himself, before quickly ordering his fellow fallen angels to fly as fast as they could. Fly faster, you idiots! Donasek shouted, before taking off at blinding speed. The fallen angels behind Donasek were very confused. One of them, looking back curiously, also turned pale and began to sweat with fear. "It's the Queen of the Seraphim," the same boy shouted, inadvertently alerting his kin, who also looked back and saw Griselda flying toward them, her white wings glowing in the darkness. The others' faces also paled, and they quickly quickened their pace to avoid being caught. Unfortunately for the last two fallen angels, they were immediately pierced by two arrows of light fired by Griselda, who held a bow made of light energy. The two fallen angels fell to the ground with a dull thud and vanished in purple particles. Griselda quickly dispelled her bow and flew faster toward the remaining fallen angels. Donasek looked back and saw that his two other fallen angels had been killed in a second. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth in frustration, sweat dripping down his chin. "Forget about the girl and the sword, I need to get out of here as soon as possible," he thought before glancing toward where Fried was fighting Naruto. Boom! Donasek's eyes widened in shock as he saw a massive dome of spiraling blue energy explode in the corner of a small clearing. The dome's appearance was accompanied by a shockwave that sent several trees and debris flying into the air. Donasek gritted his teeth and looked ahead, deep in thought. "I warned that bastard to be careful. I have no idea what happened, but this energy definitely isn't from release." Then he became thoughtful and pondered something, after which he let out a low growl. He then looked at his fellow fallen angels and spoke, "Listen, I need you to distract her and give me as much time as possible. I have something I need to do." He commanded the fallen angels before quickly flying off in another direction. The other fallen angels began to get nervous, but they obeyed his command and began throwing light spears one after another to at least slow her down. Griselda, noticing the approaching light spear attacks, quickly created a lightsaber with an intricately patterned hilt and a long, thick blade. Using this blade, she easily deflected all the spears and slowly advanced forward. Naruto before the explosion. Fried launched numerous horizontal and diagonal strikes at Naruto, attempting to cut him in half, but Naruto easily blocked or dodged his attacks. Fried became even more frustrated when nothing helped him dodge. In desperation, he grabbed the hilt with both hands and delivered a vicious diagonal strike to his opponent's legs, forcing him to stop dodging. But to his disappointment, Naruto dodged the attack, leaping over the saber and delivering a spinning kick with his right leg to his jaw, sending him flying into a tree. He crashed into it, coughing up blood, and fell to the ground with a dull thud. Naruto slowly approached him and looked at the man on all fours. Then he pointed his lightning-fast katana at his neck and said stoically, "I don't know who you are, and I don't know your motives. But one thing I do know, people like you shouldn't exist. They think of raping others, especially children who haven't yet reached puberty." Fried blinked a few times, then grinned, and then burst into laughter. Ignoring the inevitable shock of the lightning strike, he slowly rose, his katana rising with him. Fried looked at him with a nasty grin, amusement flickering in his red eyes. "So this nasty little, is your nasty little girlfriend, huh?" He then began laughing maniacally before looking back at Naruto. "Well, listen to me carefully, you nasty little girl. This nasty little is mine now, and I will do with her whatever I want. I will teach her what a real man looks like and how a nasty little should always please her master. She will be my slut," he said, licking his lips erotically and with a dreamy expression on his face. After a few moments, Fried quickly tore himself away from his dreamy expression and looked at Naruto, who still maintained a stoic expression, his eyes obscured by the shadow of his bangs. But if you looked closely, you could see his left and right shoulders shaking uncontrollably, and he was clenching his fist so tightly that his palm had turned white. Fried obviously noticed this and grinned devilishly, thinking that he could catch him off guard, making him even more angry. Yeah, right, he can't catch both a child soldier and a war veteran off guard. And making him even more angry would be the worst thing he'd ever do in his life. Fried chuckled to himself and tried to irritate him even more. "And I'll her day and night until I break her completely," he said, angering Naruto even more. Unconsciously, Naruto pulled his hand back and scattered his lightning katana into hundreds of bolts of thunder. Seeing this, he thought Naruto had finally had a nervous breakdown after all those harsh words, but that wasn't the case, and he would soon find out. Fried raised his saber to the right and continued, "Besides, your pathetic little penis is pitifully small." Fried shouted the last word before swinging his sword diagonally and slicing it in half. But to his horror, Naruto grabbed the saber with his bare hand and gripped it tightly, burning his hand. Naruto lowered his head, and the shadows from his bangs almost completely obscured his face, hiding the expression of extreme rage, judging by his frown and trembling fist. Suddenly, he jerked his other hand away, uncurling his palm and moving his fingers as if carefully grasping something. Slowly, a small blue vortex of energy appeared in the center of his palm and began to slowly expand. Then, a spiraling blue energy spear emerged from the center of the vortex and expanded, causing the blue vortex to dissipate. Fried was stunned. This guy had not only stopped his saber with his bare hand, but had also created a mesmerizing spiraling blue energy spear right behind his back. The spear itself wasn't very large, but that didn't mean it wasn't devastating, judging by the power he was currently feeling. Fried was so stunned that he didn't even notice Naruto suddenly pull his hand away, causing Fried to jerk forward and get closer. As the Unchained One approached, Naruto swung his arm and stabbed the spear straight into his chest, causing a hole to appear in his outer clothing. If Fried didn't know what real pain was, now he knows exactly what it is. Fried screamed at the top of his lungs in unbearable pain. The spear not only burned his chest, but also crushed his ribs. Furthermore, his entire body was enveloped in a vertical, spiraling blue vortex, with the spear at its center. When the attack landed, Fried released the hilt of his saber and flew toward the corner of the clearing. He flew between two trees, stopping short after being struck by a third. The spear and vortex suddenly exploded, forming a blue dome of swirling energy that completely engulfed everything around it, releasing and unleashing a shockwave that sent several trees and debris flying into the air. If Fried screamed in pain, it was not heard over the sound of the growing energy, drowning out all other sounds in the area. After a few moments, the blue energy of the dome finally disappeared in a vortex, revealing a crater 3 meters wide and 3 meters deep, in the center of which lay Fried, his entire body burned, and almost all of his clothes torn to shreds. All that remained of him were torn pants and underwear with kisses of lips drawn on them. Naruto didn't move a muscle, staring at the destruction with wide eyes and a gaping mouth. "Wow, what was that?" Naruto thought in amazement. Shinten whistled. "Wow, that was incredible. You did it with just a sliver of power. What was that attack you unleashed?" Shinten wondered before Naruto answered. "It's the Rasengan. The first time I used the Rasengan, it wasn't that destructive," Naruto thought, still with the same shocked expression on his face. But before he could think anything, a portal appeared right at the top of the crater. He looked at the portal and squinted. "What is this?" he thought suspiciously. From the portal, the fallen angel descended toward the crater and quickly vanished, holding the amulet in his hand, black feathers trailing behind him. Suddenly, the portal closed, and the angel vanished without a trace. When the fallen angel emerged from the portal, Naruto immediately activated his Byakugan to see who it was. After activating his Byakugan, Naruto sensed something strange but ignored it, focusing on the sight of the man who had just emerged from the portal and vanished with a nearly dead body in his hand. Despite the fallen angel's incredible speed, Naruto still saw who it was, and it angered him greatly. It was none other than Donasek, or as he calls him, the Donut Bastard. Soon the portal also disappeared, leaving Naruto alone in the clearing. Naruto sighed and looked towards where Griselda was fighting the other fallen angels. With Griselda reflected and blocked numerous light spears flying at her, so that for a moment she was almost buried under them. Then the four of them suddenly fell to the ground with a dull thud and disappeared into purple particles. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at the vanishing body, eyes wide and mouths agape. Suddenly, the silhouette of a small child appeared behind the fallen angel carrying Xenovia on his shoulder. Without warning, the silhouette's hand passed through his shoulder and reached his throat, after which a white streak appeared, then immediately vanished. Before the fallen angel could hit the ground, Naruto quickly grabbed Xenovia and lifted her up in his arms like a bride, her left hand behind her back and her right under her hips. Her head rested on his shoulder, and she closed her eyes in fear. Using the fallen angel's body as a springboard, Naruto quickly jumped away from the fallen angels and landed right below Griselda, who still hadn't noticed that Naruto was right below her and that he was the one who killed the fallen angels. Naruto looked up and saw Griselda, but his face immediately turned red as a tomato at the sight, which filled Jiraiya's heart with pride and envy. Pride, because his godson had seen the same woman's naked body not once, but twice. And envy, because his godson possessed a tool any pervert would die for, the famed Byakugan. Thanks to the Byakugan's X-ray vision, Naruto had a perfect view of Griselda's large, round butt and crotch. Mustering all his willpower to avoid passing out from a severe nosebleed, he quickly deactivated the Byakugan and called out to her. "Hey! Miss! Over here!" Naruto shouted, causing the fallen angels and Griselda to lower their heads in shock. Xenovia's eyes widened in shock, too. She couldn't believe her ears. She'd been hoping to hear that voice for so long, ever since she woke up. She couldn't help but slowly raise her gaze to Naruto and see him in the moonlight, his spiky blonde hair glowing in the night like the sun. It was mesmerizing. She didn't know how long, but she was sure she'd been staring at him for hours. With each passing second, her blush grew brighter and brighter. She couldn't shake the thought that she'd been saved by a prince. Her prince. Now she blushed all over when she thought of Naruto as her prince. The fallen angels were even more shocked to see him carrying the girl in his arms, like a bride. They were about to ask the fallen angel who was supposed to carry her, but suddenly they heard a loud thud right under their feet. They quickly looked down and saw the fallen angel vanish into purple particles. With stunned expressions, they slowly looked at Naruto and noticed the bloody kunai in his right hand. And upon seeing that kunai, they immediately realized who had killed the other fallen angels. Griselda was both shocked and impressed. She never imagined that a small child could kill so many fallen angels and two powerful exorcists in a single night. Yes, she had seen the fight between Naruto, Donasek, and Olsen. And to say she was shocked would be an understatement. She had seen Naruto use many unusual, yet highly effective, techniques. Not only that, his combat prowess was simply off the charts. Judging by what he was displaying now, she assumed he was attacking from the shadows, like an assassin. She could only wonder how this child had trained and acquired so much power and skill at such a young age. For a moment, she eyed Naruto suspiciously, wondering if he was some kind of child experiment that had given him these abilities. But she can't deny that he's still a child. Any experimentation results in the death of any child due to a lack of pain tolerance necessary for survival. And yet, this child stands right before her, healthy and unharmed, albeit a little bloodied. She quickly put her suspicions aside and slowly landed on the ground right in front of Naruto. Naruto didn't notice Griselda because he was currently laying Xenovia down on the ground and slowly removing the tape before cutting the ropes on his hands with a kunai. Once the ropes on her hands were cut, she quickly pounced on Naruto and hugged him tightly, wrapping her arms around his waist and starting to sob into his chest. "Naruto-kun, you're here. I was so scared, and that man said something bad to me. I don't understand." Then she began to cry, soaking his shirt with tears. Naruto couldn't help but grit his teeth, remembering Fried's words. He just wanted to beat the bastard up again. But now wasn't the time to think about turning the bastard into a bloody mess. Xenovia needed him more than anyone right now. Shaking his head, he quickly softened his expression and hugged her back, placing his left hand on the back of her head and gently stroking her back with his right hand. Griselda couldn't help but smile at the sight of the two children interacting. She was about to leave them alone, but the fallen angel suddenly showed courage and conjured a glowing spear to hurl at them both. Griselda saw the glowing spear on the fallen angel's arm and quickly raised her sword to block any incoming attacks and protect the children from danger. But before anyone could move, something flew through Griselda's shoulder and struck the fallen angel in the head, instantly decapitating him. The glowing spear quickly dispersed into particles of light, the fallen angel fell to the ground with a dull thud and disappeared into the purple particles. Griselda and the fallen angel were stunned. It all happened so quickly they couldn't even see it coming. Everyone slowly looked at Naruto, who raised his right hand with a withering glare, his left stroking Xenovia's back. Everyone shuddered in fear at the sight of Naruto's murderous gaze. His gaze was so cold that, if he wanted, he could freeze them to death. Naruto gently nudged Xenovia, who was still crying, trying to wipe away her tears. He then slowly turned his gaze to Griselda, who flinched slightly but showed no other reaction and looked at him with a smile. Naruto may be a bit of a dimwit, but when it comes to judging someone's character, he can tell just by looking into their eyes. He's already looked into her eyes and formed the impression of a strict, disciplined, and authoritarian individual, but behind those eyes lies a kindness. But many had deceived him, displaying false emotions with their gaze. So he wanted to make sure she had no ulterior motives, using his ability to recognize negative emotions. And so far, he had found nothing. So he stopped looking at Griselda and now looked at Xenovia, who looked back at him with tear-stained eyes. Smiling softly, he slowly wiped the tears from her eyes, causing him to blush, but for obvious reasons, he didn't notice. Then he looked at Griselda again, his gaze softening. "I have a favor to ask of you. Could you please take her to a safe place until I return?" he asked in a pleading tone. Griselda was taken aback for a moment, but nodded anyway. She hadn't imagined he could have such a kind heart after so many lives. She figured that if Naruto could kill so many fallen angels, he must have done it so often that it no longer bothered him. She felt uneasy at the thought that this church could have ordered him to kill at such a young age. A child soldier. That was something she didn't even want to think about. Shaking her head quickly, she approached Naruto and was about to accept his request, but, looking him straight in the eyes, she gasped slightly at what she saw. She saw a great deal of hidden pain and sorrow behind those childish, yet very experienced, eyes. Experience that children his age shouldn't have. Griselda, of course, hadn't lived through the war, but she could tell Naruto had, judging by his current fighting prowess. But she didn't stop and soon approached the two of them, knelt before them, and looked at Xenovia with a kind smile. "Hello, little one, what's your name?" Griselda asked quietly, gently squeezing her trembling hands. When Griselda touched her hand, she flinched and tried to pull her hands away. But Naruto stopped her, placing his hand on her shoulder. She looked at Naruto, who smiled and nodded. Seeing his nod, she turned shyly to Griselda and introduced herself. My name is Xenovia. It's very nice to meet you." She introduced herself, a little hesitantly at first, but did it anyway. Griselda smiled and looked at Naruto, expecting him to introduce himself as well, but he said nothing, instead staring witheringly at the fallen angels, who didn't move a muscle. Griselda was about to ask his name, but soon remembered his request and sighed. She looked at Xenovia and gently ruffled her hair. "Xenovia, right? Let's go, to safety." She wanted to pull Xenovia along with her, but she resisted. Griselda was a little taken aback, but seeing her look at Naruto with concern, she smiled slightly, then cupped her cheek in her hands and turned her head to look at her. "Are you worried about your friend?" she asked softly, earning a nod and a concerned expression from Xenovia. Griselda and Xenovia glanced at Naruto, who merely looked over his shoulder and smiled encouragingly. "Go with her, Xenovia-chan, I'll be fine," he said before giving her a sly grin. Xenovia tried to stand, but her legs were still bound with ropes, and she was about to fall to the ground. But Naruto quickly caught her before she could fall and cut the ropes with the last shuriken in his pocket. When the rope was cut, she hugged him again, wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered in his ear, "Please, Naruko-kun, promise me you'll come back." Smiling and blushing, he hugged her back tenderly and whispered in her ear, "I promise you, Blueberry-chan. I'll come back, and it's a promise for life." She blushed at being called Blueberry by her best friend and quickly pulled away before playfully smacking him on the back of the head. "Hey, don't call me that, I'm not Blueberry," she said, pouting and moving away to hide her blush and smile, secretly enjoying the nickname he'd given her. Griselda watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. The scene was too sweet for her to resist. Seeing Xenovia approaching, she quickly restrained herself and instead gave her a playful smile. As Xenovia drew closer, Griselda knelt down and picked her up, eliciting a surprised squeal from her. Griselda then quickly flew away, flapping her bright white wings. Hearing her squeal, Naruto laughed loudly, wiping an imaginary tear from his eye. It was so funny he couldn't help but laugh. Hearing his laughter, she stuck out her tongue and snorted before turning away with a pout. "Evil," she muttered softly, which Naruto obviously didn't hear, but Griselda did. She shook her head with a smile, then quickly flew away and disappeared into the distance. Gradually suppressing his laughter, he smiled, then slowly looked at the fallen angels with a smirk. His smirk infuriated them and enraged them. "You, brat, think you're in charge here, huh?" one of the fallen angels asked angrily, before slowly bursting into maniacal laughter. "Look at you, kid, there's only one of you, and there are so many of us. What chance do you have of defeating so many of us?" the fallen angel asked mockingly. Naruto just shook his head and spoke, "You idiots. The moment I was distracted, you should have taken advantage of the moment and run away. But you just stood there silently." Then he cracked his knuckles and smirked, "Looks like I need to teach you idiots not to mess with Naruto Uzumaki." One of the fallen angels snorted and laughed cheerfully. "You're the idiot here. Look at yourself, at this boy, who's not only outnumbered but also no match for the enemy." He then conjured a spear of light and gestured for the others to do the same. "And we'll cut you through like butter before you can blink." He uttered the last part before charging Naruto and letting out a battle cry. Everyone followed suit and charged him, their spears of light raised. Naruto didn't even flinch, glaring defiantly at them as he activated his Byakugan. But something was wrong. A pale blue lavender Byakugan with prominent veins had appeared in his right eye, and his left eye had changed as well. It remained the same as the right one, a pale blue lavender. Now the Byakugan had awakened in both eyes, and he hadn't even noticed. He didn't even notice that he now had two Byakugan. He felt a tingling sensation in his left eye, but thought it was probably sand getting in it that was causing the sensation. So he ignored it and focused on the fight. One of the fallen angels approached Naruto and thrust a glowing spear straight into his chest, intending to pierce him with the spear. Quickly assuming a fighting stance, he braced himself for the incoming spear thrust. As the spear approached, he shifted his upper body slightly to the left and deflected it using a pak-sao, a palm strike technique, deflecting the spear with a rightward thrust. The fallen angel was shocked, but he didn't stop, attempting to strike him horizontally with his spear, right to left. But Naruto ducking, and saw his defenseless body, seizing the opportunity to use the fuck-sao technique, controlling the arm he'd planned to use to strike him in the neck, first relaxing it before striking him in the left cheek. But unfortunately for Naruto, he couldn't use the fuck-sao technique, a hand control technique, because his hands are too small to use it effectively. Seeing that the boy's hands couldn't reach him, he took advantage of the opportunity, flew back, and threw a glowing spear at Naruto. Naruto saw the spear flying and, using the pak-sao palm strike, technique, knocked it back. As he struck the spear, he felt a slight burning sensation on his hand and frowned slightly. I'm still not ready for hand-to-hand combat. He then looked at the other fallen angels, who only smirked or laughed at him. Then he chuckled. Looks like I'll have to resort to ninjutsu, he thought before taking a deep breath and shoving both hands into the tiger seal. Fire technique, fireball technique, he exclaimed in his mind before exhaling and releasing a spherical red fireball that was several times larger in diameter and approached them at an astonishing speed. The fallen angels couldn't help but watch as the majestic red fireball approached them, ready to incinerate them. One of the fallen angels quickly recovered from the shock and opened his eyes wide, feeling the unbearable heat emanating from the fireball. As the fireball approached, everything around, including the fallen angels, was enveloped in a bright red light, as if it were a miniature sun. The shocked fallen angel saw the approaching danger and quickly shouted to the others, warning them of the attack. "You idiots, don't stand here. Get out of here quickly," he shouted, causing some of them to snap out of their shock and quickly fly away to avoid being incinerated by the approaching majestic red fireball. Unfortunately for some of them, they were unable to avoid the attack and were immediately incinerated by the fireball, leaving only ash mixed with purple particles. Naruto's eyes widened slightly as he saw the damage that fireball had caused. And not only that, he'd done it with just one hand sign. "Wow, I did it!" Naruto exclaimed in his mind before breaking into a fox-like grin. "I don't care how I did it, but I did it with just one hand sign. This is amazing," he mentally exulted until he was interrupted by one of the surviving fallen angels. "How dare you, you brat! Now die," he cried, before the rest of the fallen angels began throwing light spears one after another, trying to at least defeat him and land some kind of blow. Thanks to Naruto's excellent agility and reflexes, as well as having two Byakugan on each eye, it was much easier to dodge attacks. He dodged, jumped, slid, and made numerous other moves to avoid the spears. But the spears kept raining down, and at some point, there were clearly more of them than he was. As Naruto ducked to dodge a spear aimed at his head, another spear grazed his leg on the side, causing him to kneel in pain. At that moment, he let his guard down and they rushed towards Naruto with blinding speed, holding light spears in their hands. Suddenly, everything slows down, and we see Naruto using his Byakugan to look at the fallen angels. Naruto is also moving in slow motion. But his eyes are darting quickly from side to side. His mind was also trying to work as quickly as possible. "I have a huge wound on my leg, and it's bleeding profusely. I can't just dodge every blow with an injury like that. I need to do something fast. But what can I do? I don't have time for ninjutsu." He thought to himself and tried to think of something that would help him get out of this situation. But nothing came to mind except one. Wait, there it is. Palm rotation. He thought to himself excitedly for a second before a frown slowly appeared on his face. But that's impossible. I've never done that before. Even with my current perfect chakra control, there's no way I'll be able to release that much chakra through my chakra points without training. So that's out of the question. Naruto saw 3 spears positioned inches from his body, from different angles. One at his right hip, one at the back of his head, and the third at the left side of his head. Naruto didn't know what to do and simply watched as the spears approached him inch by inch. For a second, he thought he'd lose his life to those stupid crows. But then a crazy idea suddenly occurred to him. He didn't know if it would work, but he had to try. He quickly extended his right hand forward and immediately formed a Rasengan in his palm. Without warning, Naruto slammed the Rasengan into the ground, and suddenly, a massive amount of chakra erupted from his palm, surrounding Naruto like multiple pillars of blue energy. These pillars began to spin like whips and soon merged, creating a massive dome of energy vortex that deflected everything in its vicinity, including the fallen angels. When the dome finally dissipated, Naruto stood before us, still kneeling, his legs slowly beginning to heal, steam began to flow from the wounds and the skin began to fuse together. Naruto slowly looked up and glared at the recovered fallen angels, who only flinched at his cold gaze, made even more terrifying by his pale lavender eyes with veins along the sides, making his expression even more terrifying. I admit, you almost caught me off guard. But I won't make the same mistake this time, he said before his right hand began to emit blue lightning, emitting sounds like 1,000 birds singing. Finally charged, Naruto thought before raising his right hand forward and shouting, lightning style, Chidori stream. Naruto exclaimed before a stream of lightning erupted from his right hand, covering everything in blue discharges. The other fallen angels cannot explain the pain they are now experiencing. If they were to scream, their cries would be lost to the sound of thousands of birdsong, drowning out their agony. For 2 full minutes, all that could be seen was streams of lightning raining down on the fallen angels and the surrounding area. After that, Naruto finally stopped the jutsu and allowed the fallen angels to fall to the ground with a dull thud. And soon they vanished into purple particles, except for one. The one who survived now hangs upside down from a tree branch, like a corpse, with charred skin and twitching muscles. Naruto didn't notice anything and simply surveyed the clearing with a stoic expression. Then he sighed heavily and shook his head. I'm becoming more ruthless every day. I need to calm down before I do something stupid, he thought, sighing again, but his thoughts were interrupted by Shinten. No, Naruto, you're not ruthless. Those creatures attacked out of their own ambition. And not only that, they were also trying to kidnap your girlfriend. So I'm saying that protecting your girlfriend from those creatures doesn't mean you're ruthless, he said with a slight smirk in his voice. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. I hope you're right, I won't be ruthless, Naruto said, missing the implication of the phrase, your girlfriend, causing Shinten to sigh exaggeratedly. Seriously, Naruto, how stupid are you? Shinten thought, rubbing his temple in disappointment. Ignoring Shinten's thoughts, Naruto simply headed back to the church, having already spotted Xenovia sitting in the backyard, away from the other children. Quickly deactivating his Byakugan, he used his body transfer technique to reach the church and meet Xenovia in the backyard. Before Naruto arrived. When Xenovia arrived at the church with Griselda, she saw its state and showed no emotion, looking at the nearly destroyed place. And why would she? After all, this church had caused her so much pain until Naruto came into her life. She smiled and giggled, remembering some of the pranks Naruto had pulled, when bullies and other elderly people tried to scold or beat her for no apparent reason, simply for their own sick pleasure. Whenever anyone even glances at Xenovia, Naruto punishes them with a massive prank that now leaves his victims terrified of rubber duckies that can explode and spray orange paint in their faces. Remembering their frightened faces, Xenovia covered her mouth with her hands, trying to hold back her laughter. Seeing her giggle, Griselda looked at her with a raised eyebrow and an amused expression. What's that giggling I hear? Xenovia snorted in surprise, not expecting such a sudden question. She looked at her with surprise, then shyly lowered her eyes and smiled softly. I was just thinking about something from the past, that's all, she said in a soft but cheerful tone. Griselda, smiling softly, asked her another question, one that completely caught her off guard. Is this boy on the list too? She asked teasingly, causing Xenovia's face to flush. Seeing her silence and expression, she took it as consent. Then she looked toward the church's backyard and smiled softly. You know? I believe this boy truly cares for you, she said in a soft tone that caught Xenovia's attention. I noticed it in his eyes, whenever he looks at you, there's care and love in them, as if he'd do anything to protect you. Just like he did when he saved you from the fallen angel. Hearing this, she blushed, thinking that Naruto might have feelings for her. Of course, unlike our dumbass, Xenovia isn't completely ignorant about love and feelings. After all, she reads books about love and other romantic things. Not vulgarity, I might add, she's still too young to understand the meaning of the birds and the bees. When Xenovia thought about this, she couldn't help but ask the sweet woman who was now driving her to safety, "Why, you really believe that he loves me?" she asked in a nervous tone, mentally scolding herself for stuttering, even though she was a child herself. Griselda placed her index finger to her lips and mused aloud. "Well, it depends. He might have romantic feelings for you, or maybe brotherly ones. Ultimately, it really does depend on him," she said, shrugging and watching Xenovia's expression carefully out of the corner of her eye. Hearing the possibility of Naruto having brotherly feelings for her, Xenovia cast her gaze downwards, a sad expression on her face. She couldn't help but feel disappointed. Seeing her sad expression, Griselda ruffled her hair, smiling softly. "You're still young and shouldn't worry about such things. After all, you have a long life ahead of you." Xenovia blinked at Griselda's words. Then she looked at her in confusion. "Excuse me, but what did you mean?" she asked, her tone confused. Griselda looked at her with a smirk. "Oh, don't pretend to be ignorant, I saw your expression, you looked very disappointed." Then she chuckled slightly and continued, "Tell me, my dear, do you have feelings for him? Do you like him?" she asked teasingly, causing Xenovia to blush as red as a tomato, but quickly calmed down and looked away with a sad expression. "I don't know how I feel about him," she said, her tone confused yet sad. Hearing this, Griselda was about to say something to cheer herself up, but Xenovia continued, "I know that I like him, and I feel something for him, but I don't know what exactly this feeling is." Then she smiled tenderly and blushed, remembering Naruto's sly grin. "Every time I look at him or think about him, something strange happens inside me, and my heart starts beating really fast," she said with a smile, placing her hand over her heart. She didn't know why, but she felt she could confide in her. Perhaps it was because she was the only woman in the church. But whatever the case, she could trust her. Besides, Naruto himself had said she was trustworthy. Griselda couldn't help but giggle again. "Ah, I understand. But you still have a long time before you can explore these feelings. As I said, you're still young and shouldn't worry about such things. Now come, we're almost there," she said softly, before slowly descending to the ground, holding the Xenovia in her hand. She carefully placed Xenovia on the ground and knelt before her. "Listen, my dear, before you think about his feelings for you, shouldn't you first think about your own feelings for him?" she asked with a tender smile. Xenovia involuntarily lowered her gaze and thought about what was said. Griselda tucked her shoulder and quickly flew away to look for the other children who were also in the church. Within moments, the church's backyard was filled with exorcist students and children brought in by Olsen's subordinates. There was still a little room left, but no one even bothered to come and sit, as Xenovia had already claimed it. Everyone at the church is a little afraid of Xenovia because they don't want to incur the wrath of the prankster demon from hell. Yes, that's what they call Naruto, the prankster demon from hell. Naruto has pulled so many pranks and escaped so quickly that they can't even prove he was the one behind them. He's like a cunning demon who appears out of nowhere, sprinkles itching powder on their clothes, and then vanishes before they can blink. That's why they call him the prankster demon from hell. Xenovia sits on the ground with both legs straight out in front of her, but her right knee slightly raised, her right hand resting on the top of her right knee. Her back is also supported by a tree. Xenovia was still thinking about her conversation with Griselda and couldn't figure out what feelings she had for Naruto, even though it was so obvious. She constantly pondered and asked herself this question. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't figure it out. Every time she thought about Naruto, she blushed and her heart started pounding. She just couldn't figure it out. "Arg, for God's sake, why is this so complicated?" she cursed loudly, scratching her head in frustration. From afar, Griselda and several female exorcists watched Xenovia with bewilderment and amusement. Griselda was extremely amused, as she understood perfectly well what she was thinking, while the female exorcists were deeply confused by why she was cursing so loudly. Before anyone could react, Naruto suddenly appeared in front of Xenovia, causing her to jump in surprise. But when she looked up, she saw Naruto grinning and rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. When Xenovia saw Naruto standing before her with his signature sly smirk, she couldn't hold back her tears of joy at seeing him safe and sound. Naruto, for his part, felt immense relief at seeing Xenovia safe and sound. He couldn't help but smile at her surprised expression. But when he saw the tears streaming from her eyes, he mentally panicked and was about to ask what had happened, but the next second he was knocked off his feet by a blue blur that slammed right into his chest, sending them both falling to the ground with a dull thud. Naruto groaned and lifted his head slightly to see who had slammed into him like an enraged bull, but suddenly he felt two arms wrap around his neck and soft skin caress his cheek. Opening one eye, he saw that Xenovia had not only crashed into him, but had also hugged him, sitting astride him on the ground. "Naruto-kun, you're back. I thought you'd never come back," she said, sobbing, tears streaming down her cheeks. Feeling tears on his cheek, he smiled softly, gently hugged her back, and stroked her soothingly. "Don't worry, Xenovia-chan. Look, I'm fine," he said reassuringly, after which Xenovia slowly raised her head and looked at Naruto with tear-stained eyes. Seeing her tears, he slowly reached out, gently wiped them from her eyes, and smiled warmly. "Please don't cry, Xenovia-chan, tears don't suit your sweet face," he said sincerely, causing her to blush and shyly look away. "Do you really think I'm cute?" she asked shyly. Naruto grinned and nodded enthusiastically at her. "Yes, you are very cute, and I mean that completely," he said cheerfully, causing her to blush even more. Then he looked at the other children and glared at them. "Hey, did any of you bastards upset her by calling her ugly?" he asked in a stoic voice, which startled some of them. The rest simply sweated and shook their heads. Naruto stopped glaring at him when he heard a chuckle. Xenovia tried her best not to burst out laughing at their embarrassed expressions. Naruto always put them in their place with a few crude pranks that left them traumatized for days. Noticing Naruto's puzzled look, she quickly stopped giggling and looked at him, blushing. "Thank you, Naruto-kun, for standing up for me even though they hadn't done anything yet," she said shyly, smiling softly and placing both hands over her heart. Naruto gave her his signature sly grin and gave her a thumbs up. "No problem, Xenovia-chan. Tell me if they do anything to you. I'll pull a series of pranks and, if necessary, strangle them." After this statement, everyone in Olsen's church who understood his words immediately turned pale and began shedding crocodile tears. "No! Not another series of pranks," they all screamed, falling pitifully to their knees with a thud. Then they heard giggling coming from where Griselda and the other exorcists were standing. Looking around, they saw that the male exorcists were looking very pleased, while the female exorcists were giggling and pointing at Naruto and Xenovia, who was still sitting on Naruto's stomach, confused about what she was doing. Griselda quickly calmed down and approached them with an amused smirk. Naruto looked at Griselda with a raised eyebrow. As she approached, she knelt down and looked at Naruto with amusement before her gaze shifted to Xenovia, who was looking at her with confusion. "Now then. Aren't you being a bit hasty, young lady? You're so eager to get into a relationship, huh?" Griselda asked in a teasing tone, which Xenovia didn't understand at first, but when she looked at Naruto, who was looking at Griselda with obvious confusion, she realized where they were, and it looked quite intimate. Even though she knew nothing about sex education, she still felt very awkward watching it, and blushing tomato red, she quickly got off Naruto and turned away to hide her burning cheeks. All the exorcists who came with Griselda could no longer contain themselves and burst out laughing. Naruto was very confused. He still didn't understand why everyone was laughing so hard, and he was still lying on his back on the ground. Can someone explain to me why everyone is laughing so hard?" Naruto asked innocently. Those who had been laughing now laughed even louder at his confusion. Griselda giggles softly and Xenovia sighs with relief. Inside the subconscious. Shinton's mouth dropped open in amazement. He'd never understood why Naruto was the way he was. One second he'd say something that made girls lose their heads and act like a heartthrob, and the next second he'd be like an innocent, clueless child, as if he didn't even realize what he'd said or done. Shinton's wide-eyed, astonished expression gradually faded to impassive. But if you look closely, you'll notice his left eye twitching violently, and he's nervously clenching his fingers, as if he wants to grab something and crush it with his bare hands. Then a twitching bulge appeared on his forehead, and he began clenching his fists. Then a devilish grin spread across his face. Well, once we get out of here, I'll teach that brat a lesson, he thought with a devilish grin, before crossing his arms and collapsing to the ground with a thud. Outside the subconscious, Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. He felt like someone was about to kick his ass for not understanding something obvious. I hope it was just a cold wind, Naruto thought, and another chill ran down his spine. He then quickly ignored the sensation and slowly rose from the ground. Brushing off his shorts, he looked at Griselda, who quickly quieted her quiet laughter and looked back at him. So what now? I mean, the church is almost destroyed. And we all have nowhere to go. All the parishioners of this church hung their heads in sadness, realizing that they now had no purpose in life and nowhere to go. Griselda blinked at his question and smiled warmly. Well, then why don't you join us? Our church welcomes anyone who wishes to become a member. While there are some exceptions, overall we are open to everyone. Hearing this open invitation, all the children and senior apprentice exorcists looked at Griselda with disbelief. But how can you accept us? We've committed so many sins against our God, exclaimed one of the senior apprentice exorcists. A boy, the same age as Naruto and Xenovia, slowly rose and bowed before everyone, tears streaming from his eyes. I've committed so many sins, and they're very grave. How can God forgive someone like me? The boy said, sobbing before raising his head, overly dramatic tears streaming from his eyes. Before Griselda could respond, someone from her group quickly appeared in front of the boy and hugged him tightly, his eyes filled with overly emotional, manly tears. He sniffed the huge snot that threatened to spill out, apparently to the disgust of all the girls, and said softly, "Oh, my young friend, God's love and forgiveness are boundless. No sin is too great for His mercy. We all make mistakes, but what matters most is our willingness to seek forgiveness and change our ways. Remember, they say God is close to the broken-hearted and saves those who are broken in spirit. You are not alone, and you are certainly not hopeless." He then pulled away from the hug and looked at the boy with those same overly emotional tears in his eyes. "Oh, my young friend, trust in His grace and allow yourself to be healed." He said this with such passion that all the children began to cry, and overly emotional tears began to flow from their eyes. In an instant, all the children stood directly behind the boy and looked at the exorcist with the most dangerous look in the world, the infamous puppy dog stare. "Will God forgive us our sins?" all the children asked in unison. Under so many puppy dog stares, the poor exorcist could no longer contain himself and burst into tears again. "Oh yes. Believe me, He will forgive. Never doubt His mercy," he said, raising his fist. The children did the same and screamed loudly, "We won't," they all said in unison before they all looked at the exorcist, and the exorcist looked back. Slowly, they began to shed their overly dramatic tears again, but suddenly the scenery changed. The background became a beach where they stood in front of the sea. The sound of waves crashing in the sky and a flock of seagulls could be heard. The sun was setting, illuminating the entire sky red. The exorcist sobbed before raising his arms in a hug. The children also raised their hands and screamed, "Father." The exorcist began to cry even more dramatically and screamed, "Children," the children screamed again. "Father," the exorcist screamed again. "Children," the children screamed one last time. "Father," the exorcist screamed one last time. "Children." All of a sudden, the children pounced on the exorcist, spraying each other with snot as they began to attack him. Now the situation had changed, and everything was back to normal. Those who didn't join in their unique group hug simply looked at them with disgust. The exorcists and Griselda stared at them with huge beads of sweat on their faces. Griselda and Xenovia looked at them with awkward smiles, and Naruto simply choked at the sight of them hugging so tenderly and disgustingly. Ugh. I don't know what's worse. Seeing a sensei with thick eyebrows and a sensei with even thicker eyebrows hugging? Or, watching this. Then he saw a huge amount of snot flying towards the guy who turned away, but unfortunately for him, the guy was covered in snot, which made him smell really bad and become really sticky. Naruto felt very sick. His face turned green with disgust, and he almost vomited at the sight of the man. While Naruto struggled to hold back the vomit, the others only winced at the sight of the poor, unfortunate exorcist, whose face had turned as pale as snow. Taking a deep breath, Naruto caught his breath and fell to the ground with a dull thud. Ugh, how disgusting. Why did I even come here? Naruto blinked in surprise at the voice behind him. He tried to glance over his shoulder and saw a striking-looking teenager. He had short, spiky blonde hair that framed his face and accentuated his fair complexion. His eyes were a bright blue, usually filled with a mixture of mischief and determination, but this time they were furrowed, his face grimacing. He was about to leave when he noticed a smaller boy with equally blonde hair looking over his shoulder at him. Sapphire blue eyes met bright blue ones. The two blondes looked at each other silently, then lazily waved their hands. "Hey, how are you?" they asked in unison. Naruto and the teenager blinked in surprise, then looked at each other and laughed quietly. "I'm Naruto, Naruto Uzumaki. What's your name?" The teenager grinned and introduced himself. "I'm Dulio, Dulio Gesualdo." He introduced himself lazily, then grimaced at the clammy exorcist. Naruto noticed where he was looking and winced as well. Maybe we should go somewhere else, because I don't think I can take this anymore," the teenager named Dulio asked, almost pleadingly. Naruto immediately agreed and was about to stand up, but he saw another huge snot fly towards Xenovia. At first, she didn't even notice, but when she saw Griselda hugging her protectively, she saw the huge snot and immediately paled at the sight of the approaching substance. She closed her eyes and quickly covered her face with her hands, at least to keep it from touching her. Naruto, reacting quickly on instinct, appeared right in front of Xenovia and Griselda and clapped his hands. Coming face to face with the huge, disgusting brat with a grimacing expression, Naruto quickly channeled wind chakra into both his palms, spreading them slightly. He then jerked his left palm sideways and mentally shouted, "Wind style, whirlwind palm." Suddenly, a gust of wind erupted from his left palm and blew the enormous snot elsewhere. And, unfortunately, that other place happened to be the very same exorcist who had been initially splattered with the snot. The poor man's face turned even paler, if that was even possible. If anyone had looked closely, they would have seen the poor man's soul leaving his disgusting body through his mouth. Naruto felt a little guilty, but he didn't care too much since he managed to save his best friend from getting splashed with that disgusting substance. Naruto patted himself on the head for a job well done, but soon noticed that many people were looking at him with surprise and slight disbelief, and Dulio was one of them. Xenovia didn't see what happened, as she closed her eyes to avoid looking at the substance, but soon felt a gust of wind. Out of curiosity, she peered through one of the holes between her palms and saw Naruto standing before her, his arms crossed over his chest. She also saw the others and the newcomer looking at Naruto with disbelief and amazement. She looked around with a confused expression before her gaze fell on Naruto. Naruto sweated and grew nervous at being the center of attention. Years ago, he would have reveled in this role. But now he realized it wasn't so great, and the war had taught him that being the center of attention wasn't as pleasant as he thought. Naruto glanced at Griselda and saw her looking at him with curiosity and slight suspicion. He swallowed nervously before trying to come up with an explanation for his ability to use wind techniques. Suddenly, something clicked in his head, and he silently thanked Olsen for the information about other magic-using exorcists, even though he was a sadistic bastard. Taking a quick, calming breath, he smiled nervously and glanced around. That was my wind magic. I used my magical energy to cast wind magic and deflect that thing. He then pointed at the exorcist, who was still traumatized by being sprayed with snot. Everyone quickly lost their curiosity and suspicion after hearing that it was just magic, but they were still amazed that the child used elemental magic without any effort. While Naruto was showered with praise from the other exorcists, Griselda watched him through narrowed eyes. This child not only possesses incredible combat prowess, but also masters 3 elemental magic powers, which is completely unheard of for someone his age. Furthermore, he uses these elements in ways I've never seen before. Child, who are you? Griselda muttered the last part suspiciously to herself. Wow, you can use wind magic. That's incredible. Xenovia exclaimed in admiration and amazement. Yes, I've never heard of anyone your age using magic. You're a real prodigy, Dulio said with an approving smile. Naruto was a little embarrassed to be called a prodigy, but he still appreciated the praise he received from the others. Before the others could ask him any more questions, Griselda approached them with a slight smile. Well, we all saw how tenaciously he fought the fallen angels. Let's not bother him anymore and give him some space, she said, after which everyone bowed respectfully to her and moved away slightly to give Naruto some privacy. Griselda stood before him and looked him in the eyes for a moment, then leaned over and looked him straight in the eyes. Well, child, you didn't tell me your name, did you? She asked in a soft tone. Naruto flushed with embarrassment and scratched the back of his head, chuckling nervously. Sorry. Because of those fallen angels or whatever they're called, I somehow forgot to introduce myself. He then coughed into his hand and straightened up, then closed one eye, pointed his thumb at the chessboard, and grinned mischievously. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and that's my name, remember it, Dadabayo, he exclaimed loudly, but his mischievous grin immediately disappeared, and his cheeks flushed with embarrassment as his verbal tic erupted, and he heard a multitude of squeals from the girl, causing all the men to wince and momentarily go deaf. To Naruto's further embarrassment, a group of girls began to touch his whiskered cheeks to check if he could really purr like a cat. The females' caresses and gentle touches were too pleasant to resist. So, without thinking twice, he let out a soft purr, causing the group of females to squeal even louder. At this moment, all the guys look at Naruto with hatred, not only because he gets all the girls' love, but also because he makes them scream like fangirls, which makes everyone around him go deaf. Griselda tries her best not to giggle like the girls, but the scene is too cute for her to resist. Xenovia, on the other hand, now glared at the girls with growing fury. How dare these bitches touch my Naruto-kun? By God, I'll cut them all to pieces for even looking at my Naruto-kun. Xenovia thought with renewed determination and a sparkle in her eyes. But that determination and sparkle quickly faded when she realized what she'd just said. Am I Naruto-kun? She thought to herself, blushing deeply and with a dreamy expression on her face. Griselda quickly stopped giggling and coughed loudly into her hand to get everyone's attention. Now, I think we should set up camp to rest for a bit, and then head to your new church tomorrow, she said, before hearing a cry of, "All right, Sister Griselda," from those bound to her. Those unbound simply nodded in agreement, albeit hesitantly, for they were a little afraid of being tricked by the church again and turned into slaves or something of the sort. But seeing Griselda's kind nature, everyone agreed. Naruto simply shrugged and gave Xenovia an enthusiastic smile, which she happily reciprocated, but deep down, he was suspicious. So for now, he'd stay with Xenovia and see what happened. If he found this a safe place for Xenovia to grow up, he'd leave her in their care and soon begin exploring the new world, finding places to train. He felt a slight pang in his heart at the thought of leaving Xenovia alone in her parents' care, but he knew from observation that Griselda would care for her like a mother. Besides, he needed to gather his strength to confront the Otsutsuki one day, something he couldn't do while in the church. So for now, he put all those thoughts aside and decided to talk to Dulio, and maybe even spend some time with Xenovia. More than 2 weeks have passed since Naruto and the others arrived at this church. This church, also known as the Catholic Church, is apparently located in the Vatican. When Naruto first saw the church, he was shocked to see this beautiful ancient building with its many intricate carvings. It was a cathedral with many towers and empty rooms where they could live without any problems. Naruto has acquired quite a mixed reputation over the past few weeks. He's now being called either a genius mage or an infamous prankster demon from hell. Now we all know why he earned the nickname Prankster Demon. After all, his antics aren't anything to laugh at. Piss him off, and he'll pull a prank that will scar you for life. Naruto earned the nickname Genius Mage because he uses not one, but 3 elements of magic: fire, wind, and lightning. Of course, it's not magic, but it's better if everyone thinks he uses magical energy for his elemental attacks. A few days ago, Griselda asked Naruto about his other elements, to which Naruto simply denied it, saying he didn't know any other elements besides wind. But Griselda didn't believe him and said she'd been there and observed him use fire and lightning in addition to wind. Seeing he'd been caught, he reluctantly decided to tell her about his ability to use fire and lightning as well. Griselda suspected something was wrong and asked Naruto why he hadn't told her the truth from the start. Then, using every ounce of his brainpower, he came up with a reason that would make her believe him. Thinking quickly, he told her he didn't want everyone to know he could use so many magical abilities and be seen as some kind of freak, since it was unnatural for a child his age. She had her doubts about his explanation, but his words seemed convincing. So she believed his false explanation and said that no one would call him a weirdo, on the contrary, they would praise him for his talent for magic. So she asked him to demonstrate how he used these elements. To avoid further problems, he reluctantly decided to give them a brief demonstration of his fire and lightning jutsu to appease their curiosity. After the demonstration, they were very impressed and amazed to see a child at such a young age demonstrate fire, wind, and lightning magic. And from then on, they gave him this nickname. Naruto is currently walking toward the training grounds where Griselda is training Xenovia in swordsmanship. The training grounds are quite large, as church parishioners also come here to hone their skills. The grounds are surrounded by numerous trees and have only one exit, a small path leading down the slope. Tick-tan, tick-tan, tan-tan, tick. The entire training ground was filled with the sound of metal striking metal. Xenovia, breathing heavily, held her sword diagonally. 2 hours had passed since she began training with Griselda, an excellent swordswoman. Xenovia was about to lunge at Griselda again, but stopped when she heard someone calling her name. "Hey, Xenovia-chan." Naruto called from the path, causing her to look at him in surprise. But her surprise soon gave way to joy. She raised her hand and waved at him. "Hey, Naruto-kun, over here," she called back with a smile. Naruto saw Xenovia standing in the middle of the training grounds, sword in hand. Then he saw her waving and shouting. He smiled and waved back, then slowly ran toward her, a sad smile on his face. Today is the day he must leave her to Griselda to begin a new life in this world. And not only that, he also needs to train on his own to be ready for the upcoming battle with the Otsutsuki. After several runs, Naruto finally reached Xenovia and smiled at her, pleased to see her training diligently. "So, you're practicing swordsmanship, huh?" Naruto asked, looking around the large training area with interest. At the mention of her training, Xenovia perked up and nodded. "Yes, I'm training. After all, it would be pointless to use Excalibur destruction without mastering swordsmanship." Naruto nodded. "It's important to learn how to handle a simple sword before moving on to stronger ones." Xenovia nodded in agreement. "I know, and besides, I don't want to focus solely on destroying Excalibur." Naruto nodded with a smile before raising his hand and petting her head. Which made her a little embarrassed, but she still liked the display of affection. Stroking her head, Naruto looked at Griselda with his sly grin. "So, how are you, holy grandma, how's your day going?" Naruto asked energetically. Griselda, watching the two children with a slight smile, suddenly developed an itch on her forehead. Suddenly, she grabbed his ear with two fingers and began pulling hard, causing him to cry out in pain. "Ouch! Hey! Are you doing, holy grandma? It hurts!" Naruto cried out in pain. While Griselda's grimace widened further at being called grandma, Xenovia openly laughed at Naruto's predicament. After a few more seconds, Griselda finally let go of his ear and looked away, sighing heavily and closing her eyes. Naruto began rubbing his ear in pain, pretending to glare at Xenovia. Seeing his angry gaze, marred by tears, Xenovia laughed even louder. If she had stopped laughing, she would have noticed Naruto's smirk. That smirk spreading across his face was no ordinary smirk. Oh no, that was a very dangerous smirk. Griselda noticed the smirk on his face and mentally pitied Xenovia, anticipating what would happen next. Xenovia finally stopped laughing and looked at Naruto, only to see an empty space. She started looking around for Naruto, but didn't notice someone sneak up behind her, holding out their hands and waving their fingers. A soft chuckle escaped the man's lips, and he slowly moved his hands toward her. Then, suddenly, he leaped on her, forcing her onto her back. He then straddled her and began tickling her mercilessly. Before Xenovia could even comprehend what had happened, she began laughing uncontrollably, writhing beneath the woman sitting on top of her and tickling her to death. He, hey, ha ha ha, stop, please, stop, ha 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 ha. Through her laughter, she struggled to open one of her tear-stained eyes and saw Naruto sitting on top of her, tickling her mercilessly. Naruto smiled playfully at her, then paused for a few seconds, letting her catch her breath, and began tickling her again. "Come on, Xenovia-chan, all you have to do is say the magic word and I'll stop," Naruto said with a mocking tone. Xenovia didn't understand what he was talking about, but in complete despair she didn't think long and simply assumed. Please," she muttered through her laughter, still tickling Naruto mercilessly. She tried to give him a puppy dog look, but it didn't work, and he tickled her even harder. Xenovia wanted it to stop, but she still couldn't figure out what magic word he was talking about. Suddenly, something clicked in her head, and she quickly said the word through her laughter, sorry. Naruto pretended not to hear what she said and leaned forward. What did you say?" "I didn't quite hear you," Naruto teased, causing Xenovia to glare at him with tear-stained eyes. "I apologized, I'm truly so sorry." Xenovia squeezed out through her laughter. With a satisfied smirk on his face, Naruto finally stopped tickling and allowed Xenovia to catch her breath. Xenovia tried to glare at him, but her happy expression ruined the intimidating effect, and she merely breathed heavily and smiled. Naruto slowly rose and lay down next to her, propping his head on his backpack and gazing admiringly at the sky. Xenovia spread her arms and legs, took a deep breath to calm her racing heart, and also gazed admiringly at the sky. Seeing the two children together, Griselda smiled faintly before deciding to leave them alone. So she quickly took off on her white wings and flew off into the distance. Naruto and Xenovia looked up at the sky, watching the clouds drift by. They said nothing, remaining in comfortable silence as a gentle breeze blew through their hair, causing it to sway in the air. For a few moments, there was complete calm, but suddenly the comfortable silence was broken by our clueless shinobi. "Hey, Xenovia-chan. I need to tell you something important," Naruto said nervously. Xenovia, noticing the nervousness in his voice, raised an eyebrow at Naruto. What happened?" she asked curiously. Naruto didn't know how to broach the subject, but he had to tell her one way or another. Xenovia could now clearly see the nervousness on his face, judging by the increasing sweating and his expression. Xenovia became uneasy at his nervousness. So she rolled onto her side and, using her left arm and elbow to support her upper body, leaned forward and cupped his cheek with her other hand, urging him to look at her. Dark yellow eyes met sapphire blue. Xenovia waits patiently for his answer, and Naruto just looks into her eyes, mesmerized. They remained silent for a long time, simply looking at each other, until Xenovia decided to tease him a little in return for the tickling. She began to gently stroke his whiskered cheek, causing him to close his eyes in bliss and purr softly. Xenovia giggled at his purr and wanted to hear more, so she slowly climbed on top of him and began stroking his whiskered cheeks with her thumb, causing him to purr even louder. Naruto didn't understand why he was feeling this way, but he felt so good. He ignored who was watching him and savored the sensation. He would have fallen asleep from the pleasure if not for the giggling he heard. He opened one eye and saw Xenovia giggling at his purr. Hiding his smirk, Naruto slowly wrapped one arm around her waist and began another tickle, which caught her completely off guard. Xenovia yelped in surprise at the tickling sensation on her waist, then began to squirm in his iron grip, trying her best not to burst into giggles. Suddenly she stopped feeling the tickle and looked at Naruto, who had long since stopped purring and was now looking at her with his fox-like grin. Xenovia pouted and playfully slapped him on the shoulder. Naruto couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. "Hey, that's not fair," she said, pouting cutely. After Naruto laughed a little more, he calmed down and gave her his genuine happy smile, causing the blue-haired girl to blush and smile shyly back. "Xenovia-chan, thank you for everything. I've had a lot of fun since I met you." "It was very refreshing," Naruto said with a slight smile. Xenovia quickly calmed down and smiled back at him. "I had a lot of fun too." Then she looked down and smiled sadly. "Before I met you, I was so lonely, and no one even wanted to talk to me. Every day, Olsen." She was about to use an honorific, but a frown appeared on her face. "Every day, that bastard Olsen trains me terribly. Every time I can't lift Excalibur, he hits me hard and leaves me battered in my prison. Every day, I sit on my bed, and..." At that moment, she began to sob, tears streaming down her face. Feeling tears on his cheek, he slowly rose and sat on the floor, pulling Xenovia onto his lap. Sitting up, he pulled her close and gently stroked her back. Feeling his warmth, Xenovia could not resist and hugged him tightly, pouring her feelings into his chest. A few minutes later, Xenovia finally calmed down and wiped away her tears with her right hand, then looked at Naruto with a happy smile that made his heart stop. "Thank you, Naruto-kun, for always being there for me," Xenovia said sincerely, causing Naruto to scratch the back of his head with a blushing cheek. Nothing special. We're friends, after all," he said with a smile, before looking away, blushing in embarrassment, finally noticing their position. Xenovia-chan. Could you please get off me?" he said sheepishly. At first, Xenovia didn't understand what he meant. But looking down, she noticed she was sitting on his lap. Blushing with embarrassment, she immediately climbed off him and looked away to hide her blush. Slowly rising from the ground, he brushed off his pants and looked at the embarrassed Xenovia, then coughed into his hand to keep his cheek from turning red. Then his expression turned serious, and he spoke in a serious tone, "Xenovia-chan, I'll tell you straight and not beat around the bush." After that, he took a deep breath to calm his wildly beating heart, which he himself didn't understand why was beating so fast, but it was. Taking a deep breath, he finally said, "I'm leaving." Xenovia froze at Naruto's words. She was so shocked she couldn't move a muscle. Her lover was leaving her here alone. She'd recently realized why she felt uneasy whenever she thought about Naruto. After all, she was in love with him. But now, having learned of his departure, she felt as if her whole world was about to collapse. But before she could burst into tears, she suddenly felt two arms wrap around her in a warm embrace. She glanced over her shoulder and saw Naruto hugging her from behind, smiling sadly. Don't worry, Xenovia-chan, we'll definitely meet one day, he said in a soothing tone, trying to comfort her. Turning around, she hugged him tightly, sobbing and trying her best to hold back her tears. But why can't you stay here with us? You could be a really good exorcist and help us at this church, she said, sobbing, before looking into his eyes and gasping at what she saw. She saw two pairs of pale blue lavender eyes, seemingly surrounded by numerous prominent veins along the sides of his forehead. His eyes remained that way for a moment before he closed them and returned to normal. Naruto looked at her with his sapphire blue eyes and spoke, "Because I don't belong to this place or any other church in this world," he said in a calm tone. Xenovia looked at Naruto in shock, then slowly shook her head in denial. "No, don't tell me, what are you?" Before she could say anything, Naruto placed a finger to her lips and stopped her, causing her to blush at the touch. "That depends on what you think." Seeing her confused expression, Naruto continued, "You see, my eyes possess a special power that no other supernatural being has. Now imagine if you reacted like that upon seeing my eyes, what do you think others would think upon seeing my eyes?" Naruto asked seriously. The wheel started turning in her head, and suddenly it hit her. "They would think you were a demon or a monster," she said, realizing the situation, and looked at him in confusion. "But if you're not a demon or a monster, why would they even call you that?" she asked, perplexed. Naruto sighed wearily, then raised his hand and gently stroked the back of her head with a sad smile. "That's because people don't understand what they're afraid of. They think those with unknown powers are nothing more than monsters," he said in a soft tone. Xenovia considered his words, but was still completely confused. Before she could process anything, she suddenly felt the loss of his warmth and began looking around in panic, searching for Naruto. But, unable to find him anywhere, she headed back to the church with a dejected expression. She walked along the path, looking sad, until she suddenly noticed something stuck to a tree. It was a piece of paper stuck into a kunai, with something written on it, but she couldn't quite read it. She moved closer to the tree and read aloud, "This mischievous demon won't be gotten rid of so easily." Then, at the end, a miniature Naruto was drawn with his right hand raised, thumbs up, one eye closed, and a smirk on his face. Xenovia couldn't help but laugh, not only reading the text, which was written in Romanian with many mistakes, but also seeing the chibi drawing of Naruto, which she thought was very cute. She tried to pick the paper up from the tree, but it was stuck up so high she couldn't reach it because it wasn't long enough. She pouted angrily and stomped her foot childishly on the ground. Why did Naruto-kun have to stick the paper up so high? "I can't reach it," she said, pouting again and crossing her arms in frustration. Xenovia was unaware that when Naruto disappeared from her sight, the silhouette of a man watching them appeared behind one of the trees. A young girl, just a year younger than Naruto, hid behind a tree, watching and hearing everything that was happening. She had light blonde hair, bright green eyes, fair skin, and a petite, youthful body. Now she looks down sadly, trying her best to hold back her tears. She placed both hands over her heart, holding a small piece of paper in her palms. She was about to leave and return to the church, but before she could move, someone suddenly appeared in front of her, a blurry glimpse, and covered her mouth with his hand so that she would not scream in surprise. The man quickly glanced behind the tree to make sure Xenovia was there. Seeing Xenovia leave the training grounds, he sighed with relief, then finally looked at the young woman with an amused expression. The girl involuntarily blushed, feeling a hand on her lips. Then she looked up and saw that the same blonde she'd been watching a few moments ago was now standing in front of her with an amused smile on his face. "Asia-chan, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at church?" Naruto asked softly, removing his hand from her mouth. On his third day at the church, Naruto met a girl now named Asia. One day, he saw Asia treating a small puppy with an injured leg. Amazed by her abilities, Naruto decided to talk to her about her powers and approached her from behind, which turned out to be the worst decision of his life. As he approached and greeted her, Asia leaped into the air with a distinctive pop and instinctively slapped Naruto across the face, sending him flying toward the wall and crashing into it, creating a man-shaped hole in the wall. Asia blinked several times before finally realizing what had happened. Blushing in embarrassment, she quickly rushed to the wall where Naruto had fallen and tried to heal him, apologizing profusely. Although the slap and the collision did not hurt at all, he was still shocked to see the little girl slap with such force that it sent people flying. He waved off her apology with a laugh and apologized for frightening her so much. They talked for several hours, asking each other childish questions, and became friends. Asia looked down, blushing, and was too shy to look at Naruto. "And Naruto-senpai, I got something for you," she said in a squeaky voice that Naruto found cute. Then she gathered her courage and looked at Naruto with a shy smile and an innocent, sweet face that made Naruto want to squeal like a little girl and strangle her, but he held back. She then timidly handed Naruto a small piece of paper, who looked at it curiously before slowly unfolding the folds. What he saw surprised him. The drawing depicted a chibi Naruto, looking 1,000 times better than the chibi Naruto he'd drawn himself. But that wasn't what surprised him. What surprised him was the image of a miniature version of Asia, smiling and holding Naruto's right hand. At the top of the drawing were 2 words in Japanese. Naruto's heart fluttered when he read them. Best friends. He read this aloud before looking at Asia, whose face flushed with embarrassment, then she began fiddling with her fingers and looked away with a shy expression. What happened next caught her completely off guard. Naruto hugged her from behind and held her tightly, causing her to blush like a tomato, but she secretly liked his hug and hugged him back. They remained in this position for a few moments before reluctantly breaking the embrace and looking into each other's eyes in comfortable silence. Bright green eyes meet sapphire blue. They stood like that for a while until the comfortable silence was broken by Asia, who took both of his hands and looked down with a sad expression. "Naruto-senpai, do you really have to go?" Asia asked sadly. Naruto smiled sadly, then hugged her again and said, "I'm sorry, Asia-chan, but I have no other choice." Asia looked up at Naruto, who was hugging her, and blushing from another hug, asked, "Will I be able to see you soon?" Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly and grinned. "Honestly, I don't know, since I'm going away for a long time, but I promise you we'll meet again someday," he said in an encouraging tone that lifted her spirits. She gave Naruto a very sweet smile, which for some reason made him blush. She gave Naruto one last hug goodbye before running down the slope and waving her hand in the air, looking back at him. He also waved his hand in the air before calming down. "These girls really know how to piss me off," Naruto thought with a smile before jumping into the air and landing on a branch, where he instantly disappeared into a yellow blur. Thanks for reading. Goodbye.